Chapter 1465. The Calamity Realm was different from the God Martial Realm. The God Martial Realm's understanding of martial Tao and the increase of divine essence were synchronized. But the Calamity Realm was different. In the Calamity Realm, as long as there were enough immortal essences, divine items, and resources, the Nirvana power could be increased infinitely. Super Nirvana power could even help one pass the Nirvana tribulation. There was no requirement to what extent one had to understand the heavenly Tao to attract the Nirvana tribulation. Some families with rich resources could rely on external items to increase their Nirvana power after entering the Calamity Realm, which was much faster than those who cultivated in silence. However, the heavens were fair. The Tribulation Realm's understanding of the heavenly Tao was especially important. Those who had powerful Nirvana power but didn't have enough understanding of the heavenly Tao would often attract the Nirvana tribulation ahead of time. In the end, they would die under the Nirvana tribulation and their souls would be destroyed. Of course, the first Nirvana tribulation started from condensing the first seal. No matter what, immortal essences or other divine items that could increase the Nirvana power were extremely popular, even more so than anything that had magical effects. Longchen didn't even have a Nirvana golden wheel, so there was no problem with the Nirvana tribulation. He only needed a large amount of immortal essences to speed up the transformation. Wenren Jingtao couldn't decide this, so he called Wenren Shi over. Longchen told Wenren Shi his needs, but he didn't mention Han Yinxing. Wenren Shi knew that Longchen was still in the 8th level of the God Martial Realm, so he wasn't surprised by this request. He said, I can personally give you a few, but if you need more, I can only exchange your immortal essences from the Martial God Palace's warehouse. Those things are in Lin Juanyao's hands, so it won't be easy to take them away. Thank you, Wu Zun. Long Chen was very grateful because Wenren Shi was very straightforward. One day later, Long Chen had spent around 40 sets of immortal essences with 1 Dao pattern and over a dozen sets of immortal essences with 2 Dao patterns. In addition to the gifts from Wenren Shi, he finally had enough treasures for him to quickly transform all his acupoints. Child, hurry up and become stronger. It's good for everyone. If there's anything, you can tell me. Wenren Shi said. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was actually being called a child by a cute kid. This feeling was really tangled. However, Wenren Shi was indeed a good person. Even Wenren Jingtao was envious of the things he took out. It should be known that every Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior needed these things that could increase the power of Nirvana, but Long Chen had so many of them. Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai guarded Long Chen. Long Chen stayed here and started refining the treasures to spirits to increase the Nirvana power. Nirvana Flame. Heaven and essence to realm, which Long had, he had realm flame spirit flames. Among them, world power, which Long Chen had it. Chen. And spirit nation realm was flame. As everyone knew, world power was actually a kind of divine essence that was born in a divine kingdom and could be produced continuously. It was still divine essence, but it had other characteristics. World power was born in a divine kingdom. As the divine kingdom grew larger and larger, the world power was almost inexhaustible. Therefore, warriors at the 8th LV of the divine martial realm relied on their endurance in battle. After passing the first Nirvana tribulation, the world power would be transformed into Nirvana power and would no longer exist in the divine kingdom. It would lose its super regenerative nature. Nirvana power was very precious, but it consumed a lot of it and was very difficult to recover. However, Long Chen was different. He was about to condense Nirvana world energy that possessed the offensive nature of Nirvana force. However, it also possessed the nature of world energy. Didn't that mean that after he constructed his divine nation, his Nirvana force would fill his divine nation and he would have an endless regenerative ability? Compared to an ordinary Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist, his combat strength would be much more durable. This was Long Chen's idea. Uncle Han, wait for me a little longer. I'm about to succeed. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. He had done all this and consumed a lot of celestial spirits just for Han Yinxing. He needed to shorten the time. Therefore, he did not hesitate to pay any price. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and kept transforming the world power. He felt the nirvana power in his body increase rapidly. His hateful eyes finally revealed a cold-blooded light. He did not dare to imagine Han Yinxing's ending, nor could he imagine it. He only wanted to see the result when he was strong enough. Although he was new here and there were not many people in the martial god palace who paid attention to him, and most of them still had some doubts about him, he would use his own bloodthirst to make them understand. As time passed, with the increase of the nirvana world energy in his body, more than half of the acupoints had been transformed. Hundreds of millions of acupoints were like stars in the sky. This was a densely packed starry world. It was as if every huge star was undergoing an evolution, starting to change from a star, starting to shrink, even exploding, turning into a black hole, turning into a dark star. This was destruction, but it was also rebirth. Hundreds of millions of stars began to undergo such changes. Nirvana power engulfed the entire starry sky. Then, on the structure of these countless dark stars, a brand new god nation began to be built. These dark stars were the framework of this brand new god nation. Boom, boom, boom. One aperture after another began to overflow with nirvana power. Long Chen did not understand why his seemingly small body was so big. It was like an endless void. This was the same principle as the small heaven and earth world. One flower, one world. Although the body was small, there might be a world in it. The power of the nirvana world began to be like an ocean. Countless seawater swept through every aperture that had been transformed and surged. The power of the nirvana world was like a monstrous river, flowing endlessly. Long Chen's body was constantly being strengthened to bear this extraordinary power. Generally speaking, the nirvana tribulation would strengthen the body of a warrior. After being reborn, the body could bear a large amount of nirvana power. However, Long Chen was different. He had not experienced the nirvana tribulation, so his body was not transformed. However, his body was much stronger than ordinary warriors in the nirvana tribulation realm. When the 3/10 of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood was divided into 1/10 and entered Long Chen's body, Long Chen knew that he had successfully entered the 8th level of the divine martial realm. There was no difference between the initial level and the consummate level of the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Once he entered, it was the consummate level. When the last meridian completed its transformation, when the vast starry sky was transformed and reborn, when the force of the nirvana world flowed endlessly in his body like a raging river, allowing the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon to strengthen every corner of his flesh, improving his physique and talent once again, Long Chen knew that he had succeeded. He felt that his life was climbing. He had once again experienced a rebirth, a qualitative leap. This was the feeling of his strength increasing rapidly. Every time the ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood came, it was a kind of comprehensive improvement. At this moment, Long Chen was like a nirvana tribulation martial artist. There wasn't much difference. Compared to a martial artist who had just entered the nirvana tribulation realm, his physical body was stronger, and he had more nirvana world energy. His god-slaying art and 9 dragons devouring the heavens were stronger. The only thing lacking was that Long Chen still didn't understand the so-called heavenly Tao. This was because he hadn't reached the martial Tao great completion realm. However, this was not a hindrance. Generally, a warrior who had just entered the nirvana tribulation realm, unless he was like Feng Jilin, would not have much comprehension. Next, it's time to build a god nation. Long Chen was looking forward to what his god nation would look like. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of apertures in his body had begun to connect with each other, forming a dense network. Each aperture was the fulcrum of the god nation, and this huge network was the skeleton of the whole god nation. The skeleton of Long Chen's god nation was far stronger than others. This meant that his god nation had just formed, and it would definitely be much bigger than others. At this moment, the god nation was almost naturally forming, and Long Chen did not need to worry about it. He was like a bystander, watching everything. This was how the world was created. Long Chen suddenly had such an illusion. From the formation of the fulcrum to the condensation of the skeleton, and then the filling of the flesh and blood, an incomparably huge world formed in Long Chen's body. At that moment, Long Chen actually had a feeling of horror. Such a huge world actually existed in his body. Would it squeeze his body until it exploded? He was thinking too much. This was simply impossible. In Long Chen's vision, he was like a bystander, watching the formation of this world. The skeleton was built, and then the boundary of the world, and then the chaotic chi filled the space, and then the light chi went up, forming the cloudy sky, and the heavy chi went down, forming the yellow earth. Water, fire, wind, clouds, thunder and lightning, the essence of rain and dew, all appeared in a dreamlike form in front of Long Chen. His god nation was no less than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. In the eyes of others, they had only formed a small world, but Long Chen seemed to be forming a vast world. This newly built god nation was actually so big. What made Long Chen even more surprised was that when this huge world was gradually forming, suddenly, the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness, which had not moved for 10,000 years, actually moved. It disappeared for a moment, entering Long Chen's god nation. During this period of time, the god nation had undergone a huge change. The two essence blood in his sea of consciousness naturally began to struggle. Just as they were about to crush Long Chen's head, the mysterious dragon jade returned to his sea of consciousness, continuing to suppress them. At this time, Long Chen's god nation was even more extraordinary. Isn't this the feeling of one of the ancient ruins controlled by the demon dragon hall, the primal chaos god nation? Chapter 1466. This divine nation, perhaps because of the mysterious dragon jade's interference, Long Chen was originally the master, but as he watched this world slowly form, he lost his identity as the master more and more. In his eyes, this world became incomparably vast, but also incomparably mysterious. The territory that he could control was getting smaller and smaller, and there were more and more things that he didn't know. What's going on? Isn't this my divine nation? Lingxi and the others can change their divine nations at will. Why can't I just be a bystander? Long Chen was incomparably shocked. Fortunately, he didn't lose his cool. He knew that all of this must have something to do with the mysterious Long Yu. The Long Yu had always been very beneficial to him. Even Long Qinglan thought so. Therefore, the Long Yu would never betray him. This was a good thing. When this world finally took shape, Long Chen discovered that it was filled with towering mountains, magnificent rivers, grasslands, and trees. Between the mountains and rivers, there were even living creatures. They were all powerless wild animals. This perfect world appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen's nirvana world energy began to fill this divine nation. He discovered that his power could circulate and regenerate in this world. However, this was clearly his divine nation, but he couldn't explore the boundaries of this world. He didn't even know anything about this world. This divine nation was incomparably vast, but the only place that Long Chen could control was a spherical space with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. He could arrange this space at will and make the world arrange according to his will. However, the things outside of this space seemed to have been formed in the natural world, and he couldn't interfere at all. This mysterious place was actually very similar to the primal chaos divine nation, one of the ancient ruins. Moreover, Long Chen suddenly recalled that the primal chaos divine nation actually had the word divine nation in it. What was the relationship between that primal chaos divine nation and his strange and mysterious divine nation? From the looks of it, it was full of majestic mountains and endless rivers, exactly the same as the kingdom of chaos. The only difference should be the natural disasters, but as soon as this thought appeared in Long Chen's mind, he was stunned, because in the space he could see, there was a green blade-like gale that swept past. This kind of gale, Long Chen had clearly seen it in the chaotic divine kingdom. Could it be that he had actually formed a chaotic divine kingdom? Long Chen knew that this world was constructed by his hundreds of millions of acupuncture points. He could only vaguely sense the area outside the sphere with a diameter of 10 miles, but had no ability to control it at all. With the intervention of the mysterious dragon Jade, the divine kingdom actually became like this. What secrets are there? Could it be that my divine kingdom is directly connected to the primal chaos divine kingdom? That's impossible. This world was clearly created by me. Or perhaps the demonic dragon palace's primal chaos divine kingdom was actually created by another warrior similar to me. Long Chen was in a daze. After a long time, when the power of his nirvana world flowed peacefully in this incomparably huge world and did not affect his movement of the power of his nirvana world in the slightest, when the strange divine kingdom also completely stabilized, everything was over. Long Chen had obtained a strength that was a little more than what he had imagined. He had also obtained a mysterious divine kingdom that did not seem to belong to him. Originally, Long Chen wanted to transfer all the things in the Great Void Realm to the divine kingdom. Now that he had an idea, he was not in a hurry. Although it was pitiful, it was still good to be able to control a sphere with a diameter of 10 miles. Some people's divine kingdoms were not even that big. In the room, Long Chen opened his eyes. In his body, the vast power of the nirvana world was flowing, and it could be crazily poured out from every acupuncture point. The power of the nirvana world, in terms of quantity, exceeded that of an ordinary warrior in the early stage of the nirvana tribulation. It should be similar to that of a warrior in the late stage of the nirvana tribulation, or even exceeded that of Feng Jilin. This time, Long Chen could be considered to have reached the sky in a single bound. It was true that he was rarely stronger than others in terms of strength. And in terms of physical body, it was estimated that those who had gone through the tempering and baptism of the 3 nirvana tribulations and had their bodies reborn would not be as strong as Long Chen's current physical body. Back then, Xiao Lang had been tempered by hundreds of kinds of celestial essences. Long Chen felt that it was very luxurious, but now it seemed that it was just a so-so. This feeling of power, Long Chen had a hunch that if he were to stand in front of Wang Chen, who had already gone through the nirvana tribulation, he might not lose to him in a head-on battle. Although he was only at the 8th level of the divine martial realm, it was no longer important. From today onwards, perhaps no one would think that Long Chen was only at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. The next step is to condense the nirvana golden will, nurture the nirvana golden wheel, and gradually strengthen it. When it is nurtured to the maximum level, I will have reached the great completion of martial arts. At that time, I can start to ponder the way of heaven. As long as I condense the seal of Tao, I will be able to reach the nirvana tribulation realm. Long Chen was now 3 steps away from the nirvana tribulation. First, to reach the 9th level of the divine martial realm and form the nirvana golden wheel. Second, to cultivate the nirvana golden wheel to the maximum level and reach the great completion of martial arts. Third, to condense the seal of Tao and pass the nirvana tribulation. These 3 steps, as long as he worked hard, were not far away. Long Chen did not know how strong he could be when the 1-year agreement came. All he could do was to work hard. Of course, the most important thing now was to save Han Yunxing. Long Chen believed that Han Yunxing would not die so easily. Fu Hai, as soon as the rude and unreasonable bearded man appeared in his mind, Long Chen was furious. Previously, he was not strong enough, so he could only let the other party make peace with him. But now, the entire 5 elements Haotian Pagoda was suppressed. This 5 elements Haotian Pagoda was the deepest secret of the martial god palace. Of course, outsiders and spies would not be able to find out. At the Nirvana Tribulation realm, there were warriors with primordial spirits everywhere. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demonic eye from the Li family had long lost its effect. When he opened the door, Nangong Lai and the others were already waiting. Seeing the great change in Long Chen's aura, and his whole body was filled with nirvana energy, Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai were shocked. They knew that Long Chen must have succeeded. The amount of nirvana energy you have is greater than a normal nirvana tribulation realm warrior. Nirvana energy is the foundation of us warriors, so you are actually no different from a nirvana tribulation realm warrior. Damn, what an enviable freak. Wenren Jingtao laughed loudly. Nangong Lai's eyes were filled with satisfaction. He knew about Long Chen's background, and he also knew that with such a father, Long Chen was destined to soar. Today was just one of the small miracles he had created. Long Chen was not at ease at all. He quickly said, I have full confidence in myself. If I really go all out and make use of the other party's belittling attitude, I can definitely kill him in a short time. From now on, let's plan first. This matter cannot be delayed. This matter concerned Han Yinxing's survival, so Nangong Lai naturally could not delay. However, at this time, he said, you have already decided, and this is the only way. Let's do as you say. Long Chen had already told Nangong Lai in private that Zhenwu the Great knew about Long Qinglan and was in awe of Long Qinglan. That was why he dared to let Long Chen do it. Otherwise, Nangong Lai would not be able to do it alone. However, someone has come to Wuxia Palace to look for you. He is waiting in the living room. Go and see him first, Nangong Lai said. Someone had come to look for him. Who could it be? Long Chen thought suspiciously. With such a big matter at hand, he would meet him first and send him away. Anyway, he was very curious about who would come to Wuxia Palace to look for him. With a creaking sound, Long Chen pushed open the door to the living room. Standing 10 meters in front of him was a child who was only 1.2 meters tall. His figure was relatively well proportioned, but his face was chubby. His eyes were large and tender, just like a white steamed bun. At first glance, Long Chen was sure that he did not know this person. However, at second glance, he was a little stunned. This was because the child was looking at him with tears in his eyes. Long Chen held his breath for a moment. He was shocked to find that this was actually Kitten. He had actually come to look for him, about this matter. In fact, Long Chen did not have any grudges in his heart. He was amused by Kitten's strange appearance. He could not help but laugh and said, "How did you become like this? You are so cute that I can't help but want to kiss you." Kitten was originally immersed in panic and sadness. When he heard Long Chen's words, he immediately became anxious. Motherfucker, when he recovered, he also struggled for a long time over his current appearance. He wanted nothing more than to destroy himself again. He didn't expect that as soon as he came to see Long Chen, this guy didn't mention anything about the past and actually laughed at his appearance. How could he bully others like this? In a hurry, Kitten thought of the grudges between them again. He lowered his head and said, "I came to look for you today. Will you drive me away?" Long Chen's face calmed down. He pulled 2 chairs and placed them at the door. He sat on one of them, looked out the door, and said, "Sit." The kitten sat next to him. He was short, but with a jump, he was able to jump up to the top. After sitting down, the chubby child lowered his head and began to speak. "I was very afraid to come to you, but my heart was always tormented. I think I have to come again and make things clear first." "Go ahead." Long Chen acted as a listener. Chapter 1467. That's why I'm here to apologize to you. Although I didn't get the Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence in the end, your father treated me well. I think things are pretty good now. Although I can't reach the sky in a single step, I can slowly grow and return to my peak. Long Chen, oh no, let me call you Big Brother. If I ask, can you let me continue to be your brother? This chubby little guy was talking about such serious matters. It was hard to get used to it. Long Chen actually understood. He shook his head. Under Kitten's disappointed gaze, he said, "Don't blame everything on yourself. I've thought it through. First of all, I neglected you. Why was I so angry at first? To be honest, I just hate that you didn't trust me. I hate the way you betrayed me. I think I'm a trustworthy person. If you asked me directly and explained how important it was, would definitely give it to you. But you chose to break up with me in such a way. As for what happened afterward, I didn't know that you didn't take the real Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence in the beginning. In general, we both made mistakes. But I believe that there is nothing better than being able to change one's mistakes. I'm very happy that you came today, really. Long Chen held his shoulder and stared at him. He said sincerely, there have always been many conflicts between us, but if we are truly friends, it would be strange if there were no conflicts. Even brothers have their fair share of quarrels and fights. This time, let's just treat it as a small mistake on both sides. Let's not hold it against each other. You coming here today is already great news to me. From today onwards, if you don't hold the past enmity and want to stay by my side, then we will continue to fight side by side. What do you think? Long Chen was really excited. After the incident with Han Yinxing, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Kitten's appearance brought him great joy. He was no longer a person who was good at expressing his emotions. He wouldn't cry or laugh, but his heart was absolutely sincere. But Kitten was different. Hearing these words, his eyes were already filled with tears. He knew that he was the one who did the most wrong in this matter. But Long Chen could make it sound so easy for him. When he took the Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence, Long Chen didn't want to take it. He just asked him to get lost. As for Long Qinglan's plan, Long Chen didn't know about it. Didn't this prove that in Long Chen's heart, Kitten was already more important than the Void Cosmic Dragon's blood essence? In her excitement, Kitten suddenly said, "Big brother, thank you for forgiving me. He ignored me because I was just a soul, and I hurt your heart. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that I was in the wrong. I'm very happy that you can still accept me, but I want to be quiet for a while, so I won't stay by your side for the time being. I want to go do something." Long Chen was stunned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Kitten said, "I have a rough idea. The purpose of the City Lord of the Wronged is probably to recover his physical body. So I want to go over there to see what he's doing and get some information. I can also inform you in time." "No." Long Chen refused sternly. The City Lord of the Wronged was too dangerous. He couldn't let Kitten go there. Kitten said stubbornly, "I have to go. You can cultivate in peace. I've now recovered part of my strength. Although I'm still not good at fighting, a little guy with the Eternal God Realm sealed wants to touch me. It's harder than reaching the sky." Long Chen still felt that it was inappropriate. Since they had reconciled, they should stay together. No matter what, he still felt that it would be more dangerous for him to go to the eternal hell alone. Long Chen didn't trust Kitten's strength. Kitten was helpless. Because of what happened last time, if he continued to stay by Long Chen's side, he would feel bad, so he wanted to go out and do something. He said bluntly, "Actually, I came here today because I have something to say." "What is it?" Long Chen asked. Kitten said directly, "I want the Void Dragon Talisman." This Void Dragon Talisman was formed from the reverse scale swallowed by the Void Astral Dragon. It is the most special scale. The Void Astral Dragon is illusory, and this can be said to be the only scale it has. At least for now, not many people can break this Void Dragon Talisman. Also, for me, it has other uses. With the protection of the Void Dragon Talisman, I can be sure that even if the City Lord of the Wronged recovers his full strength, he won't be able to touch a hair of mine. Void Dragon Talisman, if it was taken away by Kitten, it meant that Long Chen would lose the terrifying ability of time reversal. Kitten was now determined to go to the eternal hell. Long Chen calmed down and thought about it. Everyone had their own wishes. Kitten was not his little brother, so he couldn't rudely stop his decision. Otherwise, it would lead to a similar tragedy. In that case, he could only obey the other party. Long Chen didn't hesitate and said, "Wait a moment, I just condensed the God Nation and transferred the things from the Void Realm over." Seeing that Long Chen agreed, Kitten was overjoyed. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen transferred everything to the God Nation, the space that he could control, and handed the Void Dragon Talisman to Long Chen. "Do you want to stay here for a few days?" Kitten shook his head and said, "No, I'm not from the Martial God Palace, so it's not suitable for me to stay here. If there's any urgent news, I'll come back to inform you." Long Chen looked at him seriously and said, "Pay attention to your safety. Nothing else matters. Only with life will you have a chance to make a comeback. You've died before, so you should know better." Kitten smiled and said, "Don't worry, this Lord Cat's ability to escape is unparalleled since ancient times. I'll send you out." Long Chen was actually very happy. Kitten finally had his own independent life. He believed that this guy was a wily old fox, so he would definitely do well. Xiao Lang was the emperor of the desolate emperor domain, and he seemed to have his own complete life. As the big brother, he had to take the lead. Long Chen was a famous person in the martial god palace. When he walked around with a cute big-headed doll, he attracted the attention of many people. Hearing the whispers and the insults about his appearance, Little Cat was enraged. "Why are you so angry? They just praised you for being cute." Long Chen was speechless. The kitten was furious and said, "You're the one who looks cute. This damn stinky skin, how can it not be controlled by me and look like this? This must be your father's doing. God damn it. You're the damn one." Long Chen was speechless. How dare he say that Long Qinglan was the damn one? No matter what, he was Long Chen's father, but he had no respect at all. He sent Kitten out of the martial god palace. "Big brother, when I feel better, I'll come and help you. I'll definitely be there when you go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. See you then." Long Chen waved at him. In the dark night, Kitten walked alone and did not look back. He walked out of the 99 golden demon suppressing columns and left Long Chen's sight. Long Chen pursed his lips and returned to the martial god palace. It's time to kill Fu Hai. If not for Kitten's arrival, Long Chen would not have been able to hold himself back for even a quarter of an hour. He was now standing in front of the tall and mighty gate of the five-element Haotian pagoda. When Kitten's figure disappeared completely, Long Chen turned around and headed for the first floor of the five-element Haotian pagoda. The first floor of the five-element Haotian pagoda was the largest and also the most spacious. There were no buildings at all. Unless someone important came, most people stayed on the first floor. The cultivation atmosphere in the martial god palace was very good. Most people spent their days fighting and cultivating, pursuing the ultimate martial Tao. Of course, there were also people who went out to do missions or cultivate for the sake of obtaining immortal essences and Tao tools. Not everyone was like Long Chen, who had so many things on hand. Long Chen prepared to sneak into the talisman residence. Kitten's arrival made him feel much better. However, when it came to an intense battle, his anger flared up again. He respected Han Yinxing so much. He would not allow this elder to bow and scrape before others and lose his dignity. However, just as Long Chen walked towards the true martial emperor Wei, a beautiful and elegant girl, who attracted everyone's attention, descended from the sky. Her long dress and veil fluttered in the wind. Her clothes and skirt were rather long, and her skirt was several meters long. It was like the tail of a phoenix, fluttering in the air. This Feng Jilin was indeed becoming more and more interesting. Her personality was filled with strong factors. At this moment, she suddenly stood in front of Long Chen. She must have come because of what she said earlier. Previously, she told Long Chen to prepare himself and that she would come and find him. Although Feng Jilin's personality was cold, her appearance was becoming more and more charming. Her eyes seemed to speak as she looked at Long Chen. It was like the eyes of a fox. Her thin pink lips moved as she asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have something to do now?" Long Chen knew her intentions. She wanted to fight, but Long Chen did not have time to deal with her now. He said, "Next time, I have something to do." Feng Jilin pursed her lips and stared at Long Chen. She said, "Sorry, it's a little late." After she said this, Long Chen looked up and saw a large number of cultivators descending from the sky. They arrived at the first floor of the five-element clear sky pagoda. They seemed to know what was going to happen, and they surrounded Long Chen and Feng Jilin excitedly from afar. More and more cultivators arrived. There were even many Nirvana Tribulation cultivators among them. The commotion increased. In the end, there were even many people in the upper echelon hiding in the crowd, waiting for the two to fight. Feng Zhilin smiled faintly and said, I discovered that the people of the martial god palace are very curious about your strength. I lost to you many times in public. This time, I managed to gain the upper hand. I want to regain all the dignity I lost to you. This daughter loved to cause trouble. He saved her for nothing. Long Chen knew that she was sick. If he did not beat her up, she would not be happy. These people were brought over by her. Long Chen was so powerful in 9-star Chaos City. There were already people comparing him to Feng Zhilin and Little Martial God. Long Chen was now in a difficult position. If he did not abuse the other party, this girl would not let him go. The 3 chapters of this month's explosive week were also returned. If there were no accidents, there would be 3 chapters tomorrow. After working so hard for a month, he could finally rest for a while. In November, he would start revising the texts. Even if there were 3 chapters a day, there would still be 10,000 words. 10,000 words a day was stable. The updates would still be ahead of 99% of the web novels. It was easy to reach 10,000 words a day. Who could last for more than 400 days? To be honest, my update speed is already a legend in the author's world. But in the reader's world, no matter how many chapters one update, even if I update 10 times a day, there will be people who will find it slow. A truly good novel can only be produced with a steady flow. Pushing and squeezing will only produce trash. Chapter 1468. Feng Zhilin's strength should be weaker than Fu Hai's, who had passed the second nirvana tribulation. To be honest, before building the god's kingdom, Long Chen tried to fight with her once. She could force him to use all his strength with just one move. She was indeed very strong. But now, Long Chen also wanted to try. His nirvana world's power had already surpassed hers. Was he stronger than her? From the last confrontation, Feng Zhilin had already seen the light of hope. Last time, there were not many people watching, and Long Chen had something to do, so she waited until now. More and more people came to watch. Basically, people from the 3 major factions, except for the top 3 martial venerables, were here. Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai were also in the crowd. The reason why Feng Zhilin knew that Long Chen had just sent Kitten out was probably because she heard it from them. Nangong Lai knew about Long Chen's situation the best. He smiled and said, this girl really knows how to make trouble. She has lost to him more than once, and now she is making such a scene. She is purely seeking pleasure from being abused. Wenren Jingtao didn't understand at all. What did it mean to seek pleasure from being abused? Apart from them, seeing that the young man and the young woman in the middle had already begun to confront each other, the crowd also began to discuss. Among them were many people from the cold martial palace. The rules were for the strong. They were all the new generation of strong people, and this battle was highly anticipated, so no one stopped them. Long Chen was someone who had been summoned by Zhenwu Great Emperor. Everyone wanted to know how strong he was to be summoned by Zhenwu Great Emperor. The Witch of the Wind is already in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. I heard that her comprehension of the way of the wind is quite profound in the 2 wind attributes of tearing and doppelganger, far surpassing experts of the same level. Just by relying on this extraordinary comprehension, she is incomparably outstanding. As for Long Chen, his situation is strange. Although his nirvana energy is strong, his primordial spirit is hidden too deeply, but his physical body is very strong. Each of them has their own strengths. If they really fight, I actually think that Lady Wind will be stronger. After all, Long Chen is only just stronger than Huang Yu. I don't believe that Long Chen has any ability. Let's wait and see. Martial Venerable Wenren Shi obviously wants Long Chen to replace Huang Yu to compete for the Saint Martial Emperor position. If he doesn't have this ability, no qualifications, no popularity, and is just an outsider, who would be willing to let him be the Saint Martial Emperor? Even if he becomes the Saint Martial Emperor, who would listen to his orders. That's right. Long Chen's only chance is to have outstanding strength. But in terms of strength, Martial God Palace already has a better choice than him. Martial Venerable Wenren, she must be anxious. Last time, during the Emperor's spiritual chi tide, he was the only one who didn't pass the Nirvana tribulation. Even if he did, there's nothing he can do. Little Martial God's immortal body is unbeatable. To the people of true Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen was an outsider who had just integrated into true Martial Emperor Palace. He didn't have any popularity, foundation, or contribution to true Martial Emperor Palace. He wasn't even trusted yet. If he wasn't the strongest among all the competitors, he basically wouldn't have a chance. They did admit that Long Chen was talented, but so what? Martial God Palace might have someone like him. Although Long Chen was a dragon martial artist, it was only a rumor. No one had seen Long Chen transform into a real dragon. Did you hear what they said? They said that you're not my match. Feng Jilin raised her chin and looked at him provocatively. Isn't it the same every time? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Long Chen glared at her and said. She enjoyed the feeling of Long Chen being flustered and exasperated in front of her. Yes, she was favored every single time, and she was defeated every single time. This was the shadow in Feng Jilin's heart. Suddenly, a commotion came from the crowd. It turned out that Long Chen didn't wait for his opponent to make a move and made the first move. His entire body was filled with nirvana energy, and his physical body had become incomparably terrifying. He was on a completely different level from a few days ago. When he displayed his strength and speed, few could catch up with him. He had put all his effort into dual swords. Of course, the god-slaying sword and Lingxi sword were unavoidable. The two slender divine swords and the strange sharpness gave everyone a shock. Whenever this youth fought, there would be a thick smell of blood on his body. No one could look at him directly, but they didn't trust his strength. What they trusted most was their own eyes. Long Chen was too young and too legendary. His legend was a little fake, so everyone wanted to see if he was as mysterious as the rumors said. You're still so strong. Feng Jilin was slightly annoyed. Long Chen was still the same, without any grace. Don't expect him to hold back. Usually, when he fought, he wouldn't let his opponent have a chance to rest. But Feng Jilin wasn't afraid, because she was a level higher than Long Chen. He had already touched the heavenly Tao. Her delicate body leapt up and floated in midair. The wild wind started to sweep Feng Lin away. She was the darling of the wind, and her long hair was the longest. Just like her long dress, it fluttered in the air and made loud sounds. The first level had a diameter of 30 miles. Everyone hurriedly dodged and retreated more than 10 miles away. They scrambled to watch the battle. Long Chen took the lead. The Lingxi sword was a killing move, but the one he used the most was the god-slaying sword. This was the sword of the god of war that had always been successful. The gray shiny slender sword body and the sharp sword tip made one's scalp go numb. Gray air currents swirled around it, and the skull's nostrils, ears, and mouth were moving like snakes. The god-slaying art was a Khanate Dao technique. Long Chen hadn't touched the heavenly Tao, so he couldn't fully understand the god-slaying art. He could only imitate the trajectory of the first word, but even so, it had already surpassed the power of a normal Khanate Dao technique. In everyone's eyes, wherever the gray sword chi went, Feng Jilin kept dodging. Feng Jilin was already fast, but Long Chen was like a gray phantom. He was powerful and domineering, making people unable to figure out his figure. One of the elements of the wind is tearing. This is an offensive element that belongs to the wind. Feng Jilin had temporarily cultivated the tearing Tao. The wind she controlled had the most terrifying tearing power. The surroundings seemed to be in her domain, and everything was under her control. She could even control the wind to form a wind wall made of nirvana power to block Long Chen's attack. Raging wind blades. In an instant, Feng Jilin laughed and flew up. A total of a dozen huge wind blades danced around her like sharp knives. Each wind blade was even stronger than the one she had displayed in front of the talisman residence. These wind blades contained all of Feng Jilin's understanding of the tearing power of the wind. Each wind blade's tearing power exceeded that of a normal Dao weapon. Even the demon clan's huge beasts could be torn apart by this tearing power. A few days ago, Long Chen had to use his strongest move with both swords at the same time to deal with a single wind blade. So many raging wind blades, can you still block them? Feng Jilin's laughter echoed in Long Chen's ears. This was her estimation of Long Chen's limit. She had overestimated it a little. After all, Long Chen had a hard time dealing with one wind blade previously. Come on. Long Chen held Lingxi's sword in a reverse grip, and the god-slaying sword pointed forward. His expression didn't change. He exerted strength in his legs and rushed towards his opponent. Very good. Amidst the commotion, Feng Jilin was very pleased. She flew up high and manipulated with both hands. Under her control, a dozen wind blades flew towards Long Chen. It was the same move as last time. Every wind blade gave Long Chen the feeling that it was the claw of a huge beast that was about to grab him. But this time, Long Chen laughed coldly. He exerted his full strength and a huge amount of Nirvana World's energy surged toward the god-slaying sword, almost causing it to explode. With his strong physical body that was comparable to a Nirvana tribulation that had passed the third Nirvana tribulation, the power was endless. The wind blades tore through the space and let out a terrifying shriek. In a short period of time, they flew towards Long Chen. Ha! Long Chen let out a roar and mustered all his strength. He didn't use any moves at all. The god-slaying sword split the heavens and the earth, turning into a gray sword shadow. He swept his hand horizontally and chopped the center of a wind blade. Dang! A terrifying loud sound reverberated. All the martial artists covered their ears subconsciously. They widened their eyes and looked over in shock. They saw Long Chen using his explosively strong body and a huge amount of Nirvana World energy to cut the first wind blade into pieces. This halberd was much stronger than the last time. Feng Jilin was shocked. She opened her mouth slightly. The strong man in the storm was still so strong. It made her feel extremely soft. She regained her senses and the other wind blades covered the sky and earth. In an instant, all of them pounced towards Long Chen. The crowd exclaimed. This was the rhythm of killing Long Chen. But then, Long Chen's movements increased by 10 times. He only used the god-slaying sword. Every wind blade that came, he used pure strength to swing the sword. The terrifying speed of his movements almost instantly shattered all the wind blades. Dang! After cutting the last wind blade, Long Chen pointed both his swords down and looked at her coldly. He asked in disdain, "Any more?" That arrogant attitude made Feng Jilin tremble. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. I originally thought that you wouldn't be able to make me fight to the point of madness and collapse. But it seems like it's still possible. Feng Jilin entered a strange state. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Long Chen knew that she was sick. She was a masochist. If he didn't torture her to her heart's content, she would continue to pester him. He didn't stand on ceremony with her. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. He suddenly rushed up and slashed his sword towards the sky. I have cultivated a total of 2 Connate Dao techniques. I have some small results. Feng Jilin said excitedly. Under her control, all the wind gathered towards her palm. Finally, it formed a 2-meter-long transparent blade. It was completely formed by the wind. This is the Connate Dao technique, Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter was a comprehension of the wind attribute that was suitable for tearing. Chapter 1469. Everyone had heard about Feng Jilin's training in these 2 aspects. Ever since the Sky Splitter blade, which was 10 times more terrifying than normal wind blades, appeared, the wild wind in her right hand gradually condensed into a 5-meter-tall man. This man was tall and strong, and only had a little of a human shape, but more like a wild beast. His entire body was made up of sharp green wind blades, and his body was in an incorporeal state. Furthermore, he was completely independent and could fight freely. At this moment, he was like a real person. He let out a tiger-like roar, and his body turned into thousands of green blades. Then, he madly rushed towards Long Chen. He instantly condensed into a human shape beside Long Chen, and punched towards Long Chen. Xiantian Dao was much more mystical than normal battle techniques. For example, the splitter could fuse with the comprehension of the laceration Dao. This clone was also a Xiantian Dao called Wind Slave. With Feng Jilin's current comprehension, she could only condense one Wind Slave. Legend has it that when the comprehension of the doppelganger Dao reached a high level, summoning billions of Wind Slaves wouldn't be a problem. The Heaven Splitter and Wind Slave combined to form Feng Jilin's unparalleled battle power. The battle was completely reversed at this moment. Feng Jilin was incomparably excited. With the Heaven Splitter in hand and Wind Slave's support, she started to fight Long Chen in close combat. Long Chen was originally full of respect for the Heavenly Dao. Now that he saw Feng Jilin, who had some understanding of the Heavenly Dao, attack, he was even more respectful. The Heavenly Dao was endless. Just the Wind Dao had countless branches. The Wind Dao would have as many branches as the attributes of the wind. Berserk, laceration, elegant, clone, roar, these were all the attributes of the wind. To learn all of the Wind Dao and comprehend it to perfection would probably exhaust Feng Jilin's entire life. After all, the Wind Dao was a type of Dao. For example, the chaotic Dao was a small Dao. One could learn it quickly, but if one couldn't master it in the future, there would be a limit. Long Chen's Slaughter Dao was the greatest Dao. It was the most ordinary Dao, but it had countless branches. The Slaughter Dao was just a branch of the Battle Dao. As for the Time Dao, it was a supreme Dao that was extremely rare. No matter what kind of Dao it was, as long as one cultivated it to the highest level, one would be able to become a god. While sighing at the terrifying power of the Heavenly Dao, Long Chen did not stay idle. The Heavenly Dao was terrifying, but Feng Jilin's comprehension was only at the level of an ordinary second-stage nirvana tribulation, and her physical body and nirvana power were inferior to him. You want to compete in close combat with me? Long Chen's dual sword technique was getting better and better. His speed was terrifying, and he could easily dodge Feng Jilin's Sky Splitter. Can't I? Feng Jilin was excited. Her eyes were sparkling, full of charm. She closed in on him. Her slender figure fluttered in the wind. It was so mesmerizing. At this moment, countless green blades formed Wind Slaves behind Long Chen. Wind Slaves roared. His fist filled with green blades suddenly pierced towards Long Chen's back. If he was hit by it, Long Chen's body would probably be crushed into pieces. Long Chen had expected this. At this critical moment, Wind Slaves stabbed the god-slaying sword behind him. He used all his strength to perform the 9 dragons devouring the sky. This was Long Chen's strongest attack at the moment, and it had surpassed part of the god-slaying art's destructive power. 9 terrifying divine dragons in the formation pattern turned into sword chi and surged out. They entangled Wind Slaves immediately. The 9 divine dragons bit and bit, causing Wind Slaves to scream in pain. He was pressed to the ground, struggling madly, but he could not move. Break! Long Chen bellowed. Slave Feng's body exploded under his sword attack. He couldn't move at all. While the god-slaying sword was suppressing Wind Slaves, Long Chen's Lingxi sword was not idle. He had been saving the Lingxi sword for this critical moment. While Long Chen was dealing with Wind Slaves, Feng Jilin seized the opportunity. The 2-meter-long Sky Splitter soared to the sky and slashed down. The earth shook. The Sky Splitter gathered all of Feng Jilin's understanding of the tearing Dao. Its destructive power was far greater than Wind Slaves. You can block it. Feng Jilin seemed to be sleep-talking. Her full chest was heaving up and down. Long Chen's eyes were cold. The Lingxi sword turned into a black light from bottom to top. The black light transformed into 4 sword chi. 2 of them blocked the sky splitter, while the other 2 rushed towards Feng Jilin. The 2 sword lights of the god-slaying art were not enough to block the sky splitter. However, Long Chen did not only attack. When he activated the god-slaying art, his left hand, which was holding the god-slaying sword, had already killed Wind slaves. He returned immediately and performed the second level of Extreme Finger of Universe, Time Stop. Time stopped. Without any suspense, the sky splitter froze. The power of the sky splitter could not be exerted. At this moment, Long Chen escaped from the fighting range of the sky splitter. The 2 black sword lights escaped the attack and pierced towards Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin held the sky splitter in her hand. The sky splitter could not move. If she did not run away, she would be hit by the sword light of the Lingxi sword. Being hit by the Lingxi sword was a serious matter. She had just condensed her primordial spirit, so she might not be able to withstand it. So, she suddenly retreated. At this moment, Long Chen was behind her. In that instant, he held her with one hand and put the god-slaying sword on her neck. With his strong physical strength, hugging her like this, the thick strength of his arm made Feng Jilin unable to move at all. Feeling the cold temperature on her neck, Feng Jilin's cold body suddenly softened. She was like a ball of cotton in Long Chen's arms. The 2 of them descended from the sky. Long Chen did not know if the other party would admit defeat. He did not dare to let go of her easily. One should know that he had spent a lot of effort to defeat this troublesome fellow. The spectators watched this scene with pale faces. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Long Chen had won too quickly. When they realized that Long Chen had already subdued Feng Jilin, they couldn't believe their eyes for a moment. However, this was the truth. At this moment, the crowd had an idea of Long Chen's strength. Those who were gossiping felt like they had been slapped in the face. Long Chen's fighting style was strong and hot-blooded. His strong physical body brought a huge visual impact to the crowd. The intense fight suddenly stopped. The place became quiet. However, very quickly, there was a thunderous applause. The applause was so loud that Feng Jilin had no choice but to admit defeat. The 2 of them landed on the ground. The crowd suddenly felt that Feng Jilin lowered her head and blushed. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of Long Chen hugging her so tightly. Long Chen also felt that the lady in his arms was especially soft. It was like the feeling of Lingxi nestling in his arms. She had long given up resisting. To think that he was hugging her so tightly to prevent her from retaliating. Feng Jilin had a good figure. Compared to Lingxi and Li Xuanji, she was more voluptuous. Hugging her in his arms, there was another sense of flesh. Her alluring scent could easily arouse one's imagination. However, Long Chen felt that she had given up resisting. Men and women should not touch, so he hurriedly let go. At the same time, he was guarding against her counterattack. She was a person who liked to act shamelessly. If he was careless and allowed her to defeat him, it would affect his plan to kill Fu Hai. That would be troublesome. Long Chen knew his limits. He had guessed correctly. Just as he let go, the other party suddenly turned around and pounced at him without any hesitation. This was an extremely dangerous moment. Long Chen snorted coldly. He was already prepared. He would not let her succeed. The god-slaying sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards her neck. If she dared to pounce on him, Long Chen would make her head fly off. However, at this moment, Long Chen saw Feng Jilin's innocent eyes. He was shocked and hurriedly stopped his attack. The next moment, Feng Jilin pounced into his arms and hugged his waist. Her waist-length hair swayed and her pretty face was already buried in Long Chen's chest. Long Chen raised his hands. The 2 swords in his hands almost stabbed Feng Jilin to death. if he did not stop in the end. Long Chen was stunned. What was this woman doing? Why did she pounce into his arms? Not only him, but the others were also confused. What was Feng Jilin doing? Could it be, no matter how they looked at it, there seemed to be something wrong with this scene? Could it be that Feng Jilin had someone she liked? Was it Long Chen? Those who liked to gossip couldn't help but guess that there was something fishy going on between the two of them. What are you doing? Long Chen put down his swords and stretched out his hands to pull her away. However, Feng Jilin was hugging very close. Long Chen was afraid that if he used too much strength, he would break her arms. Just as he was racking his brains, Feng Jilin naturally left his embrace. She stood up straight in front of Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with moving tears. Because she was a little nervous, her face was flushed. It was indeed a little intoxicating. She said word by word, "I am just thanking you. Don't think too much. I just want to tell you that I hated my past self. You saved me. I am grateful that you gave me a second life. You gave me a chance to experience life again. I think I will let you see another me. I won't let you down." This was what she wanted to say to Long Chen since she came back. However, she never had the chance. Today, she had still lost. But this was the easiest defeat she had ever had. She didn't feel any pressure. This kind of defeat and Long Chen's strength made her even happier. "Let's talk when we have time." Hearing the flirtatious discussions around her, Feng Jilin said this. Her long dress danced in the wind as she headed for the Jinwu Emperor path. In a few flashes, she had already left Long Chen's sight. Long Chen's mind wasn't clear. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. It was strange that it was so easy to understand. But he finally understood. In the future, Feng Jilin probably wouldn't go against him. She might even help him. He understood it so simply. Feng Jilin had left. The show was over. Long Chen saw Wenren Shi in the crowd. At the same time, he saw the other venerable martial artist, Yi Futu. Chapter 1470. It was Wenren Shi's first time seeing him fight. He looked at Long Chen with approval in the crowd. Feng Jilin was currently the strongest of the new generation in Yi Junyao's faction. She also had the chance to become a Saint Martial Emperor. Long Chen defeating her meant that the new generation in Wenren Shi's faction would be stronger than Feng Jilin. Of course, to become a Saint Martial Emperor, strength was the first factor, but it wasn't the only factor. An individual's decision-making ability, moral values, ability to control the overall situation, psychological quality, and so on were all very important. What the true martial emperor palace needed was a ruler, not a warrior. In fact, in everyone's eyes, the little martial god Yang Chen was a true warrior. There were only two things in his life, cultivation and battle. In his eyes, emotions were somewhat extravagant. Long Chen hadn't seen this so-called little martial god before, but his battle this time had alarmed one of the three martial venerables, Yi Futu, who was known as the Slaughter Martial Venerable. He had never seen Yi Futu before, but at first glance, he knew that it was him. He walked over surrounded by a group of Hanwu Hall cultivators. The Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, King of Hanwu, and the others followed behind him respectfully. Who else could this person be if not the Slaughter Martial Venerable, Yi Futu? However, Yi Futu's appearance didn't match the title of Slaughter Martial Venerable at all. Yi Futu also maintained the appearance of a young man. Unlike Wenren Shi's delicate and adorable appearance, he was only about 1.4 meters tall, but his body was slightly chubby. He was bald, and there were ring scars on his head. His face was chubby, and he was much rounder than a kitten. He wore a simple yellow robe that was loose and loose. His face was oily and he was smiling, like an innocent and adorable child. His appearance made it easy for others to get close to him. However, when they thought of the fact that he was the famous Slaughter Martial Saint of the three great emperor domains, Yi Futu, they would shrink back at the sight of him. Yi Futu had arrived before Long Chen had subdued Feng Jilin. After watching Long Chen's battle for a while, his face was full of smiles. His two deep dimples were so adorable that they made people's hearts tingle. He maintained the smile on his face, and after watching Long Chen for a while, he led the people from the Hall of Hanwu out of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Long Chen recalled that this massacre martial saint had another nickname, the Smiling Buddha. When he first saw the slaughter martial saint, he was shocked. However, what caught his attention even more was that Fu Hai was among the group of cold martial hall martialists who had just left. Fu Hai went out. Long Chen and Nangong Lai looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. In this case, he could make a trip to the Fu Manor to look for that Fu Ling and see the situation first. Otherwise, if he rashly dealt with Fu Hai, although he might be able to solve the problem, there would be many hidden dangers. After all, some things might not be as simple as he imagined. The commotion gradually dissipated. The crowd gradually left. The battle between Long Chen and Feng Jilin would definitely be known by everyone. However, Long Chen reckoned that they would be more interested in Feng Jilin's final desperate hug. If not for Long Chen holding back in time, she would have lost her life. Desperate for a hug. There were many tricks in this. The soul of gossip was burning fiercely. Long Chen met up with Nangong Lai alone. Nangong Lai went straight to the point and said, "I will stand guard here. Once they return, I will inform you. You are stronger than me. How about you sneak in and check out the situation?" Long Chen nodded in agreement. This way, Nangong Lai would not be in any danger. Long Chen did not wish for him to be in danger. For this kind of matter, it was enough for him to handle it himself. After the discussion, Long Chen did not linger and headed towards the 8th floor of the Fu Manor. This matter should have been carried out a long time ago, but it was interrupted by Feng Jilin. This did not affect Long Chen's anger. He just concealed it. It could be said that he was a fearless person. Jinwu the Great would never allow him to be killed. Therefore, he knew that he could cause as much trouble as he wanted Han Yunxing to live. Right now, his sense of belonging to the true martial emperor palace was not as important as Han Yunxing. With Long Chen's current strength, he was at a high level in the entire Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. He was much more powerful than ordinary people when he secretly approached the Fu Manor. The Fu Manor was Fu Hai's home. Nangong Lai had already found out that there were 3 Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors in Fu Hai's family. However, they had been out on missions these days. In other words, there were no Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors in the Fu Manor when Fu Hai was not around. Long Chen had also learned about Fu Ling. She was young and her cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye was very useful for those at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. With his current cultivation, he could easily locate Fu Ling. It was a dungeon. He held his breath and entered the Fu Manor from outside the wall. There were many warriors inside, but they were not even at the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. They could not detect Long Chen at all. Long Chen quietly entered the dungeon and instantly knocked out 2 guards at the great perfection of the martial way. Although it was a dungeon, it was very luxurious. Fu Ling did not receive any abuse. She was sleeping on the bed and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Although she was young, she was very charming. Not only was she charming in appearance, but her temperament was also very charming. It was no wonder that Han Yunxing was moved. With his current temperament, it was difficult for people of the same age to move him. A young girl who was lively and cheerful and persistent in love might be able to move him more. Long Chen knew that although Han Yunxing was very controlling, he was a sentimental person deep down. He was sincere to Nangong Lai and took good care of Long Chen. However, if something were to happen to him, the matter between Long Chen and Lingxi had also been opposed by the other party's father. He had experienced this deeply and could not tolerate it. Furthermore, it involved Han Yunxing's life. He was already sufficiently calm to be able to control himself and not start a massacre. If it was in the past, he definitely would not have been able to endure it until now. Long Chen gently woke up the girl who had fallen asleep after crying. Fu Ling woke up in fright and shrank to the corner of the bed. She looked at Long Chen in horror and was about to scream when Long Chen said softly, "I'm Long Chen. Han Yinxing is my uncle." His words caused the other party to calm down. She took a few breaths to stabilize her emotions. She tidied herself up and stood up. She looked outside the dungeon and said nervously, "I've heard about you from Uncle Han." "Why are you here?" Fu Hai went out. "I snuck in to ask you. Time waits for no man. I want to save my Uncle Han." "Answer my question," Long Chen said softly. Fu Ling's mental fortitude was also very strong. She was a good woman. Long Chen could see that from her expression. Fu Ling nodded quickly. Long Chen asked, "Tell me what happened first." Fu Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Simply put, I love him very much. I finally moved him and made him put aside the past to be with me. I like him like crazy, but my father objected. I didn't expect his attitude to be so intense. Because of his age and background, he looked down on him. He imprisoned Uncle Han in his god nation. If I hadn't threatened to kill myself, he would have killed Uncle Han long ago. It was probably out of habit for her to call Han Yinxing that way. Later, they fell in love over time, but it couldn't be changed." From her eyes, Long Chen saw the same gaze as Lingxi's. That was her persistence and dedication to love. She wasn't afraid of the secular world's eyes, she wasn't afraid of anything. She only wanted to pursue the person she liked. Such a woman was worthy of respect. Before Long Chen could ask, Fu Ling continued. She said anxiously with tears in her eyes, "I know you're very strong, but you're not my father's match. A few days ago, you appeared at the door and saw through my father's affairs. This made him very angry. He has a bad temper and is difficult to negotiate with. It was my one-sided love that harmed Uncle Han. I shouldn't have contacted him, don't cry. Tell me the solution," Long Chen said calmly. The anger in his heart had already burned from his toes to the top of his head. Their story was so similar to his. However, Long Chen's current goal was to kill Fu Ling's father. However, he knew that Fu Hai was also not Fu Ling's biological father. He was just an orphan that he brought back from outside. In the Fu residence, there were many people with the same status as Fu Ling. The people of the martial god palace would usually bring back many talented youths from outside and adopt them as their adopted children. When they grew up and became super geniuses, they would also gain a lot of benefits. Fu Ling calmed down and said, "I only found out a very important thing a few days ago. Fu Hai is much more ruthless than I imagined. He cares about his face and dignity, but he never cares about my feelings. Maybe he really loves me, but it's not to the extent that I imagined. He promised not to kill Uncle Han, but he used despicable means." Long Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. He asked, "What means?" "In this world, there is a kind of poisonous insect called goo. He asked someone for a kind of terrifying god-devouring goo and planted it in Uncle Han's body. He has a Dao tool goo bell, and as long as he uses the nirvana force to activate the goo bell to make a sound, the god-devouring goo will devour Uncle Han's god martial spirit, causing him to die instantly." Long Chen clenched his fists tightly. His chest was about to explode. Not only did Fu Hai imprison him, but he also used such despicable means. Han Yinxing's life was in the hands of Fu Hai. Long Chen was very glad that he did not kill Fu Hai directly. Otherwise, even if Fu Hai died, he could use nirvana force to activate the goo bell and kill Han Yinxing. It did not matter if Fu Hai died, but if Han Yinxing died, so what if he killed Fu Hai? Long Chen was burning with anger, but he restrained himself and thought of a way. Chapter 1471. Hatred and rage burned in Xiao Chen's chest. Long Chen found it hard to breathe. He rarely felt so hot-headed. A man that Xiao Chen respected was imprisoned in Fu Hai's deity nation, tortured, and on his last breath. He was even poisoned by the spirit-devouring goo, which controlled his life. As long as Fu Hai used his nirvanic energy and shook the Dao Tool Goo bell, the spirit-devouring goo would take effect and Han Yinxing would die instantly. This made Long Chen extremely angry, but it also made him feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, he racked his brains. Actually, I understand. My father is not a good person. I'm afraid his purpose in getting Uncle Han to leave the martial god palace was to find a place to finish him off without anyone knowing. That way, I would not know and would not commit suicide. He felt that this matter would affect his reputation greatly. If I committed suicide, it would affect him even more. I really cannot see how he values my life at all. Or perhaps, in his eyes, his reputation is more important than the lives of his adopted children. Fu Ling was not a fool. She knew why Han Yinxing did not agree even at death's door. Although Long Chen's mind was in a mess, he could conclude that there were two main obstacles to overcome. The first was to get Han Yinxing out of Fu Hai's deity nation. Otherwise, if Fu Hai did not agree, Long Chen could only kill him to open his deity nation. However, Fu Hai could easily kill Han Yinxing during that process. The second obstacle was if Han Yinxing could come out, was there a way to prevent him from using his nirvanic energy to activate the Dao Tool Goo bell? Then, what was the way to break the spirit-devouring goo? These two obstacles made Long Chen's mind very confused. Sorry, I harmed him. I deserve to die. Fu Hai is hot-tempered, but he is very meticulous. He would never let me be with Uncle Han. He would even kill us. He kept us alive so that his reputation would not be affected and he could resolve this matter quietly. Fu Ling's face was covered in tears, and hatred appeared in her eyes. It looked like she did not have a good time in Fu Hai's residence. The first hurdle was fine. Fu Hai wanted Han Yinxing to leave the martial god palace voluntarily. As for the first hurdle, at that moment, a noise came from outside. Long Chen hid himself and looked down. The person who came in was beyond his expectation. It was Feng Jilin. She seemed to have followed Long Chen all the way here. She stood at the door with a cold face and said, "Maybe I can help." It's her. Long Chen remembered that she had visited Fu Hai before. Their relationship should be quite good. Come in. Long Chen trusted her. From the day he saved her, the two of them were no longer enemies. Although Feng Jilin still wanted to compete with him, when it came to other issues, the two of them were on the same side. Long Chen quickly explained the situation in front of Fu Ling. Fu Hai is so stubborn. So boring. Feng Jilin muttered in disgust. Then, she looked at Long Chen and said, "Looks like I came at the right time. I was wondering what you were so anxious about. So this is why. This is easy. First, with my relationship with Fu Hai, we can persuade him to let Han Yinxing go. Then, we can take him away from the martial god palace. Fu Hai does not know that we know about the spirit-devouring goo. Moreover, with my relationship, he should let Han Yinxing go. After he lets him go." Feng Jilin looked at Long Chen and said, "That depends on whether you have the ability to subdue him. Let him enter a state where his mind is fuzzy and he is seriously injured. Then, I can use this." She took out a dark green rope. It emitted a horrifying vitality like the vine of a plant. This is a doctrine weapon with 4 Dao patterns. If the imprisoned person is at Fu Hai's level, as long as the imprisonment is successful, I am confident that he will not be able to use the slightest bit of nirvana power for 15 minutes. You will be able to do whatever you want to him. At that time, you will be able to ask for the cure of the spirit-eating curse, Feng Jilin said confidently. Long Chen seemed to see the light of hope. This was the most complete method at the moment. Fu Hai did not know that Long Chen and the others knew about the spirit-devouring goo. Therefore, when Long Chen was fighting with him, he would not choose to kill Han Yunxing on the spot. He would only do this when he was desperate. Most importantly, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin had to cooperate quickly and accurately to not give each other any chance to activate the goo bell. Long Chen had to injure Fu Hai with one blow. Only when Fu Hai was injured could Feng Zhilin use her Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns to bind him. Why didn't you use this Dao artifact to fight me in the previous battle? Long Chen was a little surprised. A Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns was similar to Wang Chen's heaven-shrouding death wheel. I just wanted to see how strong you are. Why did I use it? Some people don't know how to take care of the fairer sex. Feng Zhilin rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. This is the only way. Long Chen thought for a while. This was the only way. With Feng Zhilin's help, it was much more convenient. Also, she was Lin Juanyao's disciple, which was very useful to Long Chen. If Wenren Jingtao attacked, it would be different. At that time, even if Yifutu was angry, what could he do? Lin Junyao would not watch Feng Zhilin be killed. Fu Ling listened and felt that this was a good idea. It was risky, but it was the only way. She almost knelt down. Long Chen held her and said, "Don't be too dramatic. Pretend we were never here. It's up to us." Fu Ling bit her lip and said, "If possible, can you not kill Fu Hai? After all, he was the one who raised her." "I will try." Long Chen and Feng Zhilin looked at each other and walked out. The 2 guards here had been killed by Long Chen, so when Fu Hai and the others came back, Long Chen had to come and greet them immediately. They couldn't give him a chance to see Fu Ling. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The key was to not let the god-eating parasite act up and find a way to cure it. To prevent people from coming in and finding out what was going on, Long Chen and Feng Zhilin had been waiting at the side of the dungeon for news. "Hey!" Feng Zhilin stared at him. "What?" Long Chen asked. "Didn't you say thank you?" she said angrily. Long Chen came to his senses and chuckled. "Thank you, your smile is so forced." Feng Zhilin couldn't stand him. But she understood. Long Chen was anxious and angry. He was giving off a murderous vibe all the time. Fu Ling wanted Long Chen to show mercy, but Long Chen wasn't sure what would happen next. If he failed and Han Yunxing was killed, he would go crazy. "Are you sure you can deal with Fu Hai?" "He is better than me," Feng Zhilin asked. "Yes," Long Chen said with certainty. In front of anger, he was confident. The vast kingdom of God in his body was almost as powerful as Fu Hai's nirvana. It wasn't just for show. Long Chen didn't show his full power when he fought Feng Zhilin. After waiting for a long time, Long Chen finally received Nangong Lai's signal. He restored the dungeon to its original state. No one would come in for a while. Then, he and Feng Zhilin quickly left Fu Manor. Indeed, after Long Chen went out, he saw Fu Hai leading the way toward the Talisman Manor. What was a little unexpected was that in addition to Fu Hai, there were more than a dozen General Han warriors following him. These General Han warriors were talking to Fu Hai with smiles on their faces. It seemed that they were Fu Hai's subordinates. Among them, 2 or 3 were in the late stage of nirvana. This team increased the difficulty of Long Chen's fight. Feng Zhilin tilted her head and looked at him. There was no fear in his eyes. When Fu Hai approached, he suppressed his anger and walked towards Fu Hai's team from the side. Feng Zhilin walked past him with a smile on her face. She welcomed Fu Hai at the entrance of Fu Manor and said, "Senior Fu, we have a small matter to discuss with you." If it was just Long Chen alone, Fu Hai would definitely not discuss it with him. He might even attack him directly. However, Feng Zhilin was different. She was a great beauty, and she also had the relationship of Lin Junyao, a martial venerable. Yi Futu and Wenren she had a conflict, but both of them wanted Lin Junyao. Therefore, almost no one dared to provoke anyone from Lin Juanyao's faction. Fu Hai glanced coldly at Long Chen, and then he smiled, of course. Miss Feng, follow me into the Talisman Estate. Then, he personally led the way for Feng Jilin. Long Chen knew that he had to act like a coward at this moment. Therefore, he lowered his head and let Feng Jilin follow him into the courtyard. Fu Hai was one of the kings of Cambrian. Fu Manor was very big. They stopped in a spacious area in the courtyard. A dozen Cambrian generals walked behind Fu Hai and stared at Long Chen and Feng Jilin. Fu Hai smiled. Miss Feng, if you have anything to say, we can talk now. Feng Jilin went straight to the point. Senior Fu, you should know that Long Chen is a good friend of mine from the 3000 Palace. I heard from him that Senior Fu might have imprisoned Han Yunxing. Therefore, I'm here to help him ask. If Han Yunxing has offended Senior Fu, I'll apologize on his behalf. I just don't know if Senior Fu can be magnanimous and let Han Yunxing go for Jilin. Hearing this, Fu Hai squinted his eyes. He looked past Feng Jilin and looked at Long Chen. Kid, are you so sure that I imprisoned Han Yunxing? Long Chen lowered his head. That day, I tested you and saw that you wanted to kill me. I think it's not far from the truth. Fu Hai was deep in thought. In fact, he knew that his behavior that day was very obvious. He had the god-eating insect and could kill Han Yunxing anytime he wanted. This guy was a problem in his god kingdom. Today, Han Yunxing had a good attitude and came to ask for him. Why not beat him at his own game? P.S. I've returned everything I should. I don't owe you anything now. Chapter 1472. The laws of the martial god palace were not as strict as those of the 3000 palaces. Given his status as the Cambrian king, it was acceptable for him to punish Han Yunxing, a junior. However, if he killed Han Yunxing for no reason or imprisoned him for too long, it would not be good for his reputation. Fu Hai thought to himself, it's not good to keep this fellow in the god nation for too long. These two fellows can bring him out and save me some trouble. He was eager for Long Chen and the others to bring Han Yunxing away. However, it was not so easy for him to let Han Yunxing go so easily. Fu Hai simply admitted to what Long Chen had said. He laughed mockingly and said, "You're right. I did imprison Han Yunxing because he did something he shouldn't have done. He offended me. As his elder, I naturally have the right to teach him a lesson." Before Fu Hai released Han Yunxing, Long Chen did not dare to show too much of himself. I hope that Senior Fu will be magnanimous and not bother with my Uncle Han. Long Chen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. He had been so bold before. If he was too humble, it would seem very fake. This act was just nice to not arouse Fu Hai's suspicion. Fu Hai's gaze was focused on Long Chen. Wen Renxi's faction was a great enemy of Yi Fuda's faction. It was impossible for Fu Hai to not hate Long Chen, who had just appeared and was able to defeat Feng Jilin. Long Chen had come to his door to hate him. Although he had the same intention, he would not feel comfortable if he did not use this opportunity to make fun of this brat. He stared at Long Chen and smiled coldly. "You want me to release him?" Very simple. Long Chen did not say anything and waited for Fu Hai's conditions. Indeed, Fu Hai continued, "However, you have to agree to two of my conditions." Long Chen said, "Please speak, Senior Fu." Fu Hai's arrogant attitude made Long Chen very unhappy. If not for Han Yunxing, with Long Chen's current ability, Fu Hai would not have the right to show off in front of him. Fu Hai laughed loudly, his voice rough. "The first condition is that Han Yunxing must leave Martial God Palace forever." He said in a rough voice, "The first condition is that Han Yunxing must leave the Wuxian Palace forever and never let me see him again. Since you are all here, you must know what happened between him and my daughter. My daughter is not even a tenth of his age. This Han Yunxing is just a vagabond. He has neither strength nor status. His potential has reached its limit, and he wants to touch my daughter? He should take a good look in the mirror. So if you don't agree to take him away and never let him come back, I will not agree to let him go. Fu Hai spoke without any hesitation. Long Chen gritted his teeth and his gaze turned gloomy. He looked like he was ready to make a move at any moment. This was similar to what Fu Hai expected. Youths were indeed youths. No matter how talented they were, it was useless. As for Han Yunxing, under the control of the spirit-devouring goo, he could only wake up when Fu Hai wanted him to. At least within the martial god palace, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Jilin stopped Long Chen and said calmly, now that things have reached this point, they probably know that they were wrong. This is impossible, so I will agree on their behalf. At that time, I will personally send him out of Martial God Palace and never let him return. How could Long Chen not know what this fellow was thinking? He wanted Han Yunxing to leave Martial God Palace obediently first. After all, Fu Hai was not in a rush. He could wait for half a month or even half a year before he rang the bell and let Han Yunxing die. At that time, who would know that he was the one who killed Han Yunxing? At that time, Fu Ling would probably forget about Han Yunxing. Han Yunxing himself did not know about the existence of the spirit-devouring goo. Long Chen had a very unwilling expression on his face. Fu Hai looked at him mockingly and said, I heard that you and the daughter of the Lingwu swordmaster also have such a story. It is really disgusting. Are you uncle and nephew people who don't know how to be ashamed of yourselves? There is such a big gap between the two sects and you don't even know how much you are worth. You are so shameless. You are actually a member of Martial God Palace. I feel ashamed for you. Shut up. To be honest, this fellow's face was much uglier than the Lingwu swordmaster. There was only one thing in Long Chen's mind now, and that was to kill him. Haha. Fu Hai laughed and pointed at Long Chen, you are Wenren Shi's treasure. In my eyes, you are just a pile of shit. Don't you want me to let Han Yunxing go? It is very simple. I have a second condition. The second condition is, if you can defeat all the General Hanwu behind me but cannot kill them, I will let Han Yunxing go. This condition was for Long Chen. Long Chen thought quickly, let me defeat them. 3 of them are in the late stage of nirvana tribulation. Their strength is close to Feng Jilin's. If they work together, they will be harder to deal with than Feng Jilin. But I can't show too much strength. Otherwise, it will be hard to deal with him later. With a plan in mind, Long Chen acted like he should. He walked past Feng Jilin and said coldly and domineeringly, in that case, come at me together. Fu Hai applauded and mocked, how courageous. As expected of someone who has been summoned by the great emperor. Everyone, come at me together. Be careful not to kill him. After that, he stepped back and waved to Feng Jilin, Lady Feng, come here. Let's watch together. This was an unexpected change, but Feng Jilin believed that Long Chen could handle it. She came to Fu Hai's side. Why are you helping this guy? Fu Hai asked curiously. He saved my life once. I am repaying him, Feng Jilin said. To repay a debt of gratitude. Oh. To be saved by such a person is really an uncomfortable thing. But fortunately, I thought that Miss Feng liked this kid. It gave me a fright. Fu Hai said with a chuckle. Feng Jilin frowned slightly. No matter where she went, there was still an old man who wanted to take advantage of her, and the man she really cared about still didn't care about her. At this time, Long Chen was surrounded by more than a dozen Cambrian generals. He had too much resentment in his heart, and this was the perfect time to vent it. He just needed to not go too far. If necessary, he could hold back and pretend that he won with difficulty. Brothers, let's go. More than a dozen Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts surrounded Long Chen without any explanation, and then attacked him one by one. They were all people who had achieved great success in the martial Dao, and were very good at controlling their own attack power. Even in a narrow environment, they were able to do it with ease. More than a dozen Nirvana realm warriors had a combined combat power that was stronger than Feng Jilin's. Ordinary people would not be able to break through. In fact, even Fu Hai himself would not be able to defeat so many people. His main purpose was to torture Long Chen and wear down his spirit. A terrifying Nirvana power completely sealed off the courtyard. Among them, there were a few Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors who did not participate in the battle. Instead, they used binding-type Dao tools to imprison Long Chen. That way, they would be able to trample on him at will. Brothers, remember, don't kill him. Otherwise, if Wenren she comes looking for trouble, you will all have to bear the consequences. Fu Hai laughed loudly. Yes, boss. Those Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors didn't put Long Chen in their eyes at all. Each of them had already begun to practice an innate Dao that was suitable for them, but they were not as proficient as Feng Jilin. But even so, their attack power was still very terrifying, especially the three who had reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. One of them could fight against 3 to 5 other warriors. His surroundings were trapped in a world where he could not move due to the chaotic Nirvana energy. Brothers, if you don't want to attack first, then let the 3 of us attack first. 3 of the men who looked similar laughed loudly. The 3 of them attacked Long Chen from 3 directions. A huge amount of Nirvana Tribulation Realm was unleashed. Instantly, the space shook and Long Chen was suppressed to a corner. Long Chen's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it with all his might. 2 slender and sharp swords appeared in his hands. With his terrifying speed, Long Chen broke out of the encirclement. The God-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword were unleashed respectively and attacked 2 of the warriors who were only in the early stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. With one move, Long Chen shocked everyone. The one who was attacked by the God-slaying sword was fine. He was only bleeding and retreating in a sorry state. The other one was stabbed by the sword chi of the Lingxi sword. His eyelids rolled and he fell to the ground unconscious. He almost lost his breath. This kid is strange. Everyone, attack together and take him down. The warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm finally reacted. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. One by one, they surrounded Su Mo and used all their Dao weapons. Staffs, rods, seals, and even ropes and iron chains fell from the sky. Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram. Long Chen used this move without hesitation. When he saw Long Chen casually changing in the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram, Fu Hai's expression changed. This kid, the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram was a bloodline mystique. When Long Chen was fighting Feng Jilin, he didn't use it. This mystique was most suitable for a chaotic battle. As long as the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram was used, Long Chen was almost invincible. The move that he used to defeat Wang Chen was actually the explosion of the Primordial Blood Hell Formation Diagram. This was Long Chen's most terrifying killer move, especially after his Nirvana Tribulation Realm's power increased greatly. Fu Hai's sharp senses told him that Long Chen could win by relying on this mystique. As expected, no one was able to hit Long Chen while they were rapidly moving around. Their advantage of surrounding him had been completely nullified. Kid, if you have guts, don't just run away. I'll kill you. Yeah, if you have guts, don't run away. Chapter 1473. To be honest, if Long Chen hadn't been afraid of scaring Fu Hai, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time with them after using the ancient blood hell diagram. He could have easily changed his position and eliminated their advantage of besieging him. Then, he could have defeated them immediately. However, in order to win, he still endured for a long time. He dealt with his opponents one by one. When he knew that there were only a few people left, Fu Hai's face was completely black. He shouted, "Everyone, stop!" Originally, he wanted to use the encirclement to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. However, he did not expect that because of Long Chen's magical ability to break the encirclement became a burden. Long Chen dealt with more than a dozen people one by one, and they were all defeated by Long Chen. In Fu Hai's view, this was the effect of the bloodline magic ability. If Fu Hai had this bloodline magic ability, he would be able to deal with everyone in a few blinks of an eye. In his subconscious, Long Chen's combat power was still not as good as his. The reason why Long Chen lasted for so long was to let Fu Hai think this way. Trash, get back here. He wanted to humiliate Long Chen, but he was humiliated by Long Chen instead. Fu Hai was very angry, and his rough face had turned black. He walked towards Long Chen, stood on the steps, and looked down at the exhausted Long Chen. He shouted, "It seems that your strength is not bad. You are qualified to compete with the little martial god. But if you think you have a chance of winning just because of this, then you are wrong. In the eyes of all the cultivators of Martial God Palace, you are outsiders. You better not have any ideas. I, Fu Hai, am willing to accept my loss. You actually won. As long as you swear to take Han Yinxing away from Martial God Palace and never come back, I will let him go." Long Chen wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Those dozens of Cambrian generals were not easy to deal with. After defeating them all, he still consumed some of his energy, but it didn't matter. Most of it was just an act by Long Chen. He knew that the real exciting moment was coming. Everything was going according to plan. Long Chen really wanted to kill this stubborn old guy right now. He squinted his eyes and stubbornly looked at Fu Hai for a while. "What are you looking at? Don't you want to swear? Do you believe that I won't kill him now?" Fu Hai roared. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He had to pretend that he was unwilling to give in. "I swear on my dignity, I will take him away and never let him come back." Fu Hai sneered and said, "What the hell is your dignity? But you can do it. Do you know the price of fooling me?" At this time, Feng Jilin walked past the injured Cambrian generals and came to Long Chen's side. Fu Hai glanced at the pretty Feng Jilin and said, "Today, I am giving you uncle and nephew a chance on account of Miss Feng. Don't think that this is your territory the moment you arrive at the Martial God Palace. You are still far from it. Take Han Yinxing and scram quickly. Such trash wants to be with my daughter? Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Don't you know how old you are?" As he spoke, he opened the God Nation. Long Chen was enduring. Every word the other party said was so unpleasant. If Han Yinxing's life was not in the other party's hands, he would not have said so much to the other party. Sure enough, the other party still got Han Yinxing out according to the plan. Long Chen held his breath and tried his best to remain calm. However, when he saw Han Yinxing, he couldn't help but feel his blood rush to his head and he almost attacked him. All the blood in his body was roaring and the air in his chest was expanding. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot, turning red. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his arms bulged. Fu Hai held the unconscious Han Yinxing in his hand and looked at Long Chen's angry expression. He laughed loudly and said, "What's wrong? Little fellow, are you very angry? Do you want to fight me? I welcome that." In his hands, Han Yinxing was on the verge of death. The handsome man of the past was now in a miserable state. His hands and feet had been chopped off by Fu Hai, and his remaining torso was in a mess. There were wounds all over it, and there were also many burn marks. This Fu Hai cultivated the Tao of fire. Only he could turn Han Yinxing into a charred black, inhuman shape. This is the price of not recognizing reality. This is the price of not being able to recognize reality, wanting to change from a sparrow to a phoenix, wanting to encroach on my daughter. Han Yinxing deserves all this. I, Fu Hai, have a good temper. I don't want his life, I just want him to leave the Martial God Palace forever. However, if he dares to return, his fate will not be as simple as it is now. Only you would want to take back such a filthy thing. I would be afraid of dirtying my deity's nation. After Fu Hai spoke, he tossed the charred Han Yinxing, who was missing all 4 limbs, to Long Chen. Long Chen's expression was incomparably gloomy. Even Feng Jilin, who was standing beside him, trembled. She rarely saw Long Chen in such a state. That undisguised killing intent caused her, who was the closest to him, to tremble and retreat a few steps. She looked up in shock and saw Long Chen's hands trembling as he let Han Yunxing enter his deity nation. Indeed, Long Chen's hands were trembling. He did not make a sound and slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes revealed a horrifying baleful aura as he stared at Fu Hai. Fu Hai felt as though he had entered a boundless blood-colored world. All the sounds in the surroundings had disappeared. The hatred and bloodlust radiating from this youth was shocking. Even Fu Hai could feel that this youth was on the verge of exploding. If not for Han Yunxing's miserable state, Long Chen would not be so angry. This was the man he respected. However, under the torture of this beast, he was in such a miserable state. He even had a spirit-devouring goo in his body. Fu Hai was stunned. Given his strong character, he naturally would not be frightened by Long Chen. He could not help but roar, "Why? Brat, you already have the person. Do you still dare to fight me in the martial god palace? Do you think you can kill me? If you have such thoughts, hurry up and attack. If you offend me, I can take your life." Fu Hai smiled coldly and said, "You dare to be so arrogant in front of me at such a young age. When I was arrogant, your father was still playing with mud." There was nothing more to say. Feng Jilin looked at Long Chen worriedly. Fu Hai was sure that Long Chen would not dare to attack. He understood this brat too well. He was here to ask for help. If he dared to attack, he would be too bold and impulsive. However, what he could never have imagined was that Long Chen would suddenly let out a roar and, like a wild beast, immediately pounced at the sea of talismans that was just inches away from him. "You are courting death. Don't blame me," Fu Hai said with a cold laugh. Long Chen didn't put away the ancient blood hell diagram at all. He only kept the ancient snow domain with him. The blood-colored movement technique was spread out on his body. He was already prepared and was just waiting for the moment the other party handed over Han Yunxing. Anger and hatred. However, Long Chen did not lose his mind. He used the ancient blood hell formation and appeared behind Fu Hai in a flash. Lock. Under his control, the surrounding space was sealed by him. In order to coordinate with the ancient hell of blood formation, Long Chen even specially took out some Dao artifacts for research. Among the large number of Dao artifacts he had, there were some types of Dao artifacts that had such an effect. For example, at this moment, Long Chen sucked him and Fu Hai into a purple gold gourd at the fastest speed. This purple gold gourd was a Dao tool with one Dao pattern. If one was sucked in, it would be difficult to break out of the purple gold gourd if one's strength was below the late stage of nirvana tribulation. For the current Long Chen, this kind of Dao tool with only one Dao pattern was basically useless in battle. However, Long Chen could use it to support the ancient blood hell formation. Fu Hai burst out laughing. He stood face to face with Long Chen in the narrow purple gold gourd. He pointed at the purple gold gourd and said, "No matter what, you are the strongest of the new generation on Wenren Shi's side. He actually let you use this kind of rubbish Dao tool. Is Wenren Shi too poor, or are you too poor?" At this point, he suddenly closed his mouth. He saw that Long Chen's eyes were filled with a cold, bloodthirsty light. The blood-red spell formation on his body flickered, and a terrifying destructive power gathered on his body. It grew larger and larger, and in a short moment, it surpassed the limits of what Fu Hai could bear. At that moment, Fu Hai finally understood what was going on. He realized that this young man seemed to have long been prepared to kill him. Everything that had happened previously seemed very suspicious, and now it was even more suspicious. However, Fu Haijin did not know what the young man's motives were. What benefits did he gain from killing him? It was simply because he was very angry. Long Chen did not give him a chance to think. He immediately detonated the ancient blood hell formation. The incomparably terrifying power was released. Although Fu Hai was slightly prepared to resist, he still bore the brunt because he was in the narrow space of the purple gold gourd. Such a terrifying power had actually exploded in such a narrow space. Just how terrifying was the resulting power? It could be said that the talisman C was instantly drowned out by that power. The violet gold gourd was a Dao item, but it was instantly shattered by the power that was released and exploded. There was a loud bang that shook the entire 5 elements clear sky pagoda. Long Chen did not care so much. He only cared about releasing the anger in his heart. That terrifying power directly blew up more than half of Fu Hai's body, causing him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. If Long Chen wanted to kill him, he only needed to add another slash. The other party's nirvana power was currently healing his body. This was a critical moment. Long Chen rushed forward and threw Fu Hai's body in the direction of Feng Jilin. Everything happened in an instant. Chapter 1474. Just now, he was really angry, so he was a bit more ruthless. Fortunately, he didn't kill Fu Hai right away. He still had a chance to ask about the method to cure the god-devouring insect. The feeling of releasing all the power in his body was very refreshing. Following that was a feeling of exhaustion. Long Chen did not allow himself to be tired. That explosion could be said to have blasted out all the depression in his heart. Fu Hai was courting death. Long Chen had already reached his limit. This old man was rude and unreasonable. Long Chen didn't care who he was. It was still a critical moment. Long Chen had gotten his revenge, and his mind had regained some clarity. Although he was a bit tired, he still reacted immediately. At this time, Feng Jilin had already made her move. She used the Dao tool with 4 Dao patterns to completely tie up Fu Hai. This Dao tool had the effect of controlling nirvana power. Fu Hai was seriously injured, so he couldn't use his nirvana power at all, let alone the Gu Bell. With Fu Hai's current state, Feng Jilin could trap him for half a month. However, the explosion just now had alarmed a lot of people. Long Chen knew that he didn't have much time left. Fu Hai didn't die. His nirvana power was sealed, so he couldn't even restore his body. Now, his whole body was burnt black. He was in a much worse state than Han Yunxing. This was retribution. The severe pain made me scream. My eyes were filled with panic and shock as I looked at the indifferent young man who was gradually approaching me. Long Chen's temperament had changed. Just now, he was an angry beast, but now, he was an indifferent machine. The current Long Chen finally made Fu Hai feel fear. The ancient blood prison formation had subdued Fu Hai, but there were still more than a dozen General Cambrian who were not injured yet. Before Long Chen started to interrogate Fu Hai, he didn't say a word. Instead, he dragged his swords and charged towards the General Cambrian. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back. The enemies were basically all injured. The Lingxi sword was a super divine weapon that could reap lives. Under the Lingxi sword, all the Cambrian generals died tragically on the spot. Long Chen, you are crazy. You actually killed so many people. You will not have a good ending. You will be punished by the entire martial god palace, the few remaining Cambrian generals threatened as they fled frantically. You guys are scaring me. Long Chen reversed the situation and chased after them. His voice was ice cold, causing one's hair to stand on end. Before, Long Chen was very humble in front of Fu Hai, but now, his behavior had exceeded the imagination of the Cambrian generals. They had never expected Long Chen to be so daring. With Long Chen's current strength, when he truly exploded out, his speed was terrifying. The Cambrian generals all screamed as they died. Long Chen didn't give them many chances, as he didn't have much time. As such, this massacre ended as quickly as it came. Long Chen, you will be punished to death. Even Wenren she won't be able to protect you. You are challenging the entire martial god palace. You are an outsider. You are the enemy of the entire martial god palace, the last cultivator shouted miserably as he retreated miserably. That's just what you think. When Long Chen thought of Han Yunxing's miserable state, there was no hesitation in his eyes. This was the rule of survival. If Long Chen didn't kill him, how could he find out about the spirit-devouring goo from Fu Hai? Fu Hai's eyes widened as he watched the cold-blooded youth kill the last General Cambrian. Lingxi's sword only pierced the General Cambrian's neck, but the General Cambrian fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Fu Hai had never heard of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator dying after being pierced in the neck. After finishing off all his opponents, Long Chen rushed back and lifted Fu Hai up with one hand. His cold eyes stared at the middle-aged man who was like a piece of charcoal, and he said word by word, "Fu Hai, can you tell me that everything I did today was actually part of my plan?" Fu Hai's body trembled as he stared at Long Chen. If that was the case, then this youth's intelligence and cold-bloodedness were too horrifying. This was a true superior. Compared to him, the martial god had no guts or brains. Fu Hai smiled. He endured the pain and smiled. So what? You have already made a grave mistake. You will die miserably. Long Chen said, "Let me tell you, since I dared to do this, I must have a way to make no one dare to touch me. If my Uncle Han wasn't in your hands, you wouldn't have lived until today." Long Chen ruthlessly smashed him onto the ground, causing dust to fill the air. He stepped on Fu Hai's head, and the slender Lingxi sword pierced into his chest. Immediately, a piercing pain from the god martial spirit spread through Fu Hai's body, causing Fu Hai to once again let out an earth-shattering scream. "Let me ask you a question. Do you think I dare to kill you?" Long Chen's black Lingxi sword was pressed against Fu Hai's scorched forehead. He said, "I just need to stab you a little, and your 10,000 years of life will be destroyed. You will lose everything." Fu Hai didn't doubt it at all. When Long Chen killed those General Cambrian, he didn't doubt it at all. Long Chen kept him alive because he was still useful. At the same time, Fu Hai also knew that with such a big movement, there would be a large number of warriors rushing in. His heart was in a mess. "If you have anything to say, just say it." Fu Hai was quite stubborn. "How do you deal with the spirit-devouring goo?" Long Chen looked at him coldly. "Haha." Fu Hai let out a maniacal laugh. The more he laughed, the more it affected his injuries, and the more pain he felt. But he had lived for so many years, and he had seen his fair share of trials and tribulations. After laughing for a while, Long Chen didn't let him waste any more time. His spiritual dawn sword pierced 1 centimeter into the space between Fu Hai's eyebrows. Fu Hai's eyes instantly collapsed, and he let out another miserable howl. Long Chen had experienced that pain before. The pain from Lingxi's sword and the damage to his Yuan spirit were more painful than anything else. Fu Hai was still laughing. Fu Hai was still laughing. As he laughed, he said, "You little bastard, you want me to submit to you? Humph, just kill me. Don't even think about getting anything out of me. I'm not afraid of death, but you will definitely die next. It's worth it to exchange my life for a little genius like you. Besides, Han Yunxing has to die too. You've made me so miserable today, and you still want me to give you a chance to complete your plan? Don't even think about it. Hurry up and kill me. Hurry up and kill me." He recovered a little and roared at Long Chen. Long Chen hesitated. He didn't expect this old guy to be so stubborn. He didn't even want to give up his life because he didn't want to admit defeat. Long Chen already felt that many strong cultivators had arrived. If they came, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to kill Fu Hai. So, he had to make a decision at this moment. Just then, Feng Jilin had an idea. "Long Chen, I know. Kill Fu Hai. Take out the goo bell in his god kingdom and destroy it. The spirit-devouring goo will die." Long Chen stared at Feng Jilin in shock. How did she know? Just then, Fu Hai laughed in despair. He stared at Feng Jilin angrily and shouted, "You bastard, how can you be so cruel? I treated you well, but but you colluded with him to harm me. You bitch, you heartless bastard. You will die a horrible death. Looking at Fu Hai's frenzied expression, Long Chen had an idea. He finally understood why Feng Jilin knew. In fact, she didn't know at all. She said those words to test Fu Hai. As long as he guessed correctly, Fu Hai would definitely be very excited, because Feng Jilin's method was the only solution. He is my friend, but you are not. Why should I help you? Feng Jilin stared at Fu Hai angrily. There wasn't much time. Feng Jilin's quick thinking helped Long Chen a lot. He wouldn't show mercy anymore. If he didn't kill Fu Hai, Han Yinxing would die. Old man, goodbye. Long Chen's gaze was cold. You will die a horrible death. Fu Hai looked at him in despair and frenzy. Lingxi stabbed forward with her sword and killed Fu Hai's primordial spirit. Fu Hai's body fell to the ground softly. Hurry up. Feng Jilin kept her Dao artifact. Thank you. This time, it was all thanks to Feng Jilin. Otherwise, he would have screwed things up. Long Chen squeezed into the other party's divine kingdom and quickly found the Gu bell. It was a Dao artifact bell. He took out the god-slaying sword and with a slash, a Dao artifact with a single Dao pattern was split into two. It was finally solved. Long Chen used up a lot of energy and nearly fell to the ground. He exited the god nation and looked at the bloody scene around him. Success, this success came so dangerously. Long Chen and Feng Jilin looked at one another and smiled bitterly. They had fought for so long and this was the first time they worked together. It was a perfect ending. Long Chen didn't feel anything, but Feng Jilin had a weird feeling. You don't mind what he said, do you? Long Chen asked. Of course not. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Feng Jilin stared at him. She glanced at the corpses around and the strong cultivators that were gathering around. She didn't have a plan and didn't know what to do next. She could only rely on Long Chen. Whether I will die or not, my life is in your hands now. Feng Jilin said. Next, as Fu Hai said, Long Chen made such a scene and killed so many people. He definitely wouldn't die a good death. But for Long Chen, as long as he could save Han Yinxing, it was all worth it. Over a dozen generals of Cambrian and one king of Cambrian. Their corpses were all over the ground. That was Long Chen's battle record. He didn't care too much. He was most worried about Han Yinxing. In his god nation, Han Yinxing was slowly waking up. This was the sign that the god-eating Gu was gone. There was only a weak nirvana energy in his body, so it was recovering very slowly. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out an immortal spirit with 2 immortal marks and said to Han Yinxing, who was still in a daze, Uncle Han, recover your body first and refine it, you are Little Chen. Han Yinxing's voice was hoarse. He looked around in surprise. This was obviously not Fu Hai's god nation. His voice was weak as he asked, what happened? I killed Fu Hai, Long Chen said. Han Yinxing woke up in shock. Chapter 1475. Uncle Han, refine this immortal essence first. We'll talk about it when you recover. I'm dealing with a small problem now. Long Chen left Han Yinxing alone. Fu Hai was dead and the Gu bell was broken by Long Chen, but Han Yinxing was fine. This meant that Feng Jilin's test was absolutely correct. Long Chen was relieved that Han Yinxing was fine. The small problem he was talking about was not small at all. The space inside the 5 elements Haotian pagoda wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. The fierce battle here, especially the explosion of Long Chen's ancient blood hell formation, was enough to shake the entire 5 elements Haotian pagoda. Everyone knew that a battle had taken place on the 8th floor. The 8th floor was where the Hall of Cambrian was. On the wall of the Fu Manor, Long Chen looked up. One by one, the warriors arrived and stood on the wall, watching everything in shock. The corpses of the Cambrian generals were strewn all over the place. Fu Hai, who was unrecognizable, had turned into a charred corpse at Long Chen's feet. Feng Jilin stood next to Long Chen. This wasn't the death of one person, but the death of a dozen Cambrian generals and a Cambrian king. Every Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert was an important resource for the true martial palace. For example, the Supreme Een Devil world only had slightly more than 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. Today, nearly 20 of them had died. Moreover, it happened inside the true Martial Emperor Palace. This was a major event for the entire true Martial Emperor Palace. Ordinary warriors could only watch in shock. They didn't dare to act rashly. At the same time, they waited for the experts to arrive. They saw the slender swords in Long Chen's hands. There were still some blood on the Lingxi sword and the god-slaying sword. This newcomer, Long Chen, killed them. A king Cambrian and 15 generals Cambrian. The onlookers all let out a gasp. They looked at Long Chen in shock. This was a big deal. What was this cold-faced youth doing? Didn't he know that he would die if he kept acting like this? Moreover, where did he get the strength to kill Fu Hai? Fu Hai was a second-stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. Not many martial artists could kill a second-stage Nirvana Tribulation expert when they were at the first stage of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. If they knew that Long Chen was only at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm, they would probably be scared to death. Long Chen was almost considered to be in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Everyone's faces were pale as they surrounded Long Chen and whispered to each other. Without a doubt, Long Chen must have killed them. Slaughtering his compatriots and using such cruel means. This Long Chen is simply a demon. This time, Martial Paragon Wenren Shi is completely screwed. He found such an idiot. This guy won't be able to participate in the Sacred Martial Imperial Emperor's competition. Not to mention Emperor Xingwu, he will definitely be punished by the Hall of Cold Martial today. If he survives, I bet the entire Martial God Palace will protest. Moreover, he killed someone from the Hall of Cold Martial. Even Martial Sovereign Wenren Shi won't be able to protect him. You mean, he will die for sure? That's doubtful. If he doesn't die, we will all be killed by him if he survives after killing so many people as soon as he came to the Martial God Palace. Everyone felt that it was a good point. Long Chen was an outsider and couldn't convince them at all. Get out of the way. At this moment, a stronger cultivator arrived. It turned out that Wenren Jingtao already knew of Long Chen's plan. Seeing that something big had happened, he hurriedly went to inform Wenren Shi. Wenren Shi was one of the 3 forces of the Martial God Palace. Many of his subordinates followed him here when such a big event happened. Among them were a few third-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivators and above. There were also more than a dozen second-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivators like Wenren Jingtao. In the true Martial Emperor Palace, as long as one was in the Nirvana Tribulation realm or above, their status was very high. First stage Nirvana Tribulation realm was already a highly respected person. Second stage Nirvana Tribulation realm was the core power of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Second stage Nirvana Tribulation realm was usually a famous grandmaster, such as Wenren Jingtao. Third stage Nirvana Tribulation realm and above was the peak existence of the entire true Martial Emperor Palace. Below the 3 martial ancestors, if they could survive the third stage Nirvana Tribulation realm without dying, they were all geniuses that could shake the younger generation. The entire true Martial Emperor domain had billions of people and experts. All of them were gathered in a small place like the Martial God Palace. Long Chen had already come into contact with the highest level of the true Martial Emperor domain. Wenren Shi had always been calm, but when he saw such a scene, his delicate brows furrowed slightly. This was a little too ridiculous. He even thought of other things. This would definitely be very difficult to handle. As more and more people gathered to watch, this matter would definitely spread throughout the Martial God Palace in the shortest time possible. He sighed helplessly. Long Chen was already at a disadvantage in the sacred martial emperor's position. He had just arrived and wasn't very popular. The people of the martial god palace were still rejecting him. Today, he had killed so many elites of the martial god palace. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, the sacred martial emperor's position would be ruined. The martial god palace wanted to choose a righteous person who would sacrifice himself for the sake of others. The martial god palace wanted to choose the next Jinwu emperor, not a maniac who would kill at the slightest provocation. Long Chen fell far short of the standard they had in mind. He did not fit the bill at all. From the whispers, Wenren she knew that things were not looking good. His plan was going to be ruined. Moreover, that person had also arrived. Wenren she raised his head and saw a short and fat young man in a loose yellow robe standing opposite him with a group of experts who were not inferior to Wenren she. It was the backer of the cold martial palace, Yi Futu. He was also the massacre martial venerable who had always been competing with Wenren shi. Wenren shi had always been low-key, but Yi Futu happened to be the opposite. Apart from them, many other scattered experts had arrived. Everyone understood what was going on. Their eyes filled with disgust were cast on Long Chen. If not for the two martial venerables being present, there would probably be people who couldn't help but go down and demand justice from Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected such a fight at first, but he had someone to rely on, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He had no regrets about what happened today. In the future, if anyone threatened the people he respected and loved like this, he would definitely not be merciful. As for what Wenren she was thinking, Long Chen actually didn't think too much about it. He had come back to the true martial emperor palace for two reasons. One was that the true martial emperor had summoned him, and the other was to cultivate. Regarding the holy martial emperor, this was a big responsibility. It might not only bring benefits, so Long Chen hadn't decided to run for it himself. Not only would it be troublesome, but it would also be a thankless task. He had just arrived and was already so domineering. There were probably many people who didn't care about him. No matter where they were, newcomers had to be quiet. This was the rule. Under the angry gazes of so many experts, Long Chen was surprisingly calm. He looked around, and his eyes finally stopped on a man beside Yi Futu. Is this the little martial god Yang Chen? What a strange person. How should he put it? This was a young man. He was wearing very ordinary clothes, but they were also very messy. His appearance was also very sloppy, and his hair was unkempt. He looked a little like a beggar, but there was something strange about him. His eyes revealed a wild bestiality that surpassed most of the demon clan. Long Chen even felt that compared to the real demon clan, he was more like a wild beast, the kind that had no intelligence, and only knew how to eat and attack. Yi Futu tied him firmly to his side, holding him with one hand and secretly exerting force. The little martial god Yang Chen's eyes kept sweeping across the crowd like a hungry beast, eager to pounce on someone. Under Yi Futu's control, he couldn't move at all. Long Chen felt that this Yang Chen was like a vicious dog led by Yi Futu, and this vicious dog was very fond of biting people. This guy doesn't seem to be conscious, but he's the strongest among the younger generation of true martial emperor palace. It's really strange. I can see that this guy's IQ isn't high, but if Feng Jilin and I didn't appear, the Saint Martial Emperor would definitely be him. How can he be the Saint Martial Emperor with this kind of IQ? Long Chen seemed to have guessed something. It seems that the waters of true Martial Emperor Palace are deeper than I thought. Long Chen was a smart person, at least much smarter than the beast-like Yang Chen. He remained calm and waited for the others' reaction. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Long Chen still looked calm, which angered the crowd even more. At this moment, an old man with a head full of white hair descended from the sky. This old man had a sharp hooked nose, and his eyes were sharp. He looked dignified even without being angry. One look and anyone could tell that he was in a position of power. An eagle soaring in the sky was embroidered on his long robe. Long Chen squinted his eyes. Long Chen recognized this fellow. He was probably the late-stage third Nirvana Tribulation Palace master of the Hanwu Palace. He was ranked in the top 20 of the Martial God Palace, perhaps even in the top 10. He was Yi Fudu's disciple and probably one of Yi Fudu's top generals. He looked around and stared at Long Chen like a falcon. He asked, "I'm the master of Hanwu Hall." "Long Chen, what's going on?" His threatening gaze was filled with a murderous aura. Under his suppression, ordinary cultivators of the same level would have already knelt on the ground. He couldn't avoid today's trial, but Long Chen didn't care. He said calmly, "You guessed right. They were all killed by me." Long Chen's words caused a huge uproar. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this matter had nothing to do with Feng Jilin. Long Chen said this because he wanted to get rid of Feng Jilin first so that she wouldn't be in trouble. Chapter 1476. Long Chen shifted his gaze away from the strange little martial god and focused on dealing with the hall master of the Cambrian Hall. He had already sensed that when he said those words, the entire martial god palace hated him. Although he didn't mind it, it wasn't a good thing. Wenren Jingtao and the others looked very anxious, and Wenren Shi's expression was not good either. Nangong Lai, who cared about him the most, was even more anxious. He didn't expect that one day, he could make the people of the martial god palace look at him with such disgust. Today, he had ruined his reputation. This was probably the reason why Wenren Shi was in a bad mood. Long Chen knew that Wenren Shi wanted him to be the Holy Martial Emperor, but his actions today had ruined his plan. The Holy Martial Emperor was not just powerful and could be the best in battle. It required a combination of many factors. Although he had no regrets for Han Yinxing, he couldn't make things too awkward. So he said, "I killed them because Fu Hai imprisoned my uncle Han Yinxing, and tortured him until he wished he was dead. My uncle Han is now in my divine nation. He is an elder I respect and has helped me a lot. As for why I had to kill Fu Hai, it was because Fu Hai planted a spirit-devouring goo in my uncle Han's body. This is a poisonous insect that can devour my uncle Han's soul if Fu Hai shakes the goo bell. If I didn't kill him and destroy the goo bell in his divine nation, my uncle Han would have died in his hands. As for why Fu Hai imprisoned my uncle Han and tortured him in such a despicable way, it was because Uncle Han and his adopted daughter were in love. He looked down on my Uncle Han in order to protect his reputation. Miss Fu Ling, and Miss Feng can testify that I'm not lying. If I'm lying, let me be struck by lightning." Long Chen's thoughts were very clear. In just a few words, he had clearly summarized the entanglement between him and Fu Hai. At this time, Fu Linger also came out of the dungeon. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. She couldn't accept Fu Hai's death. After all, he was her benefactor. However, at this time, when everyone asked her for confirmation, she was not an ignorant person, so she nodded blankly and said, "He's right." Those who were familiar with Fu Hai knew his temper. Some even knew that he had imprisoned Han Yinxing. Among the people around him, there were people who had given the spirit-devouring insect to Fu Hai. However, no one knew that Long Chen would appear and kill Fu Hai. Nonsense. The Hall Master of Cambrian was furious. Suddenly, a terrifying force swept over and pushed Long Chen back a few steps. Those who were immersed in the words of Long Chen also came to their senses when they heard the Hall Master of Cambrian's roar. Long Chen had made such a big mistake. How could he explain it with just a few words? The Hall Master of Cambrian chased after him and said, "You said so much just to get the Hall Master of Cambrian to give you a lighter punishment. Let me tell you, there is no way. Your made-up reason is simply ridiculous. In addition, if Fu Hai really imprisoned Han Yinxing, why didn't you report it to the Hall Master of Cambrian? I am confident that I can handle this matter, but you did it yourself. You even killed more than a dozen unrelated General Cambrian. You used such cruel and merciless methods, yet you still managed to enter the martial god palace. It is really a miracle." I really don't know who was blind enough to bring you in. Seeing that the Hall Master of Cambrian was going overboard, Long Chen could not help but interrupt him and said, "The one who brought me in is the Jinwu Great Emperor." "How dare you?" The Hall Master of Cambrian was stunned and shut his mouth. Only then did he remember that the Jinwu Great Emperor had summoned Long Chen. However, this was a great opportunity to take down Wenren Shi. Yi Futu had been waiting for a long time, so he could not mess this up. He had to be decisive and get rid of Long Chen completely. As the Hall Master of the Hanwu Palace, Wenren Shi had nothing to say, so he said loudly, "Long Chen has killed the king of Hanwu and 15 generals of the Hanwu Palace. He has committed a grave sin, and this is the biggest case in the history of the martial god palace in thousands of years. Such a madman, after committing the crime, does not repent, and even contradicts me. He has no respect for the law, and is cruel and merciless. If he is allowed to stay in the martial god palace, who knows how many more disciples will die because of his ridiculous reason. Today, the evidence is conclusive, and I will enforce the law impartially. Today, I announce that the verdict is as follows. Long Chen will be sent to the Purgatory Fiend prison to suffer the pain of thousands of arrows piercing his heart, never to come out again." Long Chen had killed people and had a bad attitude. Not many people in the martial god palace had a good impression of him. Moreover, he was an outsider, but he was summoned by the Jinwu Great Emperor. There were bound to be many people who were jealous of him. Although Long Chen's explanation was reasonable, there were still many people who wanted him dead. Although many people felt that the Hall Master of Cambrian's verdict was a bit harsh, at least they did not object. "Two martial saints, what do you think of my verdict?" The Hall Master of Cambrian ignored Long Chen and looked at Yi Futu and Wenren Shi with a humble attitude. The smiling Yi Futu and the smiling Buddha still didn't say a word, but they nodded in satisfaction. "Where is Wenren Wuzun?" The Hall Master of Cambrian asked calmly. This was a big matter, so he wanted to seek the opinions of the two martial saints. At the same time, he wanted to put pressure on Wenren Shi. Long Chen's matter today had touched the fragile hearts of many people. At this moment, if Wenren Shi protected Long Chen at all costs, it would attract a lot of criticism. His reputation and status in the martial god palace would be greatly reduced. Under everyone's gaze, Wenren Shi remained calm. He did not say a word, leaving the Hall Master of Cambrian there. Suddenly, Long Chen said, "So be it. Can you cut the crap and do it? After all, the people I killed were from the Hall Master of Cambrian. I did not expect the Hall Master of Cambrian to give me a fair trial. Earlier, some people even asked me why I did not report to the Hall Master of Cambrian first. Was I seeking death? Hall Master of Cambrian, you should stop bragging about yourself. The entire Hall Master of Cambrian is just a lackey of some people. Stop pretending to be refined in front of me." Although Long Chen's words had helped Wenren Shi out, he had said something that should not be said. The people from the Hall Master of Cambrian had an ugly expression on their faces. Only Yi Futu, who was being attacked by Long Chen head-on, didn't make a sound. He was indeed a terrifying person. Long Chen was very straightforward. He was not a mediocre person, and he had never treated the Martial Emperor Palace as a place where he could stay for long. Other people were respectful to Yi Futu and the Hall Master of Cambrian, but Long Chen had been framed and bullied. Why should he be polite? The Hall Master of Cambrian sneered, "I will personally take care of this case. I will capture Long Chen. Get rid of the irrelevant people." His words were directed at Feng Jilin. Long Chen grabbed Feng Jilin and did not let her leave. He raised his head proudly and smiled at the Hall Master of Cambrian. "Can I say that you can't touch me?" The Hall Master of Cambrian seemed to have heard a big joke. With his strength, he could subdue Long Chen with one move. Even Wenren Shi was speechless. But Long Chen said he couldn't touch him. "Don't worry. The Fiend Purgatory is very fun. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life." The Hall Master of Cambrian attacked as soon as he spoke. As expected, his strength was at a level that Long Chen could not touch. He had passed 3 nirvana tribulations and had even cultivated to the late stage. It was very likely that he could enter 4 nirvana tribulations in the future. This Hall Master of Cambrian was very powerful. But just as he was about to attack, the person that Long Chen was waiting for finally arrived. Stop. An elegant woman, who looked like a lotus flower that had grown out of the mud, stood in front of Long Chen. The crowd had not seen this woman for a long time, so they suddenly realized who she was. She was the most mysterious of the 3 martial venerables, the one who was closest to the Jinwu Great Emperor, Lin Junyao. Many people had seen her fight, but they all knew that she was the most powerful one among the 3 martial venerables. What was Lin Junyao doing here? The crowd was confused. Seeing her standing in front of Long Chen, they suddenly had a bad feeling. Greetings, Martial Venerable Lin. The Hall Master of Cambrian had to salute. Lin Junyao glanced at him and then said to the crowd, "The Great Emperor has ordered that Long Chen is his honored guest. No one can touch him. Today's matter is over." As soon as the words came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. How can this be? Is this really what the Great Emperor said? No way. Long Chen made such a big mistake today. He can't just let him go like this. How can he convince the crowd? How can he convince the crowd? Those who were also from the Hall of Cambrian were the ones who made the most noise. Hearing this news, Yi Futu, who was all smiles and seemed to have no other expression, was stunned for a moment. Then, he recovered his smile. Wenrenshi's eyes flashed as he glanced at Yi Futu. Then, he led the people behind him and left the place. He was the one who left the fastest. Silence. Lin Juanyao's words silenced everyone, causing those who were passionately resisting to shut their mouths. Only then did Lin Junyao continue, "Is it because the emperor hasn't appeared for too long that you even dare to doubt his decisions?" Ha! Her words sent chills down the spines of the crowd. Yes, it was the great emperor's decision. And the great emperor was the deity of the Jinwu Great Emperor Palace. The crowd could not help but shut their mouths. Fear had suppressed their unwillingness. Among them, many were not from the Hall of Cambrian. Long Chen had no choice. He did everything for Han Yinxing. He could not explain the deaths of so many people. Everyone had to die. If they did not die, Han Yinxing would not be able to live. Although it had affected everyone's impression of him, and no matter how he explained, they would not listen to his explanation. But in the end, Long Chen did not regret it. "The great emperor wants to talk to you. Come with me." Lin Junyao said one last sentence and left with Long Chen. After they left, the crowd was in despair. Why did this outsider, this murderer, have the honor of meeting the great emperor twice? What was wrong with the great emperor? Unwillingness and awe intertwined. The crowd's faces were very ugly until Long Chen completely disappeared. Arg! Hall Master Hanwu roared and stomped his foot on the ground. He looked up and saw that Yi Futu had left without him noticing. Master is truly angry this time. Yi Zichen muttered. The Hall Master of Cambrian sighed. Chapter 1477. Once again, Long Chen asked Lin Junyao to bring this to this invisible world. The sea of lava beneath his feet, the raging waves in the sky, the yellow earth in the distance, the strong ancient trees reaching the clouds, and the golden mountains between the fire and water. Why was Long Chen so daring? Because he had someone to rely on. He knew that Jinwu Great Emperor would never let Long Chen die in the true martial emperor palace because of Long Qinglan. No one knew Long Qinglan better than Jinwu Great Emperor, even though Long Qinglan no longer existed. With this kind of relationship, Long Chen was destined to be fine today. No matter how strong Hall Master Hanwu was, in Long Chen's eyes, he was just a clown. However, after today's events, Long Chen realized that the tension between Wenren-shi and Yi Futu was much stronger than he had imagined. Little martial god Yang Chen was also strange. The only one who was normal was Lin Junyao. No matter what, she always wanted to be a big sister and cared for him. Child. Jinwu Great Emperor's voice came from all directions, interrupting Long Chen's thoughts. His wisdom had grown to a level that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Greetings, Your Majesty. No matter when, Jinwu Great Emperor was an existence that Long Chen respected. Although he was also very mysterious, and even Long Chen guessed that he couldn't leave this world. Did today's events make you think of something? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. Recalling the events of the day, he felt a little hazy. He said, Your Majesty, I can only apologize. Uncle Han is too important to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caused such a ruckus and troubled you when I just arrived. Jinwu Great Emperor let out a rare chuckle. It's just a small matter. I wanted to ask you, have you seen little martial god Yangchen? Long Chen said, I've seen him. He's a very strange person. He looks like a beast and doesn't seem to be very intelligent. Under the control of Venerable Yi Futu, he's like a fighting machine. Long Chen had no choice. Otherwise, this fellow would definitely have a rather terrifying combat strength. It was even rumored that he had an immortal body and would not die no matter how many times he was beaten. However, he did not dare to compliment this fellow's intelligence. He felt that it was not even at the level of a normal person. Fighting machine. That's a good description. Great Emperor Jinwu sighed. Long Chen knew that he had something to say, so he waited quietly. As expected, the other party's voice sounded again. The city lord of the wronged will definitely return with his minions. Their first target will be the true martial emperor palace. Our base is here, and we can't move. That's why we have to fight to the death. It's going to be a once-in-10,000 years catastrophe. But do you think Yang Chen can replace me and command the disciples of the true martial emperor palace to fight against the demons from the eternal god realm? There was a lot of information in Great Emperor Jinwu's words. Firstly, he estimated that when the time came, as the strongest existence, he wouldn't be able to play a very important role. At most, he would be able to fight to the death with the city lord of the wronged. The true martial emperor palace needed another leader. Secondly, he didn't think Yang Chen could do it. Long Chen roughly understood what the other party meant. He said, based on my personal observation today, if Yang Chen becomes the Saint Martial Emperor, it's basically equivalent to Yi Futu becoming the Saint Martial Emperor. Yi Futu is a martial venerable, so the emperor would definitely not want him to interfere with the Saint Martial Emperor's affairs. Moreover, it would also exacerbate the discord between him and Senior Wenren Shi. Based on Yang Chen's situation, although he may have monstrous combat strength, he's only suitable as a weapon, not a decision-maker or a commander. Long Chen answered the other party's question in a simple and concise manner. Since this old man was so concerned about this matter, it seemed that the upcoming battle had really reached a point where it couldn't be delayed any longer. He had said several times that it would be a catastrophe, and he was definitely not joking. Long Chen could imagine that if the ghosts of the eternal hell escaped, it would definitely be a massacre of all living beings. It would be the extinction of the human race and the demon race, and it would affect the future of the 3 territories and 9 realms. There was no doubt that the city lord of the wronged hated the 3 great emperor palaces. Long Chen had interacted with him before. That white jade skeleton was definitely a psychopathic guy, and he would definitely not be soft-hearted. At the thought of this upcoming catastrophe, Long Chen felt equally uncomfortable. He felt that he only needed to protect Lingxi, and if possible, he would go to the eternal god domain to develop himself. But he suddenly had to shoulder such a mission. He wasn't confident either, and he was worried that one decision or one mistake on his part could lead to the deaths of many people. I need a smart and decisive ruler who is also responsible and hot-blooded, not a beast who only knows how to fight. I didn't have much hope at first, but you've appeared. Putting aside your father, I personally think that you're already a qualified king of massacre. No one is more suitable than you to deal with what will happen in the future. Moreover, you have a great relationship with the city lord of the wronged, so no matter what, you can't escape this disaster. Long Chen was a kind person at heart. He sighed. He admitted that he had been convinced. The position of Sacred Martial Emperor, Great Emperor Zhenwu's words made his blood boil. While those guys were busy fighting, this old man was concerned about survival. He was the most worthy of respect, and Long Chen didn't want to disappoint him. Moreover, he also wanted to do something for the world he lived in. If it was possible, he was very willing to do something within his power and contribute some of his own strength. He just wasn't sure. What do you think? Great Emperor Zhenwu asked expectantly. Long Chen pondered for a while and finally made up his mind. I want to give it a try. As long as I become the Sacred Martial Emperor, I can do it, right? Great Emperor Zhenwu finally breathed a sigh of relief at this answer. He chuckled for a while, then said, I knew you wouldn't let me down. After hearing so many stories about you, I know that you're a very responsible person. You definitely won't abandon so many living beings. Sometimes, as an expert, you have to shoulder responsibilities. Since you've made up your mind, there are some things that I have to tell you first. Go ahead, Emperor, Long Chen said straightforwardly. He was very calm. Besides, he had troubled Great Emperor Zhenwu today. If it weren't for him, he would have been dead. Great Emperor Zhenwu said slowly, first of all, the imperial palace has a strange rule that has been passed down since ancient times. That is, every generation of Great Emperor Zhenwu cannot directly intervene in the selection of the Sacred Martial Emperor. The selection of the Sacred Martial Emperor has a strict system, which Wenren Shi will explain to you. I mainly want to make clear that if you lose in the selection, I can't do anything about it. I have to follow the ancestral teachings. Understood. Long Chen nodded. It was indeed a strange rule. Great Emperor Zhenwu of every generation was extremely powerful, but he didn't even have the right to choose his own successor. Great Emperor Zhenwu was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance. He was silent for a while before saying, the second thing is especially important. You have to be mentally prepared. Emperor, please say it. Since I've made up my mind, I won't back down. If it's my turn to do something, I won't refuse, Long Chen said sincerely. He was speaking with a sincere heart. Power and duty were equal. When he obtained the great power of the Sacred Martial Emperor and his status was even higher than the three martial venerables, he would have to accept the corresponding duty, and it was even possible that he would die. But this was understandable. After all, he had taken away the City Lord of the Wrong's God-slaying sword and the Tao seal of the battle path, which was also the true martial emperor's soul. The City Lord of the Wronged would not spare him. Great Emperor Zhenwu finally said, the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns are the most important and powerful doctrine artifact of the imperial palace since ancient times, apart from the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. It has a total of 8 Tao patterns, and it might even form a 9th Tao pattern and become a peerless doctrine artifact. The 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were forged from the spines of 99 ancient 5-clawed golden dragons, and all of them are complete. They have the power to seal the heavens and the earth, and they are hard and invincible. In some aspects, they are even more powerful than the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. They are the highest doctrine artifact used by the Sacred Martial Emperor. If you become the Sacred Martial Emperor, then the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns will belong to you. But you also know that the current golden demon imprisonment columns are suppressing the heart of the City Lord of the Wronged. To be honest, if he could get his hands on the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, Long Chen would be overjoyed. This was an item with true divine power, and it was even more powerful than the 8 Tao patterns used by the Lingwu sword master. Long Chen had asked around. Although the doctrine artifact used by the Lingwu sword master was a pair of swords, it was actually divided into 2 and could only be considered a doctrine artifact. The blue one was called the Milky Way sword, and the red one was the refined God sword. When combined, it was the unparalleled Milky Way refined God sword. The 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were definitely more powerful than the Milky Way refined God sword. As long as he became the Sacred Martial Emperor, he would be able to get it. If Long Chen could get his hands on the golden demon imprisonment columns, he would have a huge advantage when he went to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace in the future. But the problem was that the golden demon imprisonment columns were suppressing the heart of the city lord of the wronged. What's the problem? Long Chen asked anxiously. Great Emperor Zhenwu said solemnly, in fact, after the sacred martial emperor is selected, you must immediately shoulder a heavy responsibility, which is to transfer the heart of the city lord of the wronged to the divine nation, and then refine the golden demon imprisonment columns to suppress it in the divine nation. The heart of the city lord of the wronged has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, and has lost a lot of essence energy. There is no need for the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns to suppress it at the same time. Therefore, you can use a maximum of about 70 golden demon imprisonment columns and use the remaining 30 to suppress it. Of course, if that's the case, it means that the first target of the city lord of the wronged will change from the martial god palace to you. Therefore, I want to ask you, do you have the guts to ask for the golden demon imprisonment columns? Long Chen really hesitated. Chapter 1478. This meant great danger. He had to be responsible for Long Chen, Lingxi, and the others, so he had to consider it carefully. To be honest, the temptation of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns was great, but the danger was even greater. Therefore, Long Chen said, I'll decide after I become the sacred martial emperor. Emperor Zhenwu was not disappointed. His voice was heard again. It's all right. You're already an outstanding martial artist. Your father will be proud of you. Yes, Long Qinglan would be proud of him. Long Chen took a deep breath. He found that he had a goal. Although this matter might be more difficult than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he had no regrets. One had to do something that moved one's heart. If you are the sacred martial emperor, I will send my doppelganger, the 3 martial venerables, and hundreds of nirvana tribulation experts from the true martial emperor palace. We will go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace with you to propose marriage. At this time, Emperor Zhenwu threw out another tempting decision. Yes, this was a great temptation for Long Chen. On that day, he would no longer be alone. He would have Emperor Zhenwu, the 3 martial venerables, and the entire true martial emperor palace to back him up. He would no longer lack status and identity. When Long Chen arrived with such great momentum, would the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace still treat him as a joke? Lingxi would be moved to tears by his words. Long Chen found that he had an incomparable desire for that day. This desire seemed to have sucked all the water out of his body, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He couldn't wait for that day to come. 10 years, it had been 10 years. His dream was all for that moment. He didn't want to go there alone, he didn't want to be a sorrowful person. He wanted to use the greatest momentum to make everyone remember him. It was he who had fulfilled his long-cherished wish on that day, and brought Lingxi away. Not only did he want to steal the bride, but he also wanted to marry her openly, leaving everyone speechless. The doppelganger of Zhenwu Great Emperor was also Zhenwu Great Emperor. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would surely be bustling with noise and excitement when a figure that had existed for 10,000 years descended once again. That day, Lingwu told Long Chen that he would deliver the invitation to Long Chen and that Long Chen would tear it up in front of him. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was the final battlefield that Long Chen had been fighting for 10 years. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly realized how much he desired the position of Sacred Martial Emperor. Long Chen's parents valued not only his strength, but also the influence he had behind him, his level of life, and his status in the world. When Long Chen became the next Zhenwu Great Emperor and became someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lingxi, Long Chen believed that no one would dare to stop him. After returning to the true martial emperor palace, he seemed to have lost his goal. However, at this moment, his goal was extremely clear. He wanted to take down the sacred martial emperor. Long Chen's entire body exuded the desire to fight. Go out. Wenren Shi is waiting for you, Zhenwu Great Emperor said. Thank you, Emperor. Long Chen bowed. The feeling of having a goal was very refreshing. Today, he was very different from yesterday. It was as if he had a soul. Sure enough, She was already waiting for him as soon as he came out. The two headed down. I've decided to fight for the sacred martial emperor's position with all my strength. I've already talked to the emperor. He wants you to tell me the details of the sacred martial emperor's evaluation, Long Chen said. Oh. Shi nodded blankly. But it seems a little late. You've already lost the initiative. Long Chen was stunned. Why do you say that? He was an extremely intelligent person, so he quickly asked, It's because I left a bad impression on the martial god palace today, right? Shi did not deny it. After a long time, he said, although the opportunity is small, it's not impossible. I'll tell you the details. I have to persist one last time and not let others look down on me. Okay. Long Chen nodded. No matter what, he would not give up. Shi began to explain in detail. This set of election rules has been passed down since ancient times. It is absolutely fair and just. It tests the candidates based on strength, wisdom, popularity, support, good and evil, leadership ability, decision-making ability, and so on. First of all, every martial saint has the right to nominate a candidate. Originally, it was Huang Yu on my side, but since you agreed, Huang Yu won't have any objections. There are 3 martial saints, so there will be a total of 3 candidates. The election of the martial saint emperor is the most sacred event of the martial god palace, because it will decide the next martial saint emperor. At that time, it will be the focus of the whole world. It is the greatest event of the martial saint emperor palace since ancient times. Long Chen silently noted down the other party's words. This election is divided into 3 rounds. 20 days later, the first round will begin. Because of the murder today, you will be at an extreme disadvantage in the first round. The rules of the first round are as follows. 20 days later, all the warriors above the second layer of Nirvana Tribulation in Wuxia Palace will gather about 100 people. Each of them will have 1 vote for the candidate they support. In the ancestral teachings, every warrior who has the right to vote must speak and state their views. Then, they will cast their vote cautiously. The direction of everyone's vote will be known to the public to maintain fairness and impartiality. This first round is the evaluation of support and popularity, which combines the opinions of almost all the higher-ups. It is very valuable. Every voter will evaluate the candidate based on their character, good and evil, fighting strength, and other factors. The final vote will be the score of each candidate in the first round. So that was the case. No wonder Shi didn't want to see him. Today, he fought for Han Yunxing and touched the fragile hearts of those higher-ups. They would definitely make a big fuss. His vote in the first round was completely out of his control, so it couldn't be high. Moreover, he was new here while Yang Chen grew up in the martial god palace. Yi Futu was smooth and slick. It would be strange if Long Chen didn't lose. Not only would he lose, he would probably lose very badly. Shi sighed and said, There are hundreds of martial artists in the second Nirvana Tribulation, and not all of them are from the 3 major sections. At least 30 of them are still wandering. Originally, these people could be roped in, but now the hope is slim. Even the martial artists under me have to dig out your strengths if they want to support you. But in this round, compared to Feng Jilin and Yang Chen, you don't have any advantages. I reckon that if they vote for you, they will be smeared by others. Long Chen was also very embarrassed. He didn't even dare to imagine the scene. He would definitely lose in the first round without any suspense. However, there were still 20 days left. Perhaps he could fight for it. No matter what, he still didn't do anything wrong about Han Yunxing. Since there was no hope in the first round, he could only pull his points from the second and third rounds. Hence, Long Chen asked, What's next? Although Shi felt that the hope was slim, he didn't want to lose too badly. He said, The second round should be your biggest advantage. In the second round, the Emperor will personally draw up a mission for the 3 of you to complete. At that time, there will be special monitoring to test the completion rate of this mission. The combat power, decision-making power, insight power, leadership power, and the concept of good and evil will be reflected in this assessment. You are a smart person, so you shouldn't lose to that beast that knows how to fight. Feng Jilin is a woman, so she is far inferior to you in these aspects. So the second round is the time for you to give your all. The judges for the second round will be 20 martial artists in the third Nirvana tribulation of Wuxian Palace and above. Each of your abilities will be scored one by one, and the average score will be obtained. Then, according to the ratio of your scores, the total score will also be 100 points. How many points you can get will depend on your performance. This is a mission personally appointed by the Emperor, and we will only know what it is when it is announced on the day itself. Oh, Long Chen nodded. He was indeed the best at the second round, which was also the key for him to pull his points back. In these abilities, Long Chen was far better than Yang Chen, so there should be no problem. There should still be hope. As for the third round, that will be the final battle. The only deciding factor will be the combat power of the three of you. Each of you will fight against the other three candidates once. The total score for the third round will also be 100 points. The champion will receive 50 points, the second place will receive 30 points, and the weakest will receive 20 points. Finally, the person with the highest score after the 3 rounds of competition will be the new Holy Martial Emperor. Long Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Sure enough, it was a very strict system. The Saint Martial Emperor who was selected in the end had to have all kinds of abilities. Originally, Long Chen wouldn't have a chance. But it was a pity that Yang Chen didn't have enough intelligence, so he and Feng Jilin had a chance. Feng Jilin didn't have much hope. Other than being slightly more popular than Long Chen, her combat power and other abilities weren't as good as Long Chen. As for Yang Chen, Long Chen estimated that he would get a high score in the first round, but he wouldn't be able to do so in the second round. As for the third round, it would depend on the battle. To be honest, in everyone's opinion, the third round was still the best for the little martial god. Be it Long Chen or Feng Jilin, they wouldn't be able to reach the score of 50 points. That was because the little martial god Yang Chen's strength was publicly acknowledged. He was a monster that couldn't be killed. Long Chen wasn't clear about his strength yet, but he clearly understood that only the second and third round would depend on his performance. Whether he could get the Golden Demon Suppression Pillar, obtain greater glory, or even head to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace depended on himself. Of course, there were still 20 days left. It wasn't impossible to fight for the first round. The total score for the first round was 100 points, which would be divided according to each person's votes. The total score for the second round was also 100 points, which would be divided according to each person's score. In the third round, the first place would get 50 points, the second 30 points, and the third 20 points. The final winner of the Saint Martial Emperor was full of suspense. Chapter 1479. The first round of voting would be held in the Dragon Dance Hall on the 20th floor of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda in 20 days. After informing Long Chen of all this, Wenren Shi sent Long Chen back to his residence and left after saying a few more words. He was only recommending Long Chen as a candidate. Whether he could succeed or not depended on himself. Wenren Shi understood that his relationship with Long Chen was completely different from the relationship between Yi Futu and the young martial god. Even if Long Chen became the sacred martial emperor, he would not listen to Wenren Shi's orders. At most, he would take more care of Wenren Shi. The person who truly recommended Long Chen was Great Emperor Jinwu. Of course, only Wenren Shi understood this. All he could do was try his best to help Long Chen. However, Wenren Shi was actually a proud person. This was the difference between him and Yi Futu. He thought that the first round of voting was a foregone conclusion and would not play any tricks. Long Chen was in a hurry to return to his residence because of Han Yunxing. After refining the immortal essence that Long Chen had given him, Han Yunxing recovered very quickly. His arms and legs had already grown back, and the burnt flesh had also grown back. However, the weakness of his body could not be alleviated for the time being. He needed a long time to recuperate. After returning to his residence, Nangong Lai had been waiting anxiously. Seeing that Long Chen was safe, he heaved a sigh of relief. This usually carefree man's eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. "How is old Han?" he asked anxiously. "He's fine." Long Chen told him not to worry. After a while, he had Han Yinxing safely lie down. He and Nangong Lai stood guard by the bed. In the process of examining Han Yinxing's body, Long Chen took out a black worm from his brain. This was a bug covered in sharp armor. It was only 1 centimeter long and looked inconspicuous. However, its teeth were sharp. Long Chen sniffed it carefully. There was a pungent stench on this dead spirit-eating insect. Just the smell alone was so special and strong. It could be imagined that if this bug was alive, it must be very ferocious. Apart from the pungent stench, his ability to devour primordial spirits was also quite terrifying. Gu was a mutated species that had been passed down since ancient times. Different species had different differences. For example, the spirit-devouring Gu had been around for a long time and had a powerful bloodline. It was also a terrifying creature that lived in the human body. Ordinary Gu were still fine, but mutated species like the spirit-devouring Gu could often produce fatal effects if used in real situations. After crushing the worm, Long Chen took care of Han Yinxing for a while. By then, Han Yinxing had already woken up. Long Chen told Han Yinxing what had happened recently. Han Yinxing said helplessly, "Little Chen, I'm really sorry to have caused you so much trouble. I've embarrassed you." Long Chen quickly said, "Let's not talk about this. In the past, you didn't let me be bullied by others. Now that I'm strong, I naturally have to protect you. You're very important to me, so no matter what I do, don't ask if it's worth it or not." Han Yinxing was not a bashful person, although he did feel bad. He pondered for a while and said, "Sacred Martial Emperor, you do need to work hard. Putting everything else aside, just this identity alone will make you not have to risk everything when you go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. Besides, no matter what identity you have, as long as you have the god-slaying sword, you won't be able to avoid the catastrophe that the Imperial Emperor mentioned. It's better to face it together with the Imperial Emperor." Han Yinxing thought so too, so Long Chen was no longer worried. While resting and talking, a day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, Fu Ling'er arrived. Long Chen gave the space to them and went outside with Nangong Lai. "Little Chen, your reputation in the Martial God Palace is so bad now. What are you going to do?" Nangong Lai frowned. Both of them sincerely hoped that Long Chen could soar to the sky and fulfill his wish for the past 10 years. "It's fine." Long Chen wanted to focus on the next 2 rounds. At this moment, Wenren Jingtao suddenly came and the 3 of them sat in the pavilion to discuss. Wenren Jingtao said, "Ancestor has already told me about your situation. The second round is your strength and the third round is a fight to the death. But Yang Chen is very difficult to deal with, so it will be very difficult to get first place. So if you want to win, you have to defeat Yang Chen in the third round and take the lead in the second round. As for the first round, you can't lose too badly. If you lose too badly, it will be useless no matter how strong you are in the next 2 rounds." Long Chen nodded and asked, "What else can we do?" "Recruit these people one by one." Wenren Jingtao said, "You're right. Our ancestors disdained to do such a thing, but we can't think the same way as our ancestors. I have a list of those warriors who are not sure about their positions. From today onwards, we will visit them one by one, and try to persuade them with reason. We will try to win as many of them as we can." Long Chen felt quite embarrassed. Yesterday, he was so mighty, but today, for the sake of Imperial Lord Sacred Martial, he had to go and curry favor with those people. However, this was the Jinwu Emperor Palace's ancestral teachings. Even the great Emperor Jinwu couldn't do anything about it, let alone him. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. "I'll go." Long Chen didn't hesitate and stood up. Wenren Jingtao couldn't help but praise his courage. If it was Wenren Jingtao himself, he would never put his face down. Basically, those who had reached the second stage of nirvana tribulation were more than 10,000 years old. To put it bluntly, they were all stubborn old men with deep-rooted loyalty to the Jinwu Emperor Palace. Persuading them was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, even if they set off, Long Chen didn't have much hope. According to the list, Long Chen and Wenren Jingtao found the residence of the first voter. They were all people that Wenren Jingtao knew. After knocking on the door, a junior came out to open the door and told them that the person Long Chen was looking for wasn't there. It was normal that the first person wasn't there, but when they went around and visited more than a dozen people, they found that none of them were in the residence. This was a problem. They are indeed not in the residence, but where did they go? Could it be that they knew we would come to visit in advance? So they all hid for this daddy? Wenren Jingtao cursed in exasperation. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "It doesn't matter. They probably left for something, but as long as they are still in the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, they will definitely return. We will visit the others first. Let's wait for this Sherbo to return." Sherbo, another hot-tempered old thing. If it wasn't for this matter, this daddy wouldn't even bother with this trash. Wenren Jingtao scolded. His patience was limited. After visiting more than a dozen people, he couldn't bear it any longer. Long Chen, on the other hand, was still fine. He had always been extremely patient, and paying a visit was the only way. If he couldn't even do such a simple thing and couldn't put down his pride, then what ability did he have to be a leader and decide the fate and future of billions of people? Some things, even if he was unwilling, even if it was difficult, even if he would be rejected, as long as he was brave enough to do it, Long Chen had no regrets. It didn't matter whether he succeeded or not. What mattered was that he didn't back down. Compared to the time when he only knew how to fight and kill, he felt that he had grown. Sometimes, groveling was also a kind of growth. After waiting for half a day, the second-tier Nirvana Tribulation Realm Sherbo finally returned. He was a skinny man with a sinister expression. Of course, he was originally smiling, but when he saw Long Chen and Wenren Jingtao guarding his door, his expression changed immediately. He walked over with a cold smile and shouted, "Yo, I was wondering who it was. So it's Wenren Jingtao. And this one, isn't he the guy who killed my brother Fu Hai? Why, are you here to kill me today, or am I here to ask for votes? Fine, beat me half to death, and in 20 days, I'll give all the votes to you. I'll say that you're strong enough to kill one person. What do you think?" Before Long Chen could speak, the man was already pointing at his chest arrogantly, telling Long Chen to beat him up. Long Chen had never seen such a despicable person. Just from hearing the man's words, he knew that there was no hope for this person. He didn't want to continue being humiliated, so he called out to Wenren Jingtao and prepared to leave. "Wait, do you think I'm a place where you can come and go as you please?" Sherbo blocked Long Chen's path. He was acting crazy a moment ago, but now he was cold. He stared at Long Chen and said word by word, "To be honest, I'm not familiar with Fu Hai. I just feel sad for him. Long Chen, if you're just an ordinary disciple, I won't target you. But you're competing for the martial Saint Emperor who will decide the future of my true martial Emperor Palace, so I have no choice but to speak up. I've read through all your information. You've been in the true martial Emperor Palace for less than 2 years, and although you're not evil, you've killed too many people. You're too scheming. You're extremely protective of those close to you, but you don't necessarily care about the overall situation. How can my true martial Emperor Palace be in the hands of someone like you? I'm sorry, but I can't do it because my life belongs to the true martial Emperor Palace." Long Chen took a deep breath. The other party was right. He knew that Sherbo was already a hopeless person, so he didn't need to waste any effort. He said, "Please make way. We walk different paths, so we can't make plans together." Sherbo still wanted to grumble, but Wenren Jingtao was enraged. He directly grabbed Sherbo and threw him back. After that, he left with Long Chen. As expected, he still got a nose full of dust. However, Long Chen wasn't discouraged. He believed that not everyone's thoughts were so extreme. There was definitely a chance to salvage the situation. He would fight for as much as he could. Sherbo looked at their backs and scolded them in a righteous manner. Chapter 1480. In one day, Long Chen had walked a very long way. He had only seen a few martial artists, but most of them didn't like him. There were also quite a few like Sherbo who spoke ill of him. The only one who had the patience to talk to Long Chen was one person. However, even that martial artist wasn't convinced by Long Chen. He still insisted on his point of view. He felt that Long Chen's killing heart was too heavy, and his foundation was too shallow. He wasn't suitable to be a holy martial emperor. This was a show of respect for Long Chen. This method was obviously not very effective. After returning, Wenren Jingtao smiled bitterly. "All right, I made a fool of myself today. I'll try again tomorrow. If I can get a vote, then it's a vote. Maybe I'll lose by 1 point in the end." Long Chen felt this way. He only hoped that he wouldn't lose too badly in the first round of selection. Wenren Jingtao admired Long Chen's perseverance. He suddenly felt that there was a side to this young man. He had been so arrogant before, but now he was willing to put down his pride and plead for mercy. His strong heart and daring spirit had already given him the demeanor of a holy martial emperor. "I think they're still angry. I'll come find you tomorrow and try again." Wenren Jingtao finished speaking and left first. Fu Linger followed Han Yunxing. After Fu Hai was killed, the entire Fu Manor had no backbone. There were also 2 Nirvana Realm warriors who had not returned. Fu Linger did not dare to go back at all. Long Chen reported today's situation to his 2 uncles. They were also frowning. Generally speaking, old people were the most difficult to persuade in this world. Many of their views were deeply ingrained in their minds. Compared to the truth, they trusted intuition and experience more. Kitten was not here, and there was no one to discuss. Long Chen locked himself in his room. While Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were worried about his mental state, Long Chen had actually begun to think of a new way to improve his strength. Obviously, the Nirvana Golden will still needed to be nurtured slowly before it would appear, and this could not be rushed. Because of the Nirvana energy within Long Chen's body, the formation of the Nirvana Golden Wheel was much easier than ordinary people. Long Chen then focused his attention on battle techniques. He was still unable to cultivate innate Tao techniques, so he could only refer to them as battle techniques. Regardless of whether it was the first level of time disorder or the second level of time stillness, Long Chen had only touched the threshold of the extreme universe finger. In fact, Long Chen had already sensed that within the Tao of time, disorder, stillness, countercurrent, etc., were all attributes of time. It was just like how laceration and doppelganger were attributes of wind. Each attribute was a Tao. The extreme universe finger had only allowed Long Chen to cross the threshold of these 2 Taos, disorder and stillness. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly comprehend and cultivate this Tao to the Great Circle realm. As for the 3rd level of the extreme universe finger, it was still at an unknown stage. Why was the extreme universe finger so powerful? When Long Chen entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he could rely on the extreme universe finger to instantly grasp the door to the Tao of time. He would be 1,000 years faster than others. Of course, apart from him, no one else could cultivate the Tao of time. It was difficult for him to improve greatly in the extreme universe finger. As for the 9 dragons devouring sky, it was a dragon warrior battle technique that he got from the killing god, Yi Wushang. Long Chen had already used it to its limit. The 9 dragons devouring sky was Long Chen's strongest attack apart from the ancient blood hell formation diagram. Its power was even stronger than the half-baked god-slaying art. However, he had already reached the peak and could not go any further. Therefore, Long Chen focused all his energy on the god-slaying sword. Previously, when he entered a gray space, he only saw the trajectory of the first word and it was already so destructive. It was hard to imagine how strong the real god-slaying art was. It would be many times stronger than Feng Jilin's Heaven Splitter Blade and Slave Feng. He held the god-slaying sword in his hand and closed his eyes. The energy of the Nirvana realm surged into the god-slaying sword in an attempt to investigate the world inside. Speaking of the energy of the Nirvana realm, Long Chen's strange god nation had to be mentioned. Until now, he could only control the spherical space with a diameter of 10 miles. Natural disasters kept happening in other places, just like in the chaotic god nation. These places could not be explored by Long Chen at all. In such a short period of time, Long Chen did not have the time to study this god nation in detail. Why did a magical world appear in a place that was supposed to be under his control? What did this have to do with the mysterious dragon Jade? As he was thinking about these things, the god-slaying sword in his hands suddenly vibrated. In a daze, Long Chen once again entered that strange space. The clouds in the sky rolled in front of his eyes and transformed into 33,000 words. This time, Long Chen was smarter. He looked at the second word directly. This was a word with very complicated strokes. Long Chen wanted to memorize the trajectory of the word and then memorize the third word. However, he realized that it was not that easy. When he saw the second word, his eyes and attention could not move. He could not understand that word at all. He could not understand it at all. Therefore, he could not escape and could only think about it. Boom. Before Long Chen could see more words, he was thrown out of that space. The only impression in his mind was the trajectory of the second word. Forget it. It's not bad to chew too much. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and gently carved the second word on the ground. He even realized that if he did not completely understand the second word, he would never be able to communicate with the god-slaying sword again. All Long Chen knew was that even if the Khanate Dao techniques did not have strict levels, the god-slaying art was countless times better than the ordinary Khanate Dao techniques. This seems to be the word, yen. Long Chen carved a few such words on the ground. They were crooked and not modern words. They came from ancient times. After a period of pondering and flipping through information, Long Chen finally figured out the meaning of the word. After understanding it, he suddenly realized that it was much simpler. This word had many more strokes than the word heaven, and it was also much more complicated. Long Chen closed his eyes and held the god-slaying sword horizontally. He was pondering the trajectory of the word yen in his heart. The god-slaying sword slowly followed the trajectory. Long Chen's movements were very slow. Only with this slow movement could he slowly understand the true meaning of the word. Haste makes waste. Time passed quietly. Long Chen's movements became faster and faster. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood. When Long Chen woke up, he realized that his entire body was surrounded by a gray aura. I really can't be too hasty. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Because he was in a hurry to practice, his internal organs were slightly injured. Of course, because he stopped in time, he could recover in a short period of time. The blood on the ground followed the original trajectory and returned to Long Chen's body. This situation made him even more respectful of the god-slaying art. With his current strength, he had actually injured his internal organs when he tried to imitate the trajectory of the second word. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that a third Dao pattern had appeared on the skull of the god-slaying sword. When did this Dao pattern appear? Could it be that my improvement in cultivating the god-slaying art has something to do with the formation of the Dao pattern? Long Chen was shocked to discover this. Of course, he also knew that it had something to do with his previous killing and slashing of Dao treasures. He had originally estimated that the third Dao pattern was about to form. Holding the god-slaying sword with 3 Dao patterns in his hand, Long Chen immediately felt that the power flowing within it had doubled. The power of the god-slaying sword was getting stronger and stronger. With every additional Dao pattern, this power would increase tremendously. If he allowed this peerless evil sword to grow to the level of the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, or even the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, it probably wouldn't be a problem. When that time came, it would probably be a peerless evil sword. The next day, when Wenren Jingtao came to look for him again, Long Chen had already recovered. The two of them once again embarked on the path of being scolded. They had visited most of the remaining potential warriors. There were more than 20 of them, but the only one who was convinced by Long Chen and decided to support Long Chen was only one person. Long Chen realized that some things were harder than cultivation and killing. But he was still very carefree. Although most people didn't like him, Long Chen's attitude still calmed their anger. Each of them lectured Long Chen as a senior and told him not to do anything in the future. Wenren Jingtao was very annoyed, but he couldn't change Long Chen's mind. There was no hope for the last few people, so he said, "Forget it. We might as well use this time to cultivate. When the time comes, we'll slap these old fellows' mouths." Long Chen felt that he had to finish what he started and visit all the people he should visit. When they came out of the next warrior's mansion, Long Chen met someone unexpected. The young martial god stood in the shadow of the corner and looked at them silently. Long Chen was shocked to find that the young martial god was no longer beastly. His gaze was clear and even sad. Long Chen was alarmed. A person with such a gaze couldn't be a lowly person. Could it be that he was playing dumb? But why would he do that? While thinking about this, Long Chen quickly flashed in front of the young martial god. "Let's talk," Long Chen said tentatively. "Forget it." The young martial god Yang Chen waved his hand helplessly. He turned around and left, saying as he walked, "Don't waste your time." Yi Futu gave each of them a Dao weapon with 2 Dao patterns. "No matter how much you talk, they won't vote for you." With that, he left in a few flashes. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. First, why did Yang Chen change into a different person? Secondly, he was a little angry that those sanctimonious experts and seniors who claimed that they were doing this for the future of the true martial emperor palace and that they despised Long Chen for being too murderous had been bribed by a mere Dao artifact with 2 Dao patterns. This was truly ironic. Long Chen really thought that they were righteous and awe-inspiring people. He asked Wenren Jingtao, "What's wrong with Yang Chen? Is he always stupid? Why is he acting normal today? Or maybe he's just occasionally normal." Chapter 1481. Hearing Long Chen's question, Wenren Jingtao recalled and said, "Indeed, sometimes he seems more clear-headed, but most of the time he's a battle maniac. Other than fighting, he doesn't know anything else." Oh. Long Chen was a little more cautious. He always felt that Yi Futu was different from Wenren Shi. He was someone with great ambition. Therefore, Yang Chen's weird behavior might have something to do with Yi Futu. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he seemed to have smelled a familiar scent on Yang Chen's body. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to it. What a bunch of bastards. You accepted Yi Futu's gift and yet you still act so sanctimonious. Damn you all. Wenren Jingtao was furious. He had spent 2 years visiting these guys with Long Chen. Long Chen wouldn't give them anything. They were already one step behind. Even if they weren't slow, Long Chen wouldn't do it. "Let's go back." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Long Chen finally gave up. He knew that it was pointless to continue. He might as well use this time to cultivate. Together with the flustered Wenren Jingtao, they returned to their residence. After discussing with Han Yinxing the rest for a while, Long Chen ignored these trivial matters and went into seclusion. Although he didn't need to use his own strength in the first round of selection, whether it was the second or third round, his strength was the key. The second round of the mission was only slightly more than a month away. Long Chen wanted to make great progress in this month. As for these few days, he focused on the god-slaying art. The word yen could allow him to use a stronger move that was even more powerful than the 9 dragons devours the sky. When the god-slaying art continued to improve, the 9 dragons devours the sky would gradually be eliminated by Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen knew nothing about the god-slaying art. He was in a rudimentary state, and he was only imitating the trajectory of the word, forming a sword move that was close to the innate Tao art. It was not the true innate Tao art, and without the comprehension of the heaven Tao, it was impossible for him to cultivate the innate Tao art. However, because of the god-slaying sword and Long Chen's personal strength, as well as the fact that the god-slaying art was a heaven-defying art to begin with, Long Chen could still rely on the god-slaying art to unleash terrifying combat strength that surpassed ordinary connate Taoist arts. The 9 dragons devours the heavens did not have an obvious grade, but its power had long surpassed that of a grade 9 divine skill. After more than 10 days of training, Long Chen had become more familiar with the trajectory of the word yen. The word yen had a total of 9 strokes, which created 9 streams of sword qi. 9 was the perfect number, and the 9 dragons devouring the heavens was also 9. Therefore, the power of the second word, yen, was much stronger than the first word, tian. When it was fully executed, it would require almost half of Long Chen's nirvana world energy. As the god-slaying art improved, Long Chen's battle prowess also changed slightly. And that day had finally come. Many people felt that Long Chen did not have the face to go to the Dragon Dance Hall. He was simply going there to be humiliated. However, Long Chen was magnanimous. The first round had made him feel very helpless, but this was not a reason to defeat him. If he was afraid of them today, how was he going to turn the tables in the next 2 rounds and complete the final victory? The Dragon Dance Hall was very lively. At this moment, even a first-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artist was not qualified to enter the Dragon Dance Hall. Today, it could be said that all the super elites of the true Martial Emperor Palace had gathered in the Dragon Dance Hall. Every one of them was a grandmaster of a generation, and every one of them was comparable to or even surpassed the god-defying sect master Lin Mo. Lin Mo could also be considered a grandmaster of a generation. The core strength of the true Martial Emperor Palace was all gathered in the Dragon Dance Hall to select the most important person to the true Martial Emperor Palace, the sacred Martial Emperor, the future true Martial Emperor. The previous generation's sacred Martial Emperor did not live to see Zhenwu Great Emperor's death. Now, Zhenwu Great Emperor was already very old. If nothing unexpected happened, their votes would very likely become the true Zhenwu Great Emperor in the future. They were about to create a mythical figure. Every generation of the true Martial Emperor had actually gone through a process like this. Although the first round did not require a battle, it was indeed a test of their past experiences. It was a symbol of popularity and support, and it was especially important. In fact, in the past, the candidates who won today were basically the sacred Martial Emperor. After all, the votes were based on the hearts of the people. Everyone present was a grandmaster of a generation, and they had the authority to determine who was suitable to be the sacred Martial Emperor. When hundreds of martial artists gathered in the Dragon Dance Hall, Wenren Jingtao came to Long Chen's side. Today, I will take you to the Dragon Dance Hall to accept the test. Do you have the guts to go? Wenren Jingtao asked helplessly. Long Chen said indifferently, lead the way. Such a small setback can't knock me down. Today was a battle without any killing. If Long Chen did not go today, he would not have a chance to win in the future. For the sake of Lingxi, for the sake of his righteousness, and to help the true Martial Emperor, the sacred Martial Emperor became the reason why Long Chen had to work hard. Fate told him that this position belonged to him. He needed to work hard and fight for it. Today was a joyous occasion in the Martial God Palace. Almost all the warriors had come out of cultivation. They couldn't go to the floor of the Dragon Dance Hall, but they could gather in the true Martial Emperor's road to discuss and clamor, waiting for the news to be announced. Because of Han Yunxing, Long Chen's reputation in the Martial God Palace was the lowest among the 3 candidates. Under the influence of the elders, most people did not think highly of Long Chen. Look, that youth is Long Chen. He's a dragon martial artist. The emperor summoned him twice. He committed a crime punishable by death, but the emperor spared him. I heard that many people are dissatisfied with him. Those old ancestors will definitely not vote for this guy. Yeah, I've also heard that he will be defeated miserably today. Who asked him to kill so many ancestors? He even dared to speak such arrogant words and break the rules of the imperial palace. No matter who he is, he will be punished. The lower his score is, the happier I will be. Of course. More than half of the people will support the young martial god Yang Chen. That wind witch is also very beautiful. But it seems that there has not been a female sacred martial emperor in the imperial palace for a long time, so most people will support the young martial god. As for this guy, I don't think he will get many votes. The people of the martial god palace understood that even before it started. It was impossible for Long Chen not to understand this. But sometimes, even if he knew it was an insult and a failure, he would face it bravely and not be arrogant. That was how a man should be. Hence, while Long Chen walked from True Martial Emperor Road to the Dragon Dance main hall, the curses only stopped after he reached the floor of the Dragon Dance hall. You're not angry? Wenren Jingtao looked at him in surprise. Long Chen didn't care at all. He said, the more slander I can take, the more applause I can take. The battle is not over yet. Who knows who will win? Wenren Jingtao didn't expect such a young man to have such a high level of comprehension. He had lived so many years in vain. The Dancing Dragon Hall was grand and magnificent. There was a coiled golden dragon in the center. Following Wenren Jingtao inside, there was a huge square with hundreds of golden seats around it. Each seat was several meters tall and several meters wide. On the seats, there were warriors above the second level of Nirvana tribulation standing like gods, looking incomparably majestic. As soon as Long Chen entered, hundreds of gazes landed on him. Those sharp and cold gazes were like the weight of Mount Tai or the raging waves of the sea, trying to push Long Chen out of the Dancing Dragon Hall. Long Chen grunted and tensed his muscles. As he steadied himself, he continued to walk forward proudly in the face of the oppressive gazes. Those who wanted to scare him failed. Come to me. Wenren Shi, who was standing on a golden chair that was 10 meters tall, had a calm expression on his face as he waved at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't even look at the others as he walked straight to Wenren Shi's side. Wenren Shi's position was the closest to the front of the group. Long Chen's position was the same as Wenren Shi's. He found that there was a shining golden barrel in front of him, but it was empty. Stand there quietly. It's none of your business, Wenren Shi said. Long Chen nodded. All provocations and slander are the actions of despicable people. Don't mind them, Wenren Shi said again. Long Chen guessed that Wenren Shi probably knew about Yi Futu's gift. Given Wenren Shi's pride, he would never do something like that. Moreover, he felt that Wenren Shi's personality was incomparable to his own. A martial venerable actually resorted to such childish methods. Long Chen didn't care about being targeted. Instead, he looked around. There were more people entering the hall. Soon, the time was up and everyone was present. Other than Long Chen, young martial god Yang Chen, and Feng Jilin, everyone else present was at least in the second Nirvana tribulation stage. Yang Chen stood next to Yi Futu. He still looked like a wild beast. He panted heavily and stared at the crowd. Indeed, he was in this state most of the time. Feng Jilin stood next to Lin Junyao. She was dressed in a snow-white dress. Her beautiful face carried a hint of charm. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of many old men. The Hanwu Hall master stood in the center of the square. There was a pile of golden balls the size of a thumb under his feet. Seeing that everyone had gradually quietened down, he said loudly, "Everyone is here. Today's grand event in the Dragon Dance Hall will officially begin." Next, he narrated the history of the true martial emperor palace. After he finished speaking, he kicked a pair of golden balls on the ground. Under his precise control of strength, hundreds of balls flew towards 102nd stage Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. Chapter 1482. There was a golden barrel in front of Long Chen, young martial god, and Feng Jilin. Whoever they supported, they would throw the golden ball into the barrel in front of them. It was very convenient. Of course, this process was sacred. The Hanwu Palace master continued to speak. His robe embroidered with an eagle looked like it was about to take off with him. When everything was ready, he cleared his throat, looked around, and said in a righteous voice, "Everyone, Emperor Shenggu is the future Zhenwu Emperor. Who will bear this heavy responsibility? It will determine the future of our Zhenwu Emperor Palace. We are in troubled times, and we need a qualified and kind ruler." He looked around, raised his voice, and said, "The three candidates, although all of you are qualified to run, there is a mix of good and bad among them. Since I am the leader of the Hanwu Hall, there are some things that I have to say. This vote is of great importance. I hope that when you cast your vote, ask your conscience if you are worthy of the imperial palace that gave birth to you and raised you, your brothers and sisters, your descendants, and those who sacrificed their lives for the imperial palace. Please cast your vote carefully. Don't ruin your wisdom and the future of the entire imperial palace because of your momentary confusion. Don't let countless ancestors curse and condemn you." After that, he bowed to the crowd. Of course, everyone understood what he meant. The people of Wenrenshi's faction were attacked by him, and their expressions were very unsightly. Some of them even showed signs of wavering. Only Long Chen and Wenrenshi acted as if they didn't hear a word. At this time, the Hanwu Palace master was extremely excited. He seemed to have turned into the embodiment of justice, and he said in a sonorous voice, "Then, let the voting begin one by one according to the number on the golden ball. I have the first golden ball in my hand, so I will cast the first vote. This is a sacred vote. The ancestors and countless heroes gave me the right to cast this vote. I will make the best choice. Please listen to my analysis." After saying that, he looked at Feng Jilin and said, "I think that Feng Jilin is very talented and has a tenacious character. However, as a girl, she lacks leadership and trust. Furthermore, she has not been promoted to the martial god palace for long. Hence, she is not my primary target." Having said that, he looked at Yang Chen and said, "Little martial god Yang Chen grew up in the Wuxia Palace. I'm familiar with his personality. His combat power is outstanding. Although he loves to fight, he has never harmed the innocent. Although he lacks intelligence, he is extremely righteous, especially in terms of combat power. He is absolutely qualified to assume the important position of the Saint Martial Emperor. Therefore, I've decided to cast my sacred vote for little martial god Yang Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his golden ball into the barrel in front of Yang Chen, causing an explosion that shook everyone's hearts. In the end, the leader of the Hanwu Temple looked at Long Chen coldly and said, "As for the last one, I will not comment on him. How could a piece of trash become a candidate? It is really strange. Maybe the candidate did not want to take responsibility." Having said that, he quickly returned to his seat near Yi Futu. With Yi Futu backing him up, he was not afraid to say such words. After all, Long Chen's reputation was extremely bad now. It was not too much for him to say that. If Wenrenshi was angry and wanted to touch the leader of the Hanwu Temple, the cultivators present would not allow it. The leader of the Hanwu Temple was simply slapping Wenrenshi's face. In an instant, even Wenrenshi's face was slapped. The scene became silent. Most people were still worried that Wenrenshi would get angry. However, to their relief, Wenrenshi was still expressionless. Long Chen had already expected today's events. However, no matter how the opponent attacked him, he would just pretend that he did not hear it. Time would prove everything. The martial artist who received the second golden ball said, "Among the three candidates, I think little martial god Yang Chen's strength is outstanding, his combat prowess is number one, his personality is mellow, and his support is high. The other two have just entered the martial god palace and are still outsiders, so I won't consider them. Especially one of them, he's killed his compatriots as soon as he entered the martial god palace. He has no respect for the law, and has offended his superiors. If such a person is allowed to become the sacred martial emperor, our martial emperor palace will definitely be destroyed. Everyone will have to submit to his tyrannical power. I hope my colleagues will use your votes carefully. Don't be blinded by some benefits and lead the martial emperor palace to destruction. Having said that, he threw the golden ball into the barrel with a clang. Long Chen's face was once again slapped in the face. Time continued. I agree with their point of view. What the true martial emperor palace needs is a qualified leader, not a killing maniac. To be honest, someone is not qualified to be a candidate at all. As for the other girl, I still respect her, but she doesn't have many good points. She is more balanced. After some consideration, I still think that little martial god Yang Chen is more suitable. In fact, if it weren't for these two, he would be the Saint Martial Emperor. I have already carefully decided. The three of them are a mix of good and bad. The gap is too big. Although Yang Chen is honest, his sincerity is the most important. Moreover, he is still young and has the potential to become the strongest true martial emperor in the true martial emperor palace in the future. From the beginning, Yang Chen had an absolute advantage, while Long Chen was constantly humiliated and slapped in the face. This was something they had agreed on long ago. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's expression didn't change at all. In fact, he felt that these fellows were somewhat boring. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened. There was no point in saying all this. In any case, they had already decided on this matter. It was normal for them to exaggerate in their words, but they had to pretend to be righteous. It was truly disgusting. The dignified elites of the martial god palace used this method to bully others. It was truly laughable. Of course, it wasn't just those who supported the young martial god. Among Lin Juanyao's faction, basically everyone supported Feng Jilin. Someone said, looking at the three candidates, be it Yang Chen or Long Chen, they both have shortcomings. Although Yang Chen is strong in martial arts, to be honest, his wisdom, leadership ability, decision-making ability, and ability to handle matters are all very big flaws. It can be said that he has nothing but martial arts. As for Long Chen, I personally feel that he has shown shocking wisdom in his previous performances. Other than his martial arts being weaker than Yang Chen's, his other abilities are very perfect. Of course, because of the Fu Hai case, everyone thinks that Long Chen has serious flaws in his personality. I can't deny this, but I don't think it's that serious. I hope everyone can study his outstanding performance in the 3000 Palace and 9-star Chaos City. In addition, he is a cultivator that even the Emperor is satisfied with. Of course, I still recommend Feng Jilin because I feel that she is very balanced in all aspects. Her talent is also quite extraordinary, and her understanding of the heavenly Tao is not inferior to any of you. That makes sense. I feel that a leader needs to have balanced abilities in all aspects, and not be a beast that only has martial arts. Although this is a little harsh, I hope everyone can understand. Sometimes, it's better to speak with facts. In fact, no matter how the debate went, Long Chen actually felt that it was useless. In the face of real benefits, everything was empty talk. Basically, everyone in Yifuda's faction supported Yang Chen, while those in Lin Juanyao's faction supported Feng Jilin. In Yifuda's faction, there were only a dozen true core cultivators. Under the strong pressure from the other party, it wasn't easy to vote for Long Chen. As for the cultivators that Long Chen visited, it was no surprise that most of them chose Yang Chen. Only a few of them chose Feng Jilin. Even the cultivator who promised to vote for Long Chen suddenly scolded Long Chen and chose the young martial god. Long Chen really had eyes. It turned out that the old man was fooling him. As the boring long-winded speeches went on, the voting soon came to an end. Basically, it was all righteous insults. After hearing such words for so long, even Long Chen felt sick of it. Every time someone voted for Long Chen, it would cause a huge uproar. The other party instantly let out countless condemnations that rose to the level of selling their souls. Among Wen Renxi's faction, those who voted for Long Chen were all under a lot of pressure. In fact, it was quite obvious that Long Chen had no hope of becoming the sacred martial emperor at all. Because his votes were less than the young martial gods by more than 40 votes. It was impossible for Long Chen to be ahead by 40 points in the last 2 rounds. One had to know that the third round was Yang Chen's strength. With his current lead, basically the sacred martial emperor was already predetermined by him. Yang Chen had a huge lead. He was recognized as the sacred martial emperor. When the final votes were tallied, Yang Chen had a total of 56 votes, Feng Zhilin had 33 votes, and Long Chen only had 11 votes. This meant that he was less than Yang Chen by a total of 45 points in the first round. This was an incomparably terrifying gap. Long Chen had to surpass his opponent by 45 points in the next 2 rounds to obtain the position of the sacred martial emperor. But was it possible? No one thought it was possible. 11 votes. This number was even lower than Long Chen had imagined. He thought there would be around 15 votes, all of which were cast by Wenren Shi's core subordinates. A few of them were basically forced to transfer their votes to Feng Zhilin due to pressure. They felt that there was no hope left, so they didn't want to embarrass themselves. Anyway, Wenren Shi wouldn't blame them. This wasn't a fair competition at all. Long Chen had never regarded this as a fair competition. Everything depended on one's ability. With such a huge lead, everyone on Yi Futu's side was overjoyed. Everyone revealed a smile and cheered loudly. The Hanwu Temple Master said, "This is a historical moment. Those who insist on the truth in their hearts, you are all unyielding men. As for those who distort the truth, you are simply too ashamed to be in the same room as us." Tomorrow was the 2nd of the lunar calendar. Last time it was only a solar calendar birthday. Chapter 1483. Long Chen really had to give it to this guy. He was still trying to act innocent after getting the advantage. Although Wenren Shi didn't say anything today, he was definitely in a bad mood. Just as everyone was preparing to announce the score to the entire true martial emperor palace, a cultivator jumped off the square and walked towards Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes to take a look. It was the old man who had promised to vote for him, but later changed his mind to vote for Yang Chen and criticized Long Chen to the point that he was worthless. He had a righteous face and looked dignified even when he wasn't angry. One look and anyone could tell that he was a righteous person. He stood in front of Long Chen. Everyone felt it was strange. What was this guy going to do? For a moment, those who were about to leave stopped. Long Chen, don't even think about leaving, the old man named Tong Chi called out to Long Chen righteously. What business do you have? The other party had gone back on his word and made a fool of him. It was enough that Long Chen didn't seek trouble with him, but Tong Chi still sought trouble with him. There was no justice in this world. What business do I have? Humph. He killed so many Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators, who were the pillars of the martial god palace, but they all died in vain at the hands of this guy. Although this is an order from the emperor, I refuse to accept it. Long Chen, get down here and kill me too. I have nothing left to miss anyway. How can someone like you run for the sacred martial emperor position and have people vote for you? What is the imperial palace like? Are vile people ruling the world? Tong Chi was baffled and a crazed look appeared on his face. He was almost roaring as he looked around at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I've already thrown caution to the wind. No matter how miserable my fate will be today, I still refuse to accept this. Fu Hai is my brother who has gone through life and death with me for many years. How can he die in vain? He committed such a terrible mistake and killed so many Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators, all of whom were pillars of the martial god palace." As this guy spoke, he entered a crazed state. Long Chen thought to himself, there's absolutely no need for this guy to do this. I've already suffered a crushing defeat, yet he's still pursuing me relentlessly. I'm afraid he's been ordered by someone to make things even more difficult for me. His goal isn't to rebel against the emperor, but to target me. He wants to force me to make a huge mistake and cause my reputation to drop again. He might even make me lose all confidence in myself. At the same time, it's also a warning and a deterrent to Wenren Shi. This cultivator called Tong Chi couldn't have thought of such a move. It must have been the work of Hall Master Hanwu or Yi Futu. Even if Tong Chi was crazy, he would only gain a good reputation for being unyielding and dedicated. Even if his words contradicted the true martial great emperor, it didn't matter. Those who didn't know, especially those juniors, would think that he was a real man. At this moment, he felt even more confident. At this time, he felt even more confident in his heart. He even said to Wenren Shi, Wenren Wuzuan, "Forgive me for targeting you. I know that if I stand up today, I will definitely die miserably. This world doesn't allow the truth to be told, but I really can't help it. I want to ask you, as a Wuzuan, have you ever considered the future of the true martial emperor palace? Did you nominate candidates solely for your personal benefits? I don't deny your contributions to the true martial emperor palace, but your decision this time was too foolish." As he said this, his eyes were filled with tears. He acted very sincerely. In the face of his accusation, Wenren Shi didn't say a word. The scene was even more silent. Tong Chi became even more indignant. His goal was to completely defeat Long Chen and make Wenren Shi's faction lose the chance to turn things around. They wouldn't even have the courage to participate in the next 2 rounds of battles. He wanted the public's opinion to be completely on their side. Hence, he glared at Long Chen angrily and roared, "Long Chen, I spoke the truth today. Obviously, I won't be able to live for long. However, I feel sorry for the true martial emperor palace that I've dedicated so many years to. Get the hell down here. If you have the guts, kill Fu Hai." This fellow's acting skills were top-notch. He wept and wept, portraying himself as a righteous person. While Long Chen became the evil force that forced him, he would inevitably be reviled by the people. On the basis of a complete victory in the first round, he added more fuel to the fire so that this brat would never be able to turn things around. Long Chen knew that someone must be afraid of him. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Long Chen moved. Under such enormous pressure, his expression did not change at all. Those who truly understood the situation admired his willpower. While Tong Chi was cursing at him, Long Chen walked in front of him. "Kill me. I'm ready to be killed anyway." Fu Hai died in vain. More than a dozen General Cambrian died in vain. "Whether I die or not, it doesn't matter." Long Chen's fist fiercely landed on his cheek. With a muffled sound, Long Chen's punch directly knocked his opponent to the ground. Tong Chi spurted blood all over the ground. 2 front teeth flew in Yi Futu's direction and turned into powder when they were close to Yi Futu's chest. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. Who would have thought that Long Chen would really make a move? Didn't this mean that he had fallen into the opponent's trap? This young man couldn't control himself, was so frivolous, and was so easily angered. In the eyes of the crowd, perhaps he was even more unsuitable to be the holy martial emperor. Long Chen had a well-thought-out plan. Facing this kind of idiot who was asking for a beating, he couldn't bear it anymore. Therefore, before the crowd could react, Long Chen rushed forward and punched and kicked. One heavy punch after another mercilessly landed on the opponent's body. Soon, the opponent fell into a pool of blood. Tong Chi was a warrior in the second Nirvana tribulation, but he was also stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to fight back. He originally wanted Long Chen to kill him. If he fought, it would become him provoking Long Chen, and then it would lead to a fight. So he didn't dare to fight back. Because of this, Long Chen displayed his violent side. From time to time, he lifted the opponent up and punched the corner of his mouth. When Tong Chi's head was deformed and his face was swollen, Long Chen threw him to the ground. Suddenly, the entire dragon dance hall shook. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword. In front of the crowd, he twisted the opponent's tongue and cut off his entire mouth. It was a bloody scene. But from the beginning to the end, Long Chen's eyes were cold. There was no hesitation. This cold-bloodedness made the old seniors who had seen many young juniors tremble. Beating up a second-stage nirvana tribulation senior to such a state wasn't a big deal. The problem was that Long Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear under such a situation and under the covetous gazes of countless experts. This courage was something that almost no one present could compare to. Poor Tong Chi. Because he held back and didn't fight back, he was tortured miserably. He was already on the verge of death. Long Chen didn't kill him, but he almost beat him to death. Everyone watched as Long Chen beat Tong Chi until he fell into a pool of blood and wailed. Because his tongue and mouth were cut off, he couldn't say a word. He could only look at Long Chen in fear. Long Chen put away the god-slaying sword. At this moment, almost all the seniors stood up and looked at him furiously. Many of them had already circulated their nirvana force and were ready to attack. Those who understood the situation knew that although Long Chen had a good time beating up Tong Chi, he had been tricked. After today's incident, he definitely wouldn't have a chance to turn things around. How could Xiao Chen possibly win against the elites of the martial god palace alone? Everyone stared at him. If not for the fact that Yi Futu hadn't given the order, everyone would have pounced on him. Long Chen raised his head and looked at everyone coldly. No matter what, everyone remembered this young man. For thousands of years, no one had dared to be so impudent in the Dragon Dance Hall. Just before everyone made their move, Long Chen's cold voice echoed in the entire Dragon Dance Hall. He said word by word, "There might be a problem that everyone is wrong about. This is very crucial. Do you think that Senior Wenren recommended me and wanted me to become the Holy Martial Emperor? If that's the case, then you are gravely mistaken." The crowd was in an uproar. Wasn't that the case? In their hearts, Long Chen was Wenren Shi's subordinate. But in reality, the relationship between Long Chen and Wenren Shi wasn't as deep as they thought. Wenren Shi was just working for the Jinwu Emperor. Long Chen's cold gaze finally landed on the smiling Yi Futu. This person was the source of all the chaos. Long Chen didn't back down and threw out a heavy bomb. What I want to tell you is that Senior Wenren Shi was never the one who recommended me to become the Sacred Martial Emperor. The one who really got me back from 9-star Chaos City, met me twice, and asked me to become the Sacred Martial Emperor was Great Emperor Jinwu. It was the Great Emperor Jinwu who asked me to participate, so you better understand that I don't represent Wenren Shi. I represent the Great Emperor. If you have any questions, you can ask Martial Sovereign Lin Junyao. This was absolutely shocking news. If that was the case, the concept was completely different. The Jinwu Emperor was a godlike existence. When people like Yi Futu were born, the Jinwu Emperor was already an old monster who had been famous for tens of thousands of years. Countless ancestors had died in nirvana tribulations or in battle. Only the Jinwu Emperor had lived for eternity. In the hearts of all the disciples of the Jinwu Emperor Palace, the Jinwu Emperor was a living god. Even people like Lin Junyao could only maintain a kind of reverence for a god. And Long Chen had said that the Jinwu Emperor had asked him to come back and recommend him to become the Holy Martial Emperor. The difference between the two concepts was too great. Under normal circumstances, if it was really the Jinwu Emperor's recommendation, Yang Chen and Feng Jilin wouldn't even need to participate in the election. If it wasn't for the ancestral teachings. Long Chen guessed that Yi Futu had already known about this. The reason why he made things difficult for him today was probably to smear his name. Unfortunately, he had underestimated him. Chapter 1484. Jinwu Great Emperor could not decide if he could become the Holy Martial Emperor. Therefore, when Long Chen was forced to this extent, even though he respected Jinwu Great Emperor, he had to use some means to protect his own rights. Otherwise, he would have lost so badly in the first round. Long Chen could not imagine how he would succeed in the future. He had been at a disadvantage from the beginning, especially when his opponent had attacked at full speed. Today, he had lost badly. Not only had he lost, but his opponent had also pressed him hard. Therefore, Long Chen was really angry. He had ruthlessly and decisively crippled Tong Qi. This was his way of retaliating. When faced with such an opponent who was looking for trouble, if he did not ruthlessly beat him up, it would be a waste of his many years of cultivation. Long Chen had said that Junwu Great Emperor had chosen him to be the Holy Martial Emperor. Lin Junyao did not deny it, nor did Wenren Shi. Even Yi Futu did not deny it. The three martial saints did not deny it either. Everyone was shocked and finally understood. There was indeed something fishy about this. They looked at Yi Futu. Many things were under Yi Futu's control. The three martial saints did not deny it. Long Chen's words already had a great deal of truth to them. Long Chen knew that his current reputation was not good. If he revealed this matter, it would affect the image of Junwu Great Emperor in everyone's hearts. They might even question him. However, for the sake of victory, he could not care less. Junwu Great Emperor would not care about such a small matter. That old man only cared about the survival of the martial god palace after the city lord of the wronged attacked. Long Chen respected Junwu Great Emperor, so he had not revealed this unusual matter at the beginning. Today, he had no choice but to use Junwu Great Emperor's divine might to intimidate these people who were getting more and more overboard. He calmed himself down and said quietly, "Everyone knows whether what I have said is true or not. I understand that everyone does not have a good impression of me. Today, this junior will be so bold as to have a good talk with all of you." First, Yang Chen grew up in the true martial emperor palace and is trusted by all of you. I've just arrived, but I already have resources that all of you are envious of. I was even summoned by the great Emperor Junwu. Honestly speaking, aren't you all jealous of me? In comparison, Yang Chen is naturally more favored by all of you. However, all of you have your own selfish motives. Isn't it ridiculous to say it in such a righteous manner? Although I haven't been in the true martial emperor palace for a long time, I've never betrayed the true martial emperor palace. In addition, the emperor trusted me and allowed Senior Wenren to support me as a candidate despite the pressure. Yet, all of you don't trust me. Could it be that you haven't seen the emperor for so long that you've forgotten that there's a great Emperor Junwu in the martial god palace who's above Yi Futu? Long Chen was no longer afraid of targeting Yi Futu. There was no doubt that Yi Futu held the hegemony in the martial god palace. Lin Junyao did not care about worldly affairs. Wenren Shi was proud and aloof. Only the slaughter marshal venerable had extraordinary means. If even the great Emperor Junwu trusted Long Chen, then they had nothing to say about Long Chen. Everyone lowered their heads in deep thought. Second, Long Chen continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Everyone hates me because of what happened to Fu Hai. I've said it before. No matter what, I have no regrets. I don't think what I did proves how despicable I am. On one side is a senior that I respect, and on the other side is a persecutor who is baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Between the two of them, one of them must die. Why would I give up the life of someone I respect? If it wasn't for someone fanning the flames and blowing the matter out of proportion, even wanting to throw me into the purgatory devil prison, you wouldn't have been misled. I've always done things according to my conscience. If you were in my shoes, I dare say that if you didn't have the guts to kill Fu Hai and save your respected uncle at that critical moment, I dare say that you are a coward and scum. I'm different from you. If a person doesn't even have the guts to protect his respected senior, I would like to ask everyone, if such a person becomes the sacred martial emperor in the future, will he protect the true martial emperor palace? If my actions cause everyone to think that there's something wrong with my view of good and evil, then I would have to question your character. The upper echelons of the true martial emperor palace are all such cowards. Long Chen smiled. He laughed heartily. This heroic spirit moved the crowd. Yes, they hated Long Chen for two reasons. The first was that he had just arrived, and the second was that he had killed Fu Hai. However, these two matters weren't that serious. It was just that they had been fanned by people with ulterior motives. Long Chen's performance was perfect in every aspect. Everything was based on first impressions. Long Chen continued, if you think that I, Long Chen, have a murderous heart, I can understand that, but I have to say that there are only two kinds of people I've killed. One is my enemies, and the other is an unforgivable villain. However, I never kill my own people. Fu Hai is not one of my people. He endangered my Uncle Han's life, so he can only be regarded as my enemy. In addition, if a person who kills decisively can't become the Emperor Saint Martial Emperor, how could a person who is honored as the Slaughter Martial Venerable become a Martial Venerable? An idiotic fighting machine who doesn't even have a brain and is a beast who lives completely under the control of others can also become the Emperor Saint Martial Emperor. Long Chen had the support of the great Emperor Zhenwu. He could ignore all of this. Yi Futu was powerful, but his subordinates dared to question Wenren Shi. Why couldn't Long Chen do the same and question Yi Futu on the spot? This smiling Buddha dared to go against Zhenwu great emperor's will in secret. He was definitely not a simple character. Long Chen knew that this smiling Buddha was his greatest enemy in becoming the holy martial emperor. Roar. Under Long Chen's provocation, Yang Chen let out a beast-like roar. He stared at Long Chen with eyes full of battle intent, but he didn't say a word. He was like a vicious dog. This further confirmed what Long Chen said. This was also a mockery of those who had voted for Yang Chen. Surrounded by so many experts, Long Chen still laughed heartily. He laughed so hard that he bent over. When everyone's faces turned uglier, he attracted everyone's attention again. He said, actually, I've long understood what this voting in the Dragon Dance Hall is all about. Everyone here is really respectable. You're all cultivators above the second level of Nirvana tribulation, but each of you sold your own personality and soul for a Tao artifact with 2 Tao patterns. You said so many righteous words that gave people goosebumps. None of us here are idiots. We all know who has received a Tao artifact before, so I won't say much. I just feel that the dignified Zhenwu Emperor Palace, which is known as the fairest selection for the Emperor Saint Martial Emperor, had their souls bought over by a Tao artifact with 2 Tao patterns. They became ugly lackeys. I feel sorry for the Emperor. Long Chen's icy gaze swept over the elders who had been embarrassed by his words. He proudly said, although I lost miserably in the first round, I haven't lost yet. In the second and third rounds, even if I'm behind by 45 points, I'll make up for it. I'll remember who I've visited and who made things difficult for me today. When the time comes, I'll pay you all back. Under everyone's complicated gaze, this proud young man walked out of the Dragon Dance Hall step by step. Who lost today? Although Long Chen's points were much lower than the others, he had still won. His words had humiliated those people who had been gossiping, and they couldn't explain this humiliation. Everything that had happened in the Dragon Dance Hall today would spread. When that time came, it would be obvious whose reputation would rise and whose would fall. Although Long Chen had lost, he had used the other people's strength to win back his reputation. Perhaps from today onwards, he would have true supporters. In any case, most people in Wenren Shi's faction, even Lin Juanyao's faction, had already been convinced by this brave and rebellious young man. Yes, they had been convinced. The people in Lin Juanyao's faction hadn't had much of an opinion of Long Chen to begin with. Now that Long Chen had revealed the truth, they had been completely convinced. As for those righteous people who had said a bunch of bad things about Long Chen, their faces were all flushed red. They wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. In the center of the plaza, Tong Chi, who was trying his best to recover, looked around in shock. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Although I was beaten up badly, I still got this Tao artifact with 3 Tao patterns. It's quite worth it, Tong Chi comforted himself. No one was defending him. All he could see were disdainful gazes. It's a pity that we can't vote again, Wenren Shi said with a cold smile. Lin Junyao had also led her people away. However, the young and beautiful Feng Jilin quickly followed Long Chen's footsteps. It could be said that after this battle of words, Long Chen had almost won back half of his popularity. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, Long Chen wouldn't have bothered to explain so much. Today, he had left a deep impression on everyone. Those who had voted for Yang Chen couldn't help but think deeply. One of them was courageous, had a true temperament, protected his own people, and was a dragon martial artist with great potential. The other was just a powerful fighting machine. Between the two of them, who was more suitable to be the Saint Martial Emperor? Long Chen was right. If they asked themselves honestly, they would understand in their hearts. Although Long Chen had humiliated them and slapped their faces, he had also made them realize that they might have been tricked by Yi Futu. Some of them even started to regret. If Long Chen became the Saint Martial Emperor, they would be finished. Chapter 1485. Now that the news had spread, Long Chen would no longer be looked down upon by the other members of the Martial God Palace. Outside the Dancing Dragon Hall, countless members of the Martial Emperor Palace were waiting for the news to spread. They had not expected that the first one to arrive would be Long Chen. He's actually the first one to come out. Did he get chased out? I think so. While the crowd was still discussing, the beautiful Feng Jilin caught up and followed Long Chen's footsteps to the bottom of the Martial Emperor path. The crowd could not help but curse. It was like a flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Just then, all the elites of the Martial God Palace came out of the Dancing Dragon Hall. However, all of them had very strange expressions. Some were angry, some blamed themselves, and some were too ashamed to face anyone. There were all kinds of emotions. What was the final result? Everyone was very anxious. Finally, under everyone's expectant gazes, someone spread the news about what had happened in the Dancing Dragon Hall. In an instant, the Martial God Palace was in an uproar again. Long Chen's prediction was right. His image had changed. Of course, there were also many voices of slander and slander. While they were quarreling, Long Chen and Feng Jilin stood side by side. Feng Jilin looked at the man who had been so passionate just now. Her cold eyes were now incomparably soft. She said stiffly, "To be honest, even I admire you a little." "You are an idol, admire." Long Chen still doubted this statement. This woman, who always wanted to defeat him, would admire him. You don't have to doubt it. Feng Jilin rolled her eyes at him. She continued, "You were really awe-inspiring just now. You even dared to scold Yi Futu. Of course, those people are really disrespectful. They even called you an old senior. But that's not important. I want to ask you something. You only got 11 points. You are 45 points behind him. In other words, you have to win the third round. No one thinks highly of you, but I do. So, in the second round, you have to win by more than 25 points. Tell me, do you think it's possible?" The gap between them was simply too great. The second round was filled with the biggest variables. Until now, no one knew what the mission was. Furthermore, it had to be graded by the system in many aspects. Most importantly, the graders this time were 20 cultivators above the third layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. They were the strongest cultivators of the Martial God Palace. Everyone's opinion was very important. If Long Chen made the slightest mistake, they might be able to catch it and use it as a basis to deduct points. To be honest, Long Chen really did not have the confidence to lead the other party by 25 points. There are many things that I'm not confident in. I don't want to think too much about it. When the time comes, I'll just do my best. What's important is that I've tried, right? Long Chen said proudly as he looked ahead. He realized that this was his true self. Neither arrogance nor rashness. No matter what it is, as long as you work hard, you will have no regrets. Failure was not scary at all. Oh. Feng Jilin looked at him blankly. Suddenly, her eyes became determined. I have a goal, she suddenly said. What is it? Long Chen asked. Feng Jilin said word by word, if I defeat the junior martial god, then he can only get 20 points in the third round. Then, you just have to surpass him by 15 points in the second round. Long Chen was stunned. At first, he thought that she was joking, but her expression was very serious. Forget it. Don't force yourself. Do things that you can't do, Long Chen said as he turned his head away. Are you the only one allowed to risk your life? Feng Jilin looked at him with disdain. Speaking of the junior martial god, Long Chen had a very strong feeling about him today. He was very suspicious about this guy's huge change. Long Chen believed that there was definitely something wrong. What was that familiar smell? Let's not talk about this first. Let me ask you, in the 5-element clear sky pagoda, where are some precious ancient records stored? I want to look up some things. Records. Feng Jilin was very curious as to why Long Chen was concerned about this. However, it was clear that Long Chen would not tell her. She could only say, in the 5-element clear sky pagoda, there is a skyscraper pavilion on the 48th floor. In there are the highest level records of the martial god palace. There are many things recorded there. As long as your strength can withstand the 48th floor, you are qualified to go up and read. The 48th floor. Long Chen was in a dilemma. He had heard from Wenren Shi that Wenren Jingtao could at most stay on the 50th floor. Wenren Jingtao was a late-stage nirvana tribulation warrior, and Long Chen was currently weaker than him. Around the 40th floor was probably his limit. What? You don't dare to go up? Feng Jilin looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. At the 48th floor, Long Chen might not be able to withstand it. However, he was actually looked down upon by this woman. That was absolutely not acceptable. Time waited for no man. Long Chen did what he said. He glanced at Feng Jilin and said, I'm going up now. Goodbye. After saying that, he directly headed in the direction of the true martial emperor road. Without another word, he rushed upwards. What an impatient person. Feng Jilin's pretty face was slightly angry. He had left her here and let her catch up to him for nothing. But what does he want to look up? Feng Jilin did not say anything else and chased after him again. 10th floor, 20th floor, 30th floor. At this position, Long Chen already felt the astonishing pressure. However, his body was strong, so he could still endure it. She followed me. Long Chen looked down and saw Feng Jilin below him. She's asking for trouble. Long Chen cursed in his heart. Feng Jilin was only in the early phase of the Nirvana's tribulation, yet she wanted to compete with him. In the process of ascending, she quickly could not endure it anymore. She could only watch as Long Chen's figure gradually disappeared from her sight. After reaching the 40th floor, Long Chen found that he was almost at his limit. Normally, if he cultivated, the 40th floor would be more suitable. However, he wanted to go to the 48th floor. Long Chen clenched his teeth and continued to ascend. Each floor was 50 meters. He went up one floor after another. When he was close to the 48th floor, he was already panting. He could be pushed back by the huge pressure at any time. However, he had amazing perseverance. He clenched his teeth and continued to persist. Ah! With an explosive roar, all of the power in his body was released. Long Chen rose up like a rocket and finally rushed to the 48th floor. Without saying a word, he immediately landed on the ground. That terrifying pressure immediately caused his legs to bend. It was easy to come to this place, but it was incomparably difficult to stay here and read through the information. At this moment, the veins on Long Chen's body were popping. Blood-colored dragon scales started to appear to help him resist the pressure. At the 48th floor, the space on each floor was not that big. Without another word, Long Chen headed towards the only building on the 48th floor, the skyscraper pavilion. This was the place where countless information about the true martial emperor palace was stored. This was also a vast building, similar to the Dragon Dance Hall. There was not a single guard because all the experts had gone to the Dragon Dance Hall. At this moment, there was no one in the skyscraper pavilion. Long Chen walked into a dark and spacious corridor. When he lifted his head, he saw a huge space. This space was filled with golden books. The categories of these golden books were very obvious. Long Chen knew that he didn't have much time. He didn't have time to browse around. He clenched his teeth and continued to search. Finally, in a corner, he found a book that introduced the ancient variant, Gu. This was a very ancient book. In this book, almost all the ancient Gu that were left behind were collected. Each of these ancient variant was extremely terrifying. Compared to some ordinary poisonous insects, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the book, the appearance of these poisonous insects, their specific abilities, and their effects were introduced in detail. There were also some methods to neutralize them. It was relatively detailed. In the first few pages, Long Chen flipped to the spirit-devouring Gu. The book recorded, the spirit-devouring Gu, an ancient variant, black poisonous insect with a foul smell. When it is planted in the body of a living being, the victim will not feel anything. When the victim uses the power of nirvana to shake the Gu bell, the spirit-devouring Gu will hear the sound of the bell and devour the host's soul, killing them in one blow. Until today, there are still many of them. They are peerless poisonous insects. The only way to neutralize them is to destroy the Gu bell and kill the person who planted the Gu. The spirit-devouring Gu will die naturally. Long Chen continued to flip. He found that almost all the Gu had the characteristic of a foul smell. This further confirmed his guess that Yang Chen's current appearance might have a lot to do with this ancient variant. However, did such a Gu exist? Long Chen felt that his muscles were about to burst and his flesh was starting to roll. If he didn't leave soon, he would probably be seriously injured in this place. His forehead was already full of sweat. However, he found that there was almost half of the book left, so he gritted his teeth and continued to read. Finally, when he was about to reach his limit, Long Chen found an introduction about a strange poisonous insect at the end of the book. The book recorded, the spirit-devouring Gu, an ancient variant, rare in the world. Its appearance is unknown and its smell is especially foul. When it is planted in the body of a living being, it will cause the host to lose his consciousness and be completely controlled by the person who planted the Gu. It has the power of a ghost. As long as the person is infected with the Gu, no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to free himself. Solution, unknown. Along the way, Yang Chen's current symptoms were the most similar to those of the spirit-devouring Gu. Of course, Long Chen was only guessing. He couldn't be sure. More importantly, there was no way to neutralize the spirit-devouring Gu in the book. In other words, other than confirming his guess, there was no other use for him today. After hurriedly flipping through the book, Long Chen didn't find any similar ancient variant. He put the golden book back and left the skyscraper pavilion as fast as he could. He jumped into the true Martial Emperor Road and only felt much better after descending below the 30th floor. Chapter 1486. The divine ghost Gu was just a guess. On one hand, the smell on Yang Chen's body was similar to the smell of the spirit-eating Gu that Long Chen had smelled before. On the other hand, his momentary sobriety had awakened Long Chen. If he had low intelligence and was purely a fighting machine, why would he tell him that Yi Futu had given those people a gift? These 2 points couldn't be solved. Long Chen recalled about the divine ghost Gu as he quickly returned to his residence. By then, the news of what had happened in the Dragon Dance Hall had spread. Long Chen only had 11 votes, which was much less than the junior martial gods. However, he had gained fame because of it, while Yi Futu's reputation had dropped greatly. Long Chen's statement that he was recommended by Zhenwu Great Emperor was enough to make countless people think carefully about whether their actions and imaginations were wrong. After all, Zhenwu Great Emperor, who had existed for tens of thousands of years, was simply a godlike existence. No one had ever heard that Jinwu Great Emperor's decision could be wrong. Thinking about it carefully, other than the fact that Long Chen was a newcomer, there wasn't anything particularly despicable about him. The only thing that bothered him was the Fu Hai incident. After knowing the truth, they felt that Long Chen's true nature was what Jinwu Emperor needed. He was right. When faced with the life and death of his loved ones, if he didn't make a move, he would be the scariest. While his reputation and support rate were quietly changing, Long Chen returned to his residence. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai already knew what had happened. The Saint Martial Emperor obviously had no hope of winning after falling behind by a large margin. Little Chen, don't be too discouraged. There are still 2 rounds anyway. No matter what the final score is, just try your best to repay the Emperor, Han Yinxing analyzed while he was still in the midst of recuperation. You're right. Anyway, these bastards are all messing around. I used to respect them quite a bit, but now, they're all a pile of shit, Nangong Lai scolded. At this juncture, Wenren Shi suddenly came. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai left for the time being, so Wenren Shi said, the time has been roughly determined. The second round of the mission will be carried out in 20 days. As for the mission, the Emperor is still formulating it. Logically speaking, we will only know what the mission is after 20 days, on the day of departure. However, if I have news and data, I will inform you first. Although you lost badly in the first round, the Emperor is still very confident in you. 20 days. He had 20 days to prepare for the second round. The second round was very crucial. It could be said to be the deciding battle. If Long Chen didn't have 25 points more than Yang Chen in this battle, he would most likely lose. He had no chance of winning, unless Feng Jilin defeated Yang Chen, but that was actually impossible. Long Chen pondered for a moment and decided to tell Wenren Shi about the God Ghost Gu. After all, Yang Chen was a variable. He had to be careful. I have a guess. Speak. Wenren Shi nodded. After what happened today, he liked Long Chen more and more. Long Chen told Wenren Shi about his guess about the God Ghost Gu in a very organized manner. I'm not sure if my guess is possible yet, but if it's true, what do you think? Long Chen asked. Wenren Shi's gaze changed a few times. He sneered and said, actually, I'm very curious about this too. Yang Chen used to be a smart kid. Why is he getting more and more muddle-headed as he grows up? It seems like it's Yi Futa's doing. He's really crazy. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because the Emperor can't come out? The Emperor can't come out, Long Chen exclaimed softly. Wenren Shi nodded and said, the Emperor has high hopes for you. It doesn't matter if I tell you about this. Due to certain reasons, the Emperor can't leave that space. Even if he does, he won't be able to last long. Long Chen nodded silently. It seemed like this was the price to pay for living for tens of thousands of years. The Sword Spirit Emperor had to reincarnate. The Jinwu Emperor had to hide in a small corner. As for the Desolation Emperor, Long Chen wasn't too sure. After all, he was a demon, which was slightly different from humans. There are still 20 days left. Focus on your cultivation. I'll inform you once I have news. Have some confidence. It's not time for you to lose yet, Wenren Shi encouraged. In fact, anyone would choose to give up when they were 45 points behind. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Long Chen. In the second round of the assessment, there are a total of 5 items, namely, leadership, decision-making, intelligence, good and evil views, and adaptability. Every evaluator can use a total score of 100 points, 20 points for each item, to grade these 5 items. In the end, the average total score of the 3 of you will be formed into a ratio, and the final 100 points will be distributed to you according to the ratio. When you carry out your tasks, you must always think about these 5 items, Wenren Shi said. After Long Chen memorized these things, Wenren Shi left. The second round of the test seemed to not care about strength, but in fact, without strength, it was impossible to carry out the mission and succeed. Therefore, strength was still very important. Those things couldn't be improved, but strength could. Long Chen calmed down and began to think about improving his strength. He had made great progress in the god-slaying art. Now, the power of the yen symbol was even greater than the 9 dragons devouring the sky. At the same time, Long Chen spent a lot of time to ponder the Nirvana Golden Wheel. He'd already explored the Divine Kingdom many times, yet he didn't obtain any gains every single time. Now that the important moment was about to arrive, Long Chen tossed this matter to the back of his mind and concentrated on condensing his rebirth golden wheel. The Nirvana Golden Wheel appeared in his heart and was formed by the power of Nirvana. Ordinary martial artists in the 8th level of the divine martial realm didn't have the power of Nirvana at all, so they needed an expert to plant the seed of Nirvana in them. Otherwise, it would take a long time to gather the little bit of Nirvana in their body. This was also the reason why the cultivation of other martial artists was generally slow. However, Long Chen had the power of the Nirvana world, which was equivalent to the late stage of the Nirvana tribulation. He didn't need to worry about the power of Nirvana at all, and could start condensing the Nirvana Golden Wheel. However, it wasn't easy. As time passed, he still couldn't get the hang of it. He knew very well that Yang Chen was very strong and had a special body. If he were to fight Yang Chen now, he might not be able to defeat him. After all, Wang Chen, who was in the late stage of Nirvana tribulation when he was still in the great cycle of martial arts, didn't even have the chance to transform into a dragon. When he passed the Nirvana tribulation, it was estimated that even Wenren Jingtao wouldn't be a match for Wang Chen. The little martial god was also very talented, so he wouldn't be weak. Long Chen still didn't have the confidence to defeat him, but he knew that if he reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm, he would undoubtedly be able to suppress him. For the sake of the sacred martial emperor, he sprinted forward again and again without stopping. Cultivation was boring, and even time was boring. But as long as one thought about one's goal and fought for it, the boredom would turn into strength. This was the case for Long Chen now. The position of the sacred martial emperor meant too much to him. At the very least, the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, a kind of Tao weapon passed down from ancient times, must have infinite power. The god-slaying sword was still weak. To deal with the Sky River refining sword of the Lingwu sword master, he had to use the golden demon imprisonment columns. 5 days later, the embryonic form of the Nirvana Golden Wheel was formed. On this day, there was actually a loud noise coming from outside. Long Chen instantly awoke from his state of cultivation. His entire body was vigilant as he immediately rushed out of the cultivation room. His gaze suddenly became extremely cold. At this moment, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were besieging a martial artist. It was Han Yunxing's scream that woke Long Chen up. Under the attack of that martial artist, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were in danger. They were casually swept by the other party and both of them flew out towards Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly caught them. Both of them were slightly injured. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he came out in time. Otherwise, with the other party's strength, if he was a little slower, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai might have been torn apart by the other party. Standing opposite Long Chen, the martial artist was staring at Long Chen passionately. He was panting heavily and exhaling white air. The hunched martial artist was the junior martial god, Yang Chen. He stared at Long Chen with a bestial gaze. His face was ferocious and his body was filled with a shocking fighting spirit. The desire to fight was so strong. When he saw Long Chen, he let out an excited roar like a wild beast and bent his back, ready to pounce towards Long Chen. Go and inform Senior Wenren Jingtao, Long Chen said to Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai in a deep voice. He had a hunch that the junior martial god's sudden attack today was an accident. At this moment, the junior martial god seemed to have lost his mind as he stared at Long Chen. Be careful. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai knew that they couldn't help here, so they hurriedly went to summon Wenren Jingtao. With their speed, Wenren Jingtao would arrive very soon. Just when the two of them left, Yang Chen, who was filled with extremely dense nirvana energy, roared again and pounced towards Long Chen. Long Chen estimated that this fellow's nirvana energy had already reached the late stage of the nirvana tribulation, which was similar to his. Chapter 1487. Yang Chen had entered a state where he had lost his mind and couldn't communicate with him at all. Long Chen decided to call this nirvana force the battle nirvana force for now. This power seemed to be born for battle. No wonder Yang Chen was called the little martial god. With the same amount of nirvana force, Yang Chen's attack power was doubled. In this aspect alone, Yang Chen suppressed Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. After all, the little martial god's combat power wasn't just a rumor. It was a fact. In Long Chen's hand, the god-slaying sword that had turned sharp and ferocious surrounded by a gray aura appeared. The sword was swallowing and spitting out cold sword rays. Each ray of sword rays was deadly. In the other hand, there was the mysterious spirit dawn sword, which was black and low profile. The moment the two swords appeared, the fuse on the little martial god's body was ignited. The little martial god let out a roar and the ground beneath his feet shook. He attacked Long Chen as if he didn't care about his life. The destructive nirvana force appeared in his hands. The fighting machine was indeed extraordinary. In this guy's entire life, fighting was probably the only thing he did. Therefore, his fighting skills had been honed to a very mature level. Although it looked crazy, every move he made was mysterious and precise. He could easily kill someone. This is the true martial formless war scripture's formless fist. Long Chen saw the familiar fist technique that the little martial god used. Huang Yu had also used this fist technique, but compared to the little martial gods, Huang Yu's fist technique was only considered a beginner. The little martial god's fist technique was the real formless fist. The little martial god's speed was even faster than his. He had rushed to Long Chen's face in an instant. The formless fist smashed towards him. In an instant, the entire world was suppressed. In Long Chen's world, the sky and earth were collapsing. He retreated in shock. After he recovered, he was not frightened by his opponent. His opponent's punches and kicks caused a huge commotion. This was not the time to fight with him, so Long Chen's attention was focused on why he suddenly came looking for him. He did not immediately fight with him. However, Long Chen soon understood that if he did not go all out, he would soon die in the hands of the other party. Heavens! Long Chen soared into the sky and pounced down. His god-slaying sword drew a trajectory in the shape of the word heaven. 4 rays of sword chi with 4 different attributes shot out. The terrifying sword chi swept down and engulfed the young martial god completely. Roar! Facing Long Chen's attack, the young martial god let out a bestial roar again. He kicked his legs and dashed towards the sky at a terrifying speed. What shocked Long Chen was that he did not resist. Instead, he used the true martial formless war scripture's shadowless fist and punched towards the sky. Long Chen flew backwards and dodged the attack. However, he was shaken to the point that his chi and blood were in turmoil. Yang Chen, who did not know how to defend himself, was in an even worse state. He was hit by 3 of the 4 rays of sword chi. In an instant, 3 huge wounds appeared on his body, some of which were so deep that his bones could be seen. Long Chen slowly descended from the sky and saw a shocking scene. In less than a breath's time, the deep wounds on Yang Chen's body had recovered to their original state. He had completely recovered in an hour. This was even more shocking than Long Chen's time reversal. This wasn't the power of time, but the true immortality. Of course, the power of the god-slaying sword wasn't that easy to get rid of. Even if he recovered, the gray sword energy would tear his flesh apart again. Yang Chen wanted to continue attacking, but he felt his wound opening up again. Frowning, he roared and tore off the flesh that was attached to the gray sword energy. The flesh that was torn off squirmed, and in a breath's time, it grew back perfectly. This is unbelievable. Long Chen was in a daze. It was his first time seeing someone who was even more unbelievable than him. Such a terrifying recovery ability. No wonder people said that it was the true immortality. How could Yang Chen fight him with such a fast recovery speed? While he was in a daze, the other party let out a terrifying roar and attacked again. This time, it was the Shadowless Fist. The Shadowless Fist covered the sky and the earth, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. Long Chen felt an incomparably huge mountain falling from the sky and pressing down on him. Yang Chen's fist intent was the most profound yet filled with savage impact out of all the opponents Long Chen had ever seen. This was the heavenly Tao that belonged to him. Presumably, Yang Chen had walked the most common, yet most difficult, path of battle. However, it was obvious that he had a deep understanding of it. Long Chen was infuriated. If this continued, he would definitely be killed by this undying fellow. He roared and moved his two swords at the same time. Lingxi's sword was the first to perform the 9 dragons devouring the sky. The 9 divine dragon sword chi that carried the impact of the primordial spirit tore apart the opponent's shadowless fist. Long Chen channeled all the energy in his body and performed the spread character with the god-slaying sword. A total of 9 gray sword chi soared into the sky and shot out in the trajectory of the spread character, forming a mysterious formation. Each sword chi was like a venomous snake, swallowing and spitting cold light. Under the cover of the 9 dragons devouring the sky, Lingxi's sword attacked Yang Chen with a temporary soul attack. Yang Chen had no intention of dodging or blocking it at all. He let the 9 sky-ripping sword chi shoot past his body. Long Chen's sword was merciless. It directly cut the opponent's body into 2 halves. The upper and lower halves flew out. This time, Yang Chen finally felt the pain. He let out a horrifying roar, like a living beast. Then, Long Chen saw the flesh and blood on the upper and lower halves of his body wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a worm. What's going on? Long Chen was stunned once again. Under his shocked gaze, the original upper body grew a lower body, and the original lower body grew arms and a head, while the original upper body grew an upper body. 2 identical Yang Chen appeared in front of Long Chen. Celestial Demon Transformation. Yang Chen, who had been silent all this while, finally roared. At that moment, a kind of righteous power emerged from the body of one of Yang Chen. His whole body emitted a golden light, and the divine light behind him shone brightly. A majestic and righteous power burst out. Yang Chen's power rose again in a terrifying manner, and began to surpass Long Chen's. As for the other Yang Chen, evil power emerged. Black magic surrounded him, causing him to be in the middle of a black vortex. The black demonic energy danced around him like tentacles, looking very ferocious. This Yang Chen also let out a snicker, and stared at Long Chen. This was the celestial demon transformation. Whether it was the divine Yang Chen or the demonic Yang Chen, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Their strength even surpassed the combat power of one person just now. This little martial god was full of infinite possibilities. What a terrifying guy. The martial artists in this world are really amazing. Yang Chen's physique had exceeded Long Chen's understanding. This kind of method of splitting and rebirth was really unbelievable. Long Chen even thought that if he cut the other party into several parts, a few of them would appear. The 2 Yang Chen didn't give him time to think. After splitting, the demonic Yang Chen took the lead, and the divine Yang Chen followed behind. With one in front and one behind, they attacked Long Chen with terrifying fist power. For a moment, the whole courtyard was enveloped by Yang Chen's fist intent. Long Chen instantly felt a great deal of pressure. Under this siege, he had to use the ancient blood hell formation. The blood-colored formation was activated. After Long Chen evaded the opponent's attack, he transferred to the demonic Yang Chen. When the opponent turned around, Long Chen held 2 swords in his hands. His eyes were cold, and the power comparable to the nirvana tribulation state erupted from his hands. He gathered the power in his hands, and launched a terrifying attack. The gray sword energy and the divine dragon sword energy from the two swords in his hands crazily covered the sky and the earth, piercing through the air, and pounced towards the two Yang Chen. This fierce battle was incomparably fierce. But Long Chen was getting more and more bitter. These two Yang Chen were stronger than before, and they both had terrifying recovery power. It was impossible to kill them. Taizu Fist Technique. In the process of fighting with Long Chen, the two Yang Chen were full of fighting spirit, and displayed his innate Tao technique. This set of fist technique was like a great river with endless waves, and it attacked Long Chen. Each punch was heavier than the one before. Long Chen blocked a punch slightly, and the opponent's terrifying power made his blood and qi churn, not to mention the later ones. If it wasn't for the ancient blood hell formation to escape, Long Chen would have been defeated long ago. But even so, the opponent was too fast. Even if Long Chen didn't change his position, the opponent would immediately attack, and the power seemed to be endless. Shatter. The divinity Yang Chen soared into the sky, and suddenly descended. With that punch, Long Chen really saw an incomparably huge meteorite coming towards him. Under the divine power of nature, the dragon scales on Long Chen's body were shattered. Under the great shock, he couldn't hold back anymore, and displayed his life-saving ultimate move, the second layer of extreme finger of time. At the moment when time stopped and the divinity Yang Chen was imprisoned, Long Chen's blood and qi churned. With the opponent's terrifying power struggling, he couldn't hold on for long. In the next moment, his Lingxi sword stabbed into the opponent's head. At that moment, Long Chen actually saw the collapse of the opponent's eyes, and the rapid loss of strength in his body. The Lingxi sword can kill him. Long Chen was incomparably surprised. He had been trying to use the Lingxi sword to stab the opponent, and at this moment, he finally succeeded, which also verified his conjecture. Indeed, although Yang Chen had an immortal body, he was still afraid of the assassination of the Lingxi sword. Before Long Chen could completely kill the divinity Yang Chen, the demonic Yang Chen had madly entangled him. Helpless, Long Chen could only dodge. When the Lingxi sword left the divinity Yang Chen's head, the opponent's eyes quickly regained clarity, and he became even more furious. The two big Yang Chen once again formed a siege, and like wild beasts, they wanted to put Long Chen to death. However, at this moment, Long Chen discovered that an extremely powerful existence was rushing over. His heart trembled. Chapter 1488. Long Chen was struggling to hold on under Little Martial God's double attack. At this moment, Massacre Martial Lord Yi Futu arrived instantly. His speed had reached a terrifying level. Long Chen couldn't even see his face clearly before he was already beside the two Yangs. A thick golden energy hit Long Chen's body and sent Long Chen flying. Long Chen stabbed his swords into the ground to stabilize his body. However, his blood was still boiling. He knew that Yi Futu didn't intend to attack him at all. It was just that when he moved, his energy was released and naturally sent Long Chen flying. At that moment, Long Chen felt that his life was in danger. He was sure that if Yi Futu wanted to kill him, he would definitely be able to kill him immediately. This was without a doubt. It was just like how he felt when he faced the Lingwu Sword Master. When the Lingwu Sword Master used the Milky Way Soul Refining Sword, he couldn't block it at all. Long Chen suppressed his boiling blood and looked up. The chubby little boy had already grabbed one of Yang Chen's neck with one hand, and then slammed the two Yang Chen into each other, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Then, Long Chen was horrified to see that the flesh and blood of the two Yang Chen began to soften, forming one Yang Chen. With Yi Futu's method, the celestial and demon transformation was finally dispelled. Little Martial God had taught Long Chen a lesson today. This world was truly filled with endless possibilities. When Yang Chen turned into a person again, Yi Futu grabbed his neck like a cat and imprisoned him in his hands. Then, his eyes turned cold for the first time and he glanced at Long Chen. A chilling feeling enveloped Long Chen's body. Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. However, he knew that Yi Futu wouldn't dare to do anything to him. From the looks of it, it was probably an accident that Yang Chen came out to deal with Long Chen today. He only glanced at Long Chen before chasing Yang Chen away. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart was filled with endless doubts. What was going on today? At this moment, Yang Chen quickly left under Yi Futu's control. Long Chen suddenly felt someone calling him. He looked up and saw Yang Chen, who was under Yi Futu's control, looking at him anxiously. He was talking to Long Chen. Although he couldn't hear what he was saying, from the shape of his mouth, it should be, save me, save me. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futu and Yang Chen disappeared. Save him. Long Chen was stunned for a while. Why did Yang Chen, who was in a frenzy, suddenly wake up and ask him to save him? Long Chen fell into deep thought. He suddenly thought of the Lingxi sword. It seemed like this undying fellow, even the god-slaying sword's attacks were ineffective against him. The only thing that was effective was actually the Lingxi sword. Lingxi sword, save him. Long Chen's mind was in a mess. It could be said that he was already confused by Yi Futu. At this moment, he realized that there were many spectators around them. The commotion here was too big. When Long Chen and Yang Chen fought earlier, there were already countless people watching excitedly. This was a battle that everyone was looking forward to. In the beginning, they still believed that the junior martial god was invincible among the new generation. However, from what happened today, it seemed that Long Chen had endured for such a long time without being injured. He didn't even lose in the end. It seemed like he had the ability to fight against the junior martial god. I didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. If the junior martial god didn't have that undying body, he would have been killed by him. He's really not bad. He was able to defeat Feng Jilin in a head-on battle. He does have the qualifications to be on par with the junior martial god. However, the junior martial god has never lost a battle against someone of the same generation. I think if they really fought, Long Chen would definitely lose. He was already at his wits' end just now. The onlookers were speaking the truth. There were too many variables on Yang Chen. He couldn't be killed no matter what. If he displayed other abilities, it would be difficult for Long Chen to deal with him now. However, Long Chen had also shown the people of the Martial God Palace that he had the ability to fight against Yang Chen. To him, this was a great thing. It seems like the rumor about the Dragon Dance Hall is true. This Long Chen isn't as evil as the rumors say. On the contrary, the junior martial god is a little out of his mind. He actually came out to attack Long Chen. If Wu Zun hadn't arrived in time and brought him back, there would definitely be problems if he continued to cause trouble. Yeah, the junior martial god is strong, but he's still lacking in intelligence. He's already in the lead with a very high score, but is it really suitable for him to become the Emperor of Saint Martial Emperor and later the Great Emperor of Jinwu? Many people couldn't help but ask themselves. They didn't have the right to decide, but all the disciples of the Martial God Palace were very concerned about this matter. The scales in their hearts slowly tilted towards Long Chen. In fact, they realized that Long Chen wasn't bad. The only thing they weren't satisfied with was that he had been in the Martial God Palace for too short a time. The selection for the Emperor of Saint Martial Emperor had already begun. As they dispersed, this matter also gradually spread out. Inside the Five Elements' vast heaven pagoda, the speed at which news spread was very fast. By the time Wenren Jingtao arrived, Yi Futu and the others had already left. Long Chen briefly explained the matter. Wenren Jingtao didn't know as much as Long Chen, so he didn't know what was going on. Long Chen chatted with him for a while, then returned to the practice room to continue refining his Nirvana golden wheel. That night, Wenren Shi appeared in the practice room. I've heard about what happened today. What do you think? Wenren Shi walked over barefoot. Long Chen said, I think that even if it wasn't the divine ghost Gu, Yi Futu used some means to control the young martial god and make him lose his consciousness. When Yang Chen becomes the Emperor of Saint Martial, Yi Futu will be able to use this power. Wenren she nodded and asked, I heard that you have a magical black sword that's very lethal. He was referring to the Lingxi sword. Long Chen nodded. He said, I used this sword to stab Yang Chen's body today and made him lose his consciousness temporarily. If I want to kill him, this sword should be able to. Wenren she was very shocked. He didn't expect Long Chen to have something that could kill Yang Chen's immortal body. Use this thing well. It might be of great help to you. Also, I think you shouldn't bother about Yang Chen. It'll be best if he loses his consciousness in the second round. If he recovers, no matter how stupid you are, it'll be hard for you to surpass him in the second round. Long Chen was enlightened. I see. He suddenly remembered that Yang Chen asked him to save him. If Yang Chen had the divine ghost goo in his body and he saved him, Yang Chen might not be able to beat him in the second round as long as he performed normally, but he wouldn't lose by too much. So he temporarily suppressed this matter in his heart. Actually, there's one more important thing I need to tell you, Wenren she said. What is it? Long Chen raised his head. Wenren she said, the Emperor has already pinned the mission summary at the top. Among the 3 candidates, you're the one recommended by the Emperor himself, so he'll give you some convenience by letting you know the details of the mission 15 days in advance. You can only know the details of the mission, but you can't leak it out. Long Chen sighed. It's good to have a backer. Yang Chen and Feng Jilin would only know what the mission was after 15 days, but Long Chen could know it in advance and prepare in advance. Wenren she said slowly, the test is like this. The true Martial Emperor Palace found an ancient ruin near the Eastern Emperor region. This ancient ruin isn't big, and it's filled with darkness, so we call this place the Dark Country. In the Dark Country, there's a group of strange ancient survivors. We call them the Dark Country. The appearance, body structure, and cultivation methods of the Dark Country are very different from us humans. Only after passing the Nirvana tribulation will their cultivation methods be similar to ours. I remember that they call themselves Qi cultivators. They exist in the form of tribes. In the Dark Country, there are a total of 8 largest tribes, and each tribe has a population of tens of thousands. Speaking up to this point, he sighed and said, every ancient ruin is filled with a large amount of resources. Therefore, when the Dark Country was discovered, a large number of warriors rushed in and had a huge conflict with the Dark Country. It even broke out into a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Among the Dark Country, there are also powerful tribal kings, and even experts comparable to martial venerables. Because of the massacre of the human race, there's a blood feud between them and us. As long as we humans enter the Dark Country, we'll basically be killed. They even organized a counterattack against us humans. Since the discovery of the Dark Country, not only did our true Martial Emperor region not gain anything, but we also suffered huge losses. Therefore, the Emperor ordered to seal the entrance of the Dark Country. I didn't expect the Emperor to use this ancient ruin as a mission. After all, with the hatred the Dark Country has towards us humans, as long as the 3 of you enter the Dark Country and are discovered, I think you'll be hunted down. The risk of this mission can be said to be very high. Long Chen listened carefully and then asked, what's our mission? There might be experts comparable to martial venerables in an ancient ruin. There were a total of 8 tribes with deep hatred towards the human race. What did they have to do to enter such a place? Chapter 1489. Long Chen was stunned. This isn't a mission. This is suicide. Since they regard the statue of the Dark Goddess as their faith, if I were to take it away, I would still be alive under the siege of so many experts. Long Chen said in astonishment. Wenren she said solemnly, to tell the truth, every sacred martial emperor's test has never been simple. This is the most difficult in tens of thousands of years. The emperor designed it this way so that you can perform outstandingly, widening the gap between you and the others. This is all designed for you. Long Chen wasn't an idiot. He pondered for a moment and said, I understand now. This mission isn't a test of strength, but of leadership, decision-making, good and evil views, intelligence, and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. The goal of the mission is to obtain the statue of the Dark Goddess, but it didn't say how to obtain it. In any case, we have to obtain it. No matter how we obtain it or what methods we use, whoever obtains it will be the winner. Those remnants of darkness might be very powerful, but this was an assessment mission. It wasn't as simple as testing one's strength. Therefore, Long Chen could change his way of thinking and use his brain a little more. This mission might not be impossible. However, if he were to blindly attack and try to snatch the statue of the Darkness Goddess, it would often lead to failure. Jinwu Great Emperor had put a lot of thought into the design of this mission. He said, Senior Wenren, please tell the Emperor that I will do my best to complete this mission and not let him down. Wenren she nodded and said, to be honest, I also think it will be difficult. The remnants of darkness have a deep hatred for us, and it will be extremely difficult to sneak in. It's a good thing that you are mentally prepared. Here is some information about the Dark Nation and the remnants of darkness. 15 days should be enough for you to ponder. Long Chen was startled. This time, it was his turn to take the lead. What goes around comes around. He took the information from Wenren Shi and prepared to spend a lot of effort to ponder it. Jinwu Great Emperor had already done this much, so Long Chen could not let him down this time. Wenren Shi left after assigning a few more questions to Chen Shi. Long Chen sorted out his mood and began to read the information about the Dark Nation. In fact, the human race didn't know much about the Dark Nation. They were already living in the Dark Nation when it was first discovered. He learned from the Dark Remnants that they had been living in that sealed space for countless years, even dating back to millions of years ago. Their appearance was relatively similar to that of the human race. They were generally more majestic and had a human body, but they had bison horns, which made them look like a divine bull that stood on its hind legs. Of course, the biggest difference between them and the human race was that they had a pair of thick arms. Among the Dark Remnant, both men and women were very good at fighting. They were extremely talented, and they were born with earth-shattering abilities that even surpassed the people of the Imperial Domain. When they grew up, they basically had the combat strength of the divine martial arts realm or above. Before the passage was closed, there were still a large number of Nirvana Tribulation experts in the clan. There were more than a dozen or even dozens of them in each clan. After so many years of development, they were probably even more powerful now. It would be extremely difficult to get the statue of the Dark Goddess from them. Attacking forcefully was the most undesirable method, but the problem was that if the other party wanted to kill him as soon as they met, what else could he do besides attacking forcefully? Although Long Chen knew about the mission in advance, to be honest, it was not very useful to know about the mission of the Dark Nation. At most, he would be a little more mentally prepared. After reading a lot of information, Long Chen already had a plan in mind. In fact, no matter what, the most important thing was still strength. Without strength, any strategy could not be carried out, and it would be even more impossible to highlight one's difference from others. When the time comes, they will put something on me, and they will be able to monitor and watch my performance in the Martial God Palace. The Dao tool was extremely magical. In the Dragon Dance Hall, there was a Dao tool for tracking, called the Mother-Child Phantom. It was a huge bronze mirror with many runes on it. As long as the runes were planted on Long Chen's body, no matter where Long Chen went, his runes would be like his eyes. Everything he experienced, saw, heard, and said would be clearly reflected on the bronze mirror in the Dragon Dance Hall. In this way, the 20 evaluators would be able to clearly know everything about him in the Dark Nation. The selection system of the Holy Martial Emperor was the most complicated and rigorous that Long Chen had ever seen. After all, the importance of the Holy Martial Emperor was too great. For this mission, Long Chen began to prepare. These days, he rarely went out. Most of the time, he stayed in his residence and cultivated. Time passed very quickly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Long Chen was pondering over the information on the remnants of the Dark Nation, trying to find a more reasonable method from the records. He stayed in the courtyard, and suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the aura of a Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. "Come in." This was not one of his people, so Long Chen became vigilant. He collected the information in his hands. If this information was known by others, especially people from Yi Futu's faction, it would be troublesome. The other party was still knocking on the door. It was extremely strange. Long Chen stretched out his hand and waved it. A gust of wind blew over and blew open the door that was 30 meters away. An old man dressed in formal clothes and exuding a righteous aura appeared in front of him. Tong Chi. Long Chen's eyes were cold. What was this guy doing here? Long Chen had beaten him up in the Dragon Dance Hall. Could it be that he was looking for trouble now? Under Long Chen's cold gaze, Tong Chi quickly rushed in and appeared in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. "What are you doing here?" Long Chen took a few steps back to prevent this guy from suddenly attacking. Tong Chi's behavior was very strange. It was as if he couldn't speak. He anxiously pointed at Long Chen's right hand and then at his own head. "What do you mean?" Long Chen looked at him warily. He suddenly remembered that Tong Chi was really a strange guy. He was a Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior. Whether it was the first time he lied to Long Chen, or the second time he slandered Long Chen in public, he was beaten up by Long Chen. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed a little strange. This guy had been around for tens of thousands of years. If it was just the temptation of benefits, would he work so hard for Yi Futu? Long Chen noticed that the look in his eyes was extremely anxious. He was about to go crazy. Long Chen suddenly realized that he could smell a scent similar to Yang Chen's from the man's body. It was the smell of a parasite. Could this guy be controlled too? Why did he come to me? What was there for him to look forward to? Tong Chi couldn't speak. He mumbled for a long time before suddenly pointing at a black brick. With a wave of his hand, a sword aura appeared. Long Chen understood. He was talking about the Lingxi sword. Long Chen carefully held the Lingxi sword in his hand and looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Tong Chi was very happy. Like a child, he pointed at Long Chen's Lingxi sword and then at his own chest. "Do you want me to stab you?" Long Chen looked at him calmly and asked coldly. What surprised him was that Tong Chi actually nodded excitedly. Long Chen didn't dare to make a move for now. What if he stabbed him to death? This was a crucial moment. If he killed this guy rashly, Yi Futu would definitely not let go of the chance to tarnish his reputation. He would definitely be labeled as a ruthless person again. Get lost. Stop joking around. Long Chen took a few steps back and prepared to deal with the Lingxi sword. However, he still maintained his vigilance. Tong Chi panicked. He actually knelt down and looked at Long Chen with tears in his eyes. He pointed at his arm and passed it to Long Chen. Long Chen knew what he meant. He wanted him to stab his arm. What the hell is this guy doing? Look at how anxious he is. He has the same smell as Yang Chen. After Yang Chen left, he came here and Yang Chen actually asked him to save him. Long Chen seemed to have thought of something. He didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and stabbed the Lingxi sword into the other party's arm. Tong Chi was extremely agitated. The power of the Lingxi sword was endless. His gaze quickly dissipated and he felt like he was about to die. After a period of time, seeing that his breath was getting weaker and weaker, Long Chen hurriedly pulled out the Lingxi sword. Tong Chi's gaze gradually regained clarity. He cried and begged Long Chen again, as if he really enjoyed the state of the Lingxi sword stabbing him. This guy is crazy. Long Chen didn't think so. Without saying anything, he stabbed the Lingxi sword directly into the other party's chest. Hiss. Suddenly, the agonizing shriek of an insect could be heard from the other party's body. In Tong Chi's body, there seemed to be a huge beast living in it. It was rolling in his blood vessels as he screamed miserably. A wave of energy rushed towards Long Chen's body. Tong Chi's eyes, ears, nose and mouth started to bleed. He looked very miserable, but he still held on tightly to the Spirit Dawn's sword, not letting Long Chen let go. His body was trembling. Large amounts of blood spurted out from his pores. The nirvana energy in his body was shaking horribly, as if it could explode at any time. Long Chen's eyes became extremely sharp. There was something in the other party's body that was resisting him. That thing must be a gu, just like the one in Yang Chen's body. The Lingxi sword was trembling. A terrifying force was about to send Long Chen flying. A small insect actually had such power. It's really the opposite. Long Chen had already verified his guess. He didn't care so much. The Lingxi sword stretched out and directly pierced the other party's body. Tong Chi's eyes were collapsing. Signs of life were disappearing, but he still held on to Long Chen's Lingxi sword tightly. At this moment, a painful shriek could be heard from his body. At this moment, Tong Chi's throat moved. His mouth was still open. A foreign object rushed towards Long Chen. Although it was only for a moment, Long Chen could still see that it was a human face. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen took out the Lingxi sword and slashed, splitting the insect in half. After the Lingxi sword was pulled out, Tong Chi knelt on the ground. Long Chen hurriedly checked his body. Fortunately, his primordial spirit was severely injured and he fainted, but he didn't die. Long Chen understood a little. That thing just now must be the divine ghost gu. Even if it was a gu, it had a soul. It was hidden very deeply in Tong Chi's body, but it would be forced out by the Lingxi sword. Chapter 1490. Tong Chi lay at Long Chen's place for half a day before he could stand up and regain his basic mobility. However, the damage to his primordial spirit wasn't that easy to recover. It would take at least a few years for him to regain his normal combat power. Is that the divine ghost gu? Little martial god Yang Chen must have been affected by the same thing, Long Chen asked casually. Tong Chi shook her head in pain and said, "You're right. You're very smart. Everything is within your calculations. Thank you for freeing me today. It's not convenient for me to stay here for long. If it's possible, please save Yang Chen as well. He's suffering much more than me." After saying that, he left quickly, ignoring Long Chen's urging. Long Chen still had a lot of things he wanted to ask him, but he was frightened. He was probably afraid that Yi Futu would find out. In that case, Tong Chi's strange behavior and Yang Chen's consciousness were basically under Yi Futu's control. Last time when he fought with Yang Chen, he was injured by Lingxi's sword. He probably knew that Lingxi's sword could suppress the divine ghost gu in his body, but he didn't dare to come to me. He only dared to let Tong Chi try first. The truth soon emerged. However, the problem was that Long Chen remembered Tong Chi's words. He asked Long Chen to save Yang Chen. If Yang Chen recovered, so would his intelligence. In the second round of the battle, it wouldn't be easy for Long Chen to defeat Yi Futu and increase the gap by more than 25 points. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Moreover, Saint Martial Emperor's matter was especially important to Long Chen. Therefore, he temporarily suppressed this matter and did not mention it to anyone. After that, he concentrated on studying the matter of the remnants of darkness and continued to cultivate. A large part of the focus of cultivation was the nurturing of the Nirvana Golden Wheel. This was also a huge project, and it was not that easy. The divine martial state had 9 levels, and each level was more difficult. If Long Chen didn't have Yi Wuxiang's understanding of the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth and a large number of immortal spirits, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level in such a short time. The Nirvana Golden Wheel was going through a process between his eyebrows. This was a crucial step. If it was formed, then the only thing left to do was to nurture it. For most of the warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, it would be very difficult, but for a genius like Long Chen, it would be very easy. He had a large amount of nirvana energy, so why would he need to worry about nurturing it? Originally, the Nirvana Golden Wheel was a place to convert the power of the world into the power of nirvana. However, Long Chen possessed the power of nirvana first. Hence, his Nirvana Golden Wheel was only a springboard to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. As time flew by, the true Martial Emperor Palace was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. These days, everyone in the Martial God Palace was discussing the matter of the sacred Martial Emperor, and the discussion was in full swing. However, the first round had already begun, and the gap between them was very obvious. Even if some people felt sorry for Long Chen, the possibility of Long Chen winning was too low, almost zero. The news that Long Chen had become one of the 3 candidates for the sacred Martial Emperor spread to the 3,000 palaces. For a moment, the 3,000 palaces were in an uproar. Those who still thought that they could get back at Long Chen gave up their last hope. For a moment, Long Chen became the hero of the 3,000 palaces. Although there were only 11 votes, it was still a glorious defeat for Long Chen to become one of the 3 candidates. Of course, Feng Jilin also became one of the 3 candidates, which shocked everyone even more. These 2 people had become the pride of the 3,000 palaces for thousands of years. Amidst the intense discussion, 20 days passed in a flash. Long Chen, Feng Jilin, and Yang Chen, who were at the heart of the struggle, arrived at the Dragon Dance Hall under the guidance of their respective elders. This time, the Dragon Dance Hall was very spacious. There were a total of 3 huge bronze mirrors placed on the square of the hall, and 20 cultivators above the 3rd Nirvana Tribulation sat separately, staring at Long Chen and the other 2 rookies with eyes filled with supreme divine power. These 20 people were the true higher-ups of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Every one of them was a talented person, and they were the pillars of the true Martial Emperor Palace. It was this group of people who stood at the top of the pyramid of the true Martial Emperor Palace's hundreds of millions of disciples. They controlled the overall situation and devised strategies. For tens of thousands of years, they protected the true Martial Emperor Palace from being invaded by external enemies, and at the same time, ensured the divine power of the true Martial Emperor Palace. They were all very well-mannered, and no one spoke for a moment. The 3 martial venerables sat in their respective positions. When everyone had arrived, the trial mission was about to be announced. Long Chen, Feng Jilin, and the young martial god each stood in front of a bronze mirror. At this time, there was nothing special about the bronze mirror. The only thing that made it special was that there were many runes flowing on each mirror. Long Chen once heard that as long as the runes hit his body, everything that happened around him, anything he said, and any sound he made would appear on the bronze mirror, no matter where he went. Long Chen didn't care about the bronze mirror, nor did he care about the announcement of the trial mission. He was concerned about the state of the young martial god Yang Chen. During their interaction, he suddenly realized that the young martial god was in a clear-headed state today. He didn't speak, and he gave off the impression that he was his usual silent self. However, Long Chen found something fishy. He had seen this guy in a clear-headed state before, so he was sure that at this moment, he was absolutely not affected by the divine ghost parasite. What's wrong with this guy? Does he have a fixed amount of time every day, or is he under Yifuta's control? If it's the latter, then it's going to be troublesome. It seems like winning the second round and widening the gap by 25 points is going to be really difficult. To be honest, there was no strict scoring standard. If the other party was in a normal state, it would be good enough to win, let alone widening the gap by more than 25 points. No matter what, I just have to be myself, Long Chen told himself. This was the best attitude. At this moment, Yi Juniao held the items handed over by the great Emperor Zhenwu and announced the trial mission. Everyone knelt on the ground, including Yi Futu and Wenren Shi. This was enough to prove the respect that everyone in the Wuxian Palace had for the great Emperor Zhenwu. If it wasn't for the great Emperor Zhenwu's special treatment of Long Chen, a newcomer like Long Chen wouldn't have been able to cause such a stir. Next, Yi Juniao began to announce the details of the trial mission. Although Long Chen already knew about the mission in advance, he had to act like he had just found out. After all, no one wanted to be treated unfairly. The trial mission was no different from what Wen Renshi had said. Yang Chen and Feng Jilin were rather shocked. This also proved that the great Emperor Zhenwu only favored Long Chen. The next step was to plant the child phantoms in the bodies of the three martial artists. Yi Junyao said, "The three of you, pay attention. When the phantom is planted, the environment that each of you is in, their every move, anything they say, anything they do, will all be under our eyes. We can clearly understand the situation of the three of you and any decisions you make through the three copper mirrors. This trial mission is extremely dangerous, and the chances of completing the mission are actually very low. If the three of you are unable to complete the mission, then we will need to evaluate the three of you based on your specific performance. I advise the three of you not to show off, otherwise, if you die, you will be automatically eliminated." Yi Junyao said, "The three of you, pay attention. When the phantom is planted, the environment that each of you is in, their every move, anything they say, anything they do, will be seen by us." Long Chen had already expected this. The death rate of this mission existed, and it wasn't low. If the candidate died, then there was nothing he could do. The sacred martial imperial emperor's selection had to continue. If one person died, the other two could continue fighting. Of course, under the watchful eyes of everyone, no one could attack their own people. Otherwise, not to mention the sacred martial emperor, as soon as he returned, he would probably be killed by the elders. In the end, this mission still depended on oneself. Next, the three martial venerables respectively planted the child phantoms on their three subordinates. The golden runes integrated into Long Chen's skin and wandered on Long Chen's body without his control. Long Chen found that the mirror of the child phantoms had a golden dreamy light, and the environment around the three people was clearly displayed in the three bronze mirrors. These three bronze mirrors were all Dao artifacts. Dao artifacts were extremely magical. When you complete the mission and return with glory, we will help you to remove the lock. In the meantime, everything you do is under our supervision. This mission is free to do as you wish. These are the maps of the three entrances and a vague map of the interior of the Dark Kingdom. The tribes that the three of you will go to have been marked on the map. Lin Junyao distributed the three maps to the three people respectively. Little martial god Yang Chen was very strange today. He didn't have a surging fighting spirit, nor did he go crazy. His expression was very calm, even a little indifferent. The emperor has chosen three relatively weak tribes with similar strength, but you must not underestimate these tribes. If you are careless, it is very likely that you will lose your life in that place, Lin Junyao reminded. After putting away the maps, Long Chen found that he had almost explained everything. There are a total of 7 or 8 entrances to the Dark Kingdom, all of which have been sealed by the emperor. Except for the emperor's permission, no one can enter. I have a total of 6 emperor's power here, which can allow each of you to enter and exit the Dark Kingdom once. Everyone only has one chance to enter and exit, so don't waste it. Zhenwu Great Emperor put his power into a total of 6 golden thumb-sized balls. Long Chen also got 2 balls. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.